visualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Good morning. You've tuned in to the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Monday morning. The sky is clear, unlike the rain we had yesterday. Of course, we're right here in the commercial city of Lagos, and we have enough packed up for you on the Breakfast Show this morning. I am Deborah Eze, and I'm not definitely doing this alone. I'm right here with
Onyeka Valentine.
It's good to see you.
Always good to
see you. I miss you every Friday, and it's weird because we have a love-hate relationship.
Right.
So I'm not supposed to miss you when I don't see you. But yeah, you were really missed on Friday. How's your weekend?
Weekend was fine. The weekend was okay. More importantly, at least I needed to have Friday to rest a bit. So I could come all fired up this morning.
Okay.
But the thing is, if you have breakfast before the show, you're bound to be, draggy your conversation, but when you were a bit, starved of food, you fire up well. So I'm ready to fire this morning.
Oh, so you're starved. A whole Valentine. He's starved on a Monday morning.
But I'm ready to
wow.
Fire. I'm ready to fire.
Wow, the man who is doing the Lord's work, is not supposed to get you breakfast this morning?
After now, I'll go and meet him for some
You have to go and meet him. Oh my God. All right, we have so much packed for you on the show. Of course, we have the newspaper review after we've had the banter, and also after newspaper review by 9 o'clock, we have the business week, and after the business week, the big story, that's by 10 a.m. and the social listening, which is going to come up by 10:30 a.m. with Valentine Onyeka himself. All right, let's take a look at what the headlines are saying this morning right here on the show. And the first headline, we have Lagos licensed new electricity distribution firms to replace Eko Ikeja discos. I'm going to take that again. Lagos licenses new electricity distribution firms to replace Eko Ikeja discos. And we have NUPRC reports surge in investor confidence as recount rises to 69. NUPRC reports surge in investor confidence as recount rises to 69. And Nigeria gets $876 million US aid support, third in Africa. That's actually a good one. Nigeria gets $876 million US aid support, third in Africa. And finally, OPEC Plus to raise oil production by 137,000 barrels a day in November. OPEC Plus to raise oil production by 137,000 barrels a day in November. And that's the headline. The first headline today is actually a very interesting one, and which is Lagos licenses new electricity distribution firms to replace Eko Ikeja discos. I must say, this is actually really big for Lagos. It's obvious that Lagos, they're tired of the incessant power supply, the epileptic power supply. It's actually a big one. But the question is now, are we sure these new people who are coming to like replace Eko distribution are really going to do the work? Because it was the same way when Eco Distribution started. We were promised that, you know, we are going to see something we've never seen before. So do you think these people who are coming to replace, you know, the present distribution company are going to do the Lord's work?
Well, I'm first and foremost, I'm glad that we can target the Lord's work. Because the truth of the matter is, in this country, we're very religious. What I say is an unfortunate thing. To some extent, it might sound unfortunate. Why? Yeah. Because something that is man-made issue that we should deal with statistically, or deal with it economically, you know, or deal with all the resource that we have around us, we will push that and say, to the Lord, God will do it. We'll look up to. That's why when I say it's the Lord's work, I'm sounding quite sarcastic. But anyways, truth be told, so we have there's move to replace Eco Distribution. See, they say, if it's not broken, don't fix it. But if it is broken, why is it broken? Let's start with that first. Are they wanting to replace it because they've realized that those who are in the helm of affairs have realized, wait a minute, the agreement we had with them before, this is just alleged again, right? Is it that they want to replace them because they think that, or they are feeling that the agreement they had with them before, whoever is in partnership with them, is not favoring them any longer? Because this seems to be the order of the day. When something is not serving your cause, you throw in something else to want to replace it because you have the power. Is this the case? If so, why? That's one. Two, if it's not the case, then why wanting to replace it? Is it that just want to replace just the name? Do they want to just replace the name? Name change for the same facility, same, you know, workers, or same contract staffs, whoever it is. The bottom line is that, look, I said before, if it's not broken, don't fix it. In this case, in doing that, I assure you, a lot of things will change. But more importantly, will it affect the distribution of power for end users? Would we experience a hike in, you know, cost of tariff? Would we see that this could affect businesses? So what this means is that whenever there is power change or institution change or, you know, change of contract that affects things like power, security, healthcare, be rest assured that gap before the transition, right, will stifle business. How would it? It's as simple as ABC. I don't even have to be an economist to know this. Look, the truth of the matter is that if there is going to be a change in the power sector, especially in this one we're looking at right now, change of name, two things will happen. One, those who rely on power supply will feel the brunt a little bit. Why? Because, like I mentioned, are we going to see a hike in tariffs or not? Even if we see a drop in tariffs, it will still affect because, as we know, right, there are people who are already making money off the fact that those tariffs are high. If the tariffs even comes low, they will start hoarding it. Then it's difficult for you to even get meters and a whole lot. So my business relies solely on power supply from the government. Then guess what? I'm cut short. If I'm cut short, I will not be able to service my customers. If I own a fridge, if I run an ice block company, right? What does this mean for business? It means that I have to go and use my generator. It means I have to buy fuel in that space of transition. That's just one. Now, let's look at the good side now. Because the good way you look at one side, look at the other side. If we look at a change of name, there's a tendency that with that change of name will come change of attitude, change of, approach towards service, which could, on the long run,
sometimes people say that even though you change the name or change, the people that are actually going to render the service, you don't change the people.
That's the thing now.
You don't change the people who are definitely, giving the service to the end users.
Yes.
You agree with that?
Well, I agree with you, but now it comes with a pinch of salt. I will explain.
Okay, it's a pinch of salt.
Pinch of salt.
Okay.
So, if you look at it now, now you're changing the name, you're not changing the people. But you see, what gets the body moving and gets the institution running is the mindset. So maybe the change of name will affect them in a different way. Remember, at some point, our national anthem was Arise, O Compatriots, right?
Yeah.
So some people somewhere now felt, let us begin to change the mindset of Nigeria. Let's rebrand Nigeria. We are the same people, but our national anthem has changed. But the question now is, has it changed the people? Question for another day.
Well, if this actually pulls through, Lagos is going to be the first state to make us see that localized management of electricity would actually pay off, which is going to be a good one. So let's just keep our fingers crossed and see how it goes. Then let's look at the second headline. NUPRC reports surge in investor confidence as recounts rise to 69. This sounds like a good and a positive news. It simply means investors are now very confident to invest and putting their money in oil, not having to fear vandalism, and this would actually boost production. Do you agree?
So again, this time around without a pinch of salt, I will agree in total.
You can say it. Okay.
I agree in total, but in agreeing, I will also cite some areas that are gray areas.
Okay.
It's important. I mean, those at home are waiting for us to ask the questions that they have in their mind. So let's ask those questions. NUPRC, the question is this. As you are now saying that there's more confidence because there's a rise to 69. Well, that was a choice of number though, but it's fine. Now, the question is, how will that trickle down and help the common man? Would we now see the availability of petroleum products, also rise? And in somewhat way, will the price of premium spirits, which is petrol, come down? Because whenever petrol dilly-dallies, the nation suffers. Because transportation will go high. Cost of living will become difficult because cost of transporting goods and services becomes expensive. And of course, those who are business people want to add more money. If, for instance, 2,000 takes it from your house to walk back and forth, to and fro, before, if there's a hike in fuel,
it doubles.
So we're asking this question. Now that they're experiencing a rise, right, in the petroleum sector, NUPRC, that's them, right? The question now is this. Will the common man feel it positively? Would I drive my vehicle into the filling station, just enter, buy fuel and leave, or have to queue for long hours? And there's something we're not seeing. What long queues does for the economy is horrendous and is unthinkable. We don't know. We've gotten so used to it. We're like a frog inside a pot that was cool before, and they turn on the fire. So as it gets warm, the frog doesn't know he's being cooked alive because he's getting used to it. Our resilience level only has a point where we will now probably bust out of the pot. We are in a boiling pot. the reason why we are not jumping out is that because it started boiling, we're getting used to it. The question is, when there are long queues due to some bad decisions or when two elephants fight, of course, glass suffers. Good example, Pengassin and Dangote is the lost war. Right. So when this happens, now what this happens is that long queues. Long queues means that those who are supposed to get to work on time will not get to work on time. If the lives of individuals are hinged upon doctors getting on time, the doctor gets there late. What if the patient dies? That's a major loss to one family. I can go on and on. What if someone who is supposed to analyze statistics to grow the economy of the country, make some key decisions in the finance sector, make some key decisions in even the petroleum sector, right? Or any other sector and doesn't get to work on time? Of course, the business of the day, 9 to 5, is caught short. So the question now is, NUPRC, you are now saying there's confidence. We are glad there's confidence. But can this confidence trickle down to the common man?
I'm telling you, because Friday was a lot. Having to like see the queues come back. I was saying on the show on Friday that, you know, I got so used to the fact that we are supposed to see queues whenever we hear that there's a wobble in the petroleum sector. But not having to see it for like a long while, and you know, it now. Yes, it really got me thinking like, hey, this is what we've been waiting for. Like,
so in other words, this is how Nigeria that we are used to.
You know,
what does this tell you? There's so many tells
us. What you said. We've taken in so much. We've become so resilient that, you know, when things actually get better, it becomes very confusing. Like, what's going on? But with this news, another thing again is this really going to like help us really partake in global prices when there's a wobble? Because it's the same thing with the Naira that I was saying. Yeah, it's the same with the Naira that I was saying. We're saying the Naira is getting strong, it is gaining, but there is no money. You get my point. So fine, we understand that the oil price now is actually really gaining confidence, which is a good thing, but would it be able to compete with the global prices when there's a wobble? That is where we should actually look at and not just on the surface.
Well, this is a very valid question. Because globally, if we keep, you know, competing amongst ourselves, you know, we are not doing ourselves any good. Global competition that is healthy, that will drag in investors, will mean one thing. Our economy is taking a good turn for the good. But in an event where investors have to create a lot of, you know, barricade, a lot of hurdles for those who want to partner with them or who are depending on them to make business work locally. In an event where we keep seeing those gatekeepers, I assure you, at some point, those international investors who actually mean good, although not all of them, some of them hide under the guise of being international people, meanwhile they have bad intention for Nigeria. You know? The Nigerian government needs to fish them out, those ones. But the ones who really mean good,
the Nigerian government
needs to fish those ones out.
Okay. Are you sure?
Yeah, we need to. Nigeria is a great nation, and nobody look down on us. We will not go cap in hand to any nation to beg for money. Although our next story right now will have me talk about it.
Speaking about great nation, the third story today, Nigeria gets $876 million US aid support, third in Africa. This is good news. I don't know what aspect Valentine is trying to come in from, but this is absolute good news. I think the only but we're going to have with this is accountability. We know how monies are, when monies are actually disbursed to Nigeria for a certain purpose. We always know what happens. It's either one snake comes to swallow it, or there's a fire somewhere, or maybe the money just miraculously disappears.
On that note, first and foremost, no animals are coming to swallow the money now because our hunters have killed all the animals. That's first and foremost. Now, the truth of the matter is that, look, I keep saying it. If as a nation we cannot identify Trojan horse when it's in front of us, then there's a problem.
Well, this looks like a good one. How do you see virus in this?
I will tell you, this is a Trojan horse. And when I say Trojan horse, for those who are quite familiar with the
computer word, this virus.
Well, computer is different now. I come from the angle of the Greek era. Right? Those who understand when we say this is a Trojan gift, it means that, look, if you're conversant with the story of the Troy War, where the Spartans had issues and then they gave them Trojan horse, something like that. That's what I'm heading to. This is a gift that will come with a but. Look, it says US aid.
But US aid, they're actually doing great things.
Have you forgotten that there was a time? Yeah,
okay.
There was the time when Donald Trump stopped all that.
Yeah, he stopped because.
So my question now
is, why is it now? Nothing has changed.
That's my point. So if nothing has changed, we should be more wary. Because see, I tell you, no country or no one will go and invest in a place or put something where they don't look at.
No, it's health.
Major, they look for. So if they don't have motive or major interest, they will not go there. Do you know there's some countries right now that are going through a lot? I'm talking about countries that their currency has depleted so badly, worse than our naira. And they're not getting any US aid. Do you know why? Because they don't have oil and gas. They don't have natural resources. They don't have rare earth minerals. So the question is, what has changed? From when Donald Trump said that, look, you know what? That we're going to stop all aids moving to Africa. In fact, now he has come in.
Well, they didn't cut the development, partnership that we had with them. So I think that is why we still have this coming to us. I think you're just speaking like the Nigerian in you is actually the one speaking.
I'm a proud Nigerian.
I know. Well, everyone here is also a proud Nigerian, but I think we should not entirely see Donald Trump as the bad person.
So I don't see him as the bad guy. I'm only saying that Donald Trump has his ways, and as a Republican that he is, right? Don't forget, he's a businessman.
Of course.
His style of leadership is he muscles you to a corner and presents you an offer that you cannot refuse. It's called a mafia way. Give him an offer they cannot refuse. However, yes, we're getting US aid. Let's look on the bright side. It will solve some problems.
A lot of problems.
But this is a big question now. Will we see transparency? Or is this, like I said, is this a Trojan horse, a gift that comes with the bot? Because they now say, let's give it to them so that we can now actually tell their government that corruption is there.
The money is here already. This one that you are saying is already. The money is here already.
Trojan gift.
Whether it's a Trojan gift
we don't
or
need the money.
It's a
we're a rich nation.
No. Don't say that.
Rich nation.
We need the money in places like Oyo. That's why I said I know people who are actually involved directly with USAID. That's their health workers. There are people that actually really need this money and it's going to do a lot. At least I know of a program in Oshogbo where the USAID actually are in charge of HIV/AIDS patients and they're really like radical about it. I know in Oyo State also, in remote areas, they're really like doing so much about it. So this money is a lot of money and it's going to do a lot of good.
So
my issue is accountability.
Yes.
This money should not go into people's pockets because it is here already. Donald Trump or whether it's a Trojan gift, I wish sure that this money is going to get to the right place. I think that's the conversation we're supposed to be having.
Big question. That conversation, will not exhaust it now, but I will just drop one bombshell, which is this.
Of course.
Every time a gift is given to any nation, rest assured, that nation will pay dearly in the future. Whether it is consistent without, plan of ROI, return on investment. But that nation, at the end of the day, will follow through. Let me tell you, the United States has 700 and something military bases around the world. Look, the day Nigeria says you can bring, before we even say we can bring, the soldiers will land and not take a space and say they have a base. We don't want boots on ground, right? Our army chief has said it so many times, right? That's General Christopher. I said, look, General Musa. He has said so many times, we don't want boots on ground. We can deal with our issue. Boko Haram is just a small fly speck on Nigeria.
Okay.
And I believe the army is more than equipped and more than ready and more than trained to deal with it. So the question now is this, right? If the US aid package is coming, we will not, after all, it's a gift, we will not refuse it. But Nigerian government, please.
It is not a gift.
As it's coming our way, my only plea to our able father, the president of Nigeria, our CNC, is, sir, with due respect, sir, as they're giving us this aid, keep your eyes open. That's all I have to say.
You're still scared that nothing goes for nothing. And you're still also scared that the money would not be accounted for.
Well,
Anyways, let's keep our fingers crossed. If Lizzie was saying she's very positive when it comes to Nigeria, I will tell her not to say she's positive anymore, because I've met the real positive when it comes to Nigeria.
Right.
All right, we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we're going to check out what's happening in the dailies. That's the newspaper review. Just stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Viewers, and welcome to Today in History right here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, October 6th.
On this day in 1973, the Yom Kippur War broke out when Egypt and Syria launched a surprise attack on Israel during Yom Kippur and Ramadan. Backed by the US and Soviet resupplies, the fighting saw Egyptian forces cross the Suez Canal and Syrians advance into Golan Heights before Israel counterattacked, pushing deep into both fronts. A UN ceasefire on the 22nd of October collapsed, but a second on 25th October ended the war. The conflict restored Arab confidence and led to peace efforts, including the 1978 Camp David Accords and Israel's withdrawal from Sinai. The war also triggered an OPEC oil embargo, sending global prices soaring. Decades later, Israel's central bank estimated its 12-day war with Iran cost $6 billion as the shekel rose 7% and the stock market hit record highs.
And that is all we have for you in our package Today in History right here on BDTV. I am Norma Obodna. Keep watching BDTV.
Welcome back. You're still watching the breakfast show on the Business Day television. And this is the newspaper review segment of the BDTV breakfast show, where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I'm still your host, Deborah Eze. And joining me, of course, for more insights this morning is our in-house analyst,
Onyeka Valentine.
Yeah, with
I'm actually an analyst.
You are an analyst.
Okay.
With everything that you do, all the propaganda that you pack here, you are an analyst.
If you say so. What do we have?
It's good to always have you. All right, let's go straight to the Business Day newspaper. That's our sister newspaper. And then the first big story, because we have turns a big story on the Business Day newspaper this morning. It says Nigeria's reforms win coveted praise from BlackRock's Bayo Ogunlesi. I'll say that again. Nigeria reforms win coveted praise from BlackRock's Bayo Ogunlesi. And that story is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. Another story on the Business Day says Nigeria's boom years thrived on double-digit inflation. Its future growth won't. It says Nigeria boom years thrived on double-digit inflation. Its future growth won't. You can get that story on page 19 of the Business Day newspaper. Another story there says brewers to FG, tax stamps rollouts could worsen inflation. You get that story on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. Another story reads unlocking Nigeria's industrial base. Policy flip-flops keep factories idle. Unlocking Nigeria's industrial base, policy flip-flops keeps factory idle. And that story is also on page 31 of the Business Day. And finally on the Business Day, before we get into it, the top left, we have bank fraud epidemic leaves customers empty-handed. 5 banks raise IT spending in H1 2025. And that story is also on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. So Valentine, let's take a look at this story that reads Nigeria's boom years thrived on double-digit inflation. Its future growth won't. Do you agree with that?
So,
do you think the inflation is going to be better than what we have now? Because that's what that story is trying to say.
Well, first and foremost, I would say there's never a time when inflation is good for any country. Right? What this means is that cost of living would be affected, most definitely. And then we will see a situation where the Naira might actually, dip and become even more, might lose the fight to the dollar. These are the things that we will see moving forward. But more importantly, what we even need to look at the most is the fact that how will cost of living really be if we experience such inflation? However, I mean, these are issues that economists will say give and take. They have a way of throwing in one or two words that will give hope. But in an era of renewed hope that we are in, right, thanks to FG, are we now saying that with this, anyone who is out there can confidently say, okay, I want to come back to Nigeria, or I want to visit Nigeria for the first time, and come and invest? It is good that we mention these things so we know, our economic status at every point in time and how our GDP, right, will fare in the coming weeks or coming months. But however, as the year wraps up, the big question is, would this be the right time for us to feel things like this? We are already in the ember months, like they call it. October we are. November, December, very soon. And we always have this issue. Always have this dirty December thing. If our economy doesn't appreciate even better and the Naira rises up a little bit to beat the dollar, even if it's 15 Naira, what will happen is that you have less people coming to the country to come and spend, time.
Yeah.
Or better still, you have more people come in because they know that they'll be able to get what they want because they're bringing in the hard currency, which is the dollar. In any case, local content, will it be appreciated? In any case, would we have more people buying local things? The good thing is that during the festive period, you have a lot of our local, businesses, booming. So this is not the time for us to experience this. But will it be good for us? Like Abiola would say, Kashimawu.
Okay, to get a glimpse of that story, just grab the Business Day newspaper and just turn to page 19 to get the full picture of the story. Another story, big story that caught my attention on the Business Day newspaper is on the left top of the newspaper. It reads bank fraud epidemic leaves customers empty-handed. This is a really sad one, and this was written by Royal eBay. It's on page 31. We know that whenever somebody gets robbed and their phones get missing, and then the robbers or the fraudsters get a grab of their phones, the first thing is for them to wipe out their monies from their account. Don't you think at this time, because Nigeria actually has I was having a conversation with someone, Nigeria actually has a good banking system, than most Western clan. Like we have like our banking system on lock, but don't you still see this epidemic of fraud? Me losing my phone, and then I'm not only mourning the loss of my phone, I'm also mourning the loss of the monies that I have. That I have. Don't you think this is something that should have been left in the past? Don't you think a solution should have, be found for cases like this?
So, truth be told, they say when you make any decision, be prepared for the mitigation, as a case may be. Yes, the day we tied our bank account to our NIN, BVN, and all that stuff, right? Quite good. Create some great gates so that people can be able to identify who is who and who's doing money laundering and all that stuff. At the same time, you create room for easy preying when it comes to those cyber criminals.
Yeah.
Because truth be told, your NIN is tied to your BVN. Your BVN is tied to every other thing.
Everything, yeah.
Tied to your driver's license. So with one number alone, which is your phone number, because you have to put your phone number there. Even if you have other numbers, you're all tied to that, your NIN. So we are now at the mercy of, quote and unquote, our strong Nigerian, ICT platform.
It feels like they're not doing enough.
Well,
they're not doing anything about it.
The reason why I'm saying so is that every country has their own issue with fraud.
Yeah.
Their own internet, fraudsters, they're there. But the world has now become a global village where you don't even have to be in America to be able to, or the different country there to be able to
initiate transaction.
That kind of fraudulent activity. It can be anywhere around the world.
Yeah.
Right? You just have to know exactly how to defraud people, which is obviously a bad thing. What am I trying to say is that at the end of the day, you need a strong, system in your bank managers, bank operators, financial institutions. You need strong internet system that, look, the firewall is so hard and almost impossible to break. Let me tell you one funny thing. If a bank is penetrated they suffer cyber crime and they lose money, you think they'll come out and talk about it? A lot of banks are going through it on every now and then. But they know that if they come out and talk about it, they will lose the confidence.
But my money is not safe with you then.
So I think they should invest more time, more money in making sure that their firewall, making sure that that for what it's worth, it is shift after shift. Not just rely on the machine to run it automatically. Shift after shift to put their eyes there. But this is the bad thing now. Human beings have to be the one to touch some certain areas. I'm not an IT expert, but I know that wherever human beings are, there's bound to be some dynamic flaw. It's the same people who will go there and trickle something, and then they know all those loopholes, and then before you know what's happening, people are losing their money. So that particular headline really that talks about bank fraud and epidemic and all that issue going on.
Yeah.
It will not stop today, just the way they start today. The more advanced, right, this so-called internet firewall or financial, call it what you may, are becoming, the more advanced these criminals are, because most of them come out from those systems. You see, you cannot break through something that you have no idea in. And like the saying that goes this way, that is a rat that's in the house that tells the one outside that is fish.
I was wondering when you were going to say that. But one of the headlines here also, which was actually a big one for Lagos, the E1 Lagos GP championship.
Yes.
I think this is like the first of its kind, and it was hosted in Lagos. It was really like the talk of the weekend, and we have a picture of the governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, presenting the trophy to the winner of the E1 Lagos GD championship, Team Brazil, during the grand finale in Victoria Island, Lagos on Sunday. It's a big one for Lagos, and I must say Lagos is actually they are very what's the word, intentional when it comes to bringing things into the states that would actually increase popularity and also increase tourism. So it's a big one. I was really shocked. I really wish that I was there to actually witness this first of its kind. But unfortunately, like Valentine would say, we have to rest well so we can come.
But again, just to pour more light on this.
Yeah.
I for once, I will not pull anything on the negative on this. It's all positive.
There is nothing negative about this.
No, there's a flip side, but I don't want to.
Okay, what's the flip side?
Should I go
to the flip side.
The amount of money that was spent on organizing
this is good. Everyone talked about it. It was put on CNN, BBC, everyone, because this was the first of its kind.
Exactly.
Do you know what it means for you to be the first to start something? A race on water. Come on, that's mind blowing.
So every time there's a great thing, let's look at the the repercussion.
What's the repercussion?
Monies were put into this thing.
Of course.
Great, I agree. It's good for tourism. It's great for some form of revenue. My question now is that with the amount of money put into this event, how have we made money from it? Is a big question. Hold on. You see, this is hard taxpayers' money that was used for this event, right? Mind you, there are some areas in Lagos that construction is going on, and it is slowing. It's so slow that it causes traffic every now and then, reducing the time of work hours, slowing down people from getting to their offices, and that affects the free flow of goods and services. My question is that if you put that money into those projects, don't you think that traffic will move very quickly?
I think this E1 was actually a collaboration event. Well, it wasn't entirely the government.
If you say so, then I agree. But however, the fact that it came to our country, my question now is that it took place in the heart of Lagos,
Victoria Island.
Please, did we generate money from it? That's what I want to hear. We're business television, and I want to know.
Of course, when it comes to things like this, there will be biddings. There will be come on now.
Did we make money out of it?
Of course, money will be made. That is why you put together events like this. That's why you have people come together and you can bid on the tools that were used, bid on the equipment that was used. That's how you make money from events like this. Since this was a success, having to do the second one, you can then sit down and think about how it can then impute the GDP. That's how it works.
Okay, so
for the first time, I think we should give it up to them.
Okay, so I'm waiting to hear that this amount of money, was realized from it.
Of course, a lot of money was realized.
My question is still there. Did we make money?
All right, let's move on. Let's now turn our focus to the Punch newspaper. And the big story on the Punch newspaper reads, retired general. We have terrorism as the tracker there, and we have retired generals back calls for state of emergency. Retired generals back calls for state of emergency. And the writers to that story reads, ex-military chiefs, state of emergency will speed up anti-insurgency effort. Another writer there says, only large-scale troop deployments can defeat Boko Haram, northern elders. And the final writer to that big story reads, Borno dismiss call, says Irabo entitled to opinion. Let's also take all the stories on the Punch newspaper. And we have petrol remains 865 naira to a litre amid Dangote's free delivery. And that story is on page 9. And that story reads, FX inflows push naira to 1,465 naira per dollar, which is on page 23. Another story there reads, Nigeria's trade with African countries surges by 610 billion naira. And that story is on page 9. And we also have on the right, we have Fubara's men absent at governor's reunion with Wike. That story is on page 8. And towards the down part of the Punch newspaper, we have E1 Lagos, just what we spoke about. Brazilian team win Lagos electric boat race. And that story is on page 30. And we also have how Oshun Amotekun shot 2 siblings dead, stepmother, which is very sad. It's on page 3 of the Punch newspaper. And also gunmen kill 4. Shoot teenager near Lagos barracks. And that story is on page 4 and 5 of the Punch newspaper. And finally, NMA conducts court order checks on Kanu submit reports, and that story is on page 7. Now, judging your background, this on terrorism, retired generals back calls for state of emergency. What is your take on this?
So again, first and foremost, it's a sad thing that in this age and time, we are still experiencing this level of insurgency and this level of banditry around the northern area. Now, it's not that most countries don't have their issues, but see, when something becomes consistent for a long time, at some point, stakeholders will ask questions, and questions that they will ask will involve those who have been there before. And like I'll show you, someone who is an ex-general understands the in and out of how the military runs. And truth be told, look, I grew up in the family where my dad was a military man. And if there's anything at all that was order of the day, was discipline. And so the question is, in the army, they have this thing, they say, look, loyalty and service, right? All lives are precious. But the way and manner we see our young boys being brought home in caskets is enough to ask big question. What is going on? Right? We have a strong military, right? The Air Force, strong Navy. They're doing a fantastic job. But the question now is, why are our young boys, and girls coming back in boxes? And so which begs the question, there must be someone somewhere who is looking at this information. So when you see ex-generals saying, look, this is a time for they come with exactly. When they come and say, look, this is the time let's talk about this and let them revisit this issue and begin to say, how can we make this thing stop? Because truth be told, even a police officer that is equipped to deal with crime, he or she is not a wizard that knows where the crime is taking place, right? So you need the help of the locals. So it's no longer saying we're leaving this fight for the police alone, the army alone, the Navy or the Air Force. It is a collective effort. And this is why I believe the ex-generals are saying, look, this is getting out of hand. Right? Everyone is feeling the brunt now. When you leave service, you now realize that, wait a minute, you don't have all those your aides with you every now and then. You can't just move around with sirens any longer because you're no longer in service. You must voice out to say, look, can the service be better? Can those who are now serving generals, who are running the affairs of the military, can they begin to make the right decisions, or rather, not just right, better decisions, move away from just making the right one to better ones, right? Can we begin to see that the politicians remove their hand and allow the military people to do their job and do it very well? Because they are well equipped, they are well trained, right? And intelligent. I tell you, one of the most intelligent people you can ever find are the ones in the forces. It's not easy. Every now and then, every day, dealing with security challenges and knowing how to navigate your way, at the same time, not have innocent people caught up in crossfire. These are the breakdowns of what it's like to be a security personnel. You must be ready to fight, at the same time be a perfect gentle man. It comes with a lot of training. So when you see a lieutenant colonel well dressed, give him his accolades and give him his respect. It's not easy to have gone through NDA and go through military school. First of all, go through NMS, then NDA, then come out as a commissioned officer. It's not easy, right? And loyalty is the way to go. Discipline, the order of the day.
So do you agree with this writer that says only large-scale troops deployments can defeat Boko Haram? Well,
again, we are not in the security outfit, right? We're broadcasters. But because we have general knowledge, right, we will say yes. Again, we also say no. Why would we say yes? Is that we are in a diplomatic, democratic dispensation, right? Okay, fine. So we're not a military dispensation or military rule. However, give and take, when things get out of hand, everybody has to come to the table and talk about it and say, look, enough is enough. Can we now address the elephant in the room?
Okay. Petrol remains 865 naira to a liter amid Dangote's free delivery. Why is this so? Because yes, 865 naira to a liter amid Dangote's free delivery. Now that simply means the cost of logistics has been cut. So why has the price not been slashed?
Again, you know that they say, he who is in the midst of an anthill, right, does not dance Makosa.
Okay, he who is in the middle of an ant hill does not dance Makosa.
Do you know what that means?
It
means that, look, already when you're in the midst of chaos, right, you have to tread carefully. Dangote has been in the news back to back, loggerheads with Pengassi.
Yeah.
So do you think this is the time for him to now be answering questions? Now say he'll just maintain and say, let's just leave it at that. Whatever it is, since we say we're cutting off transportation, even if not just I'm saying, you should be lesser than this, he will tell you, look,
but it should be lesser. 865 naira.
But the man is dealing with a lot. One, his truck drivers are misbehaving. He just came out of a major story because of the young lady that died. Secondly, he jumped into Pengassi. He's getting talented.
But that is what happens. That is what happens. Anyways, let's hope and keep our fingers crossed that the price of petrol would actually drop.
I will counter that. Do you know why?
Why?
Price of fuel drop. It will only begin to drop when they're losing the grip on Dangote.
Let's just take one story from the Vanguard newspaper so we can wrap things up.
All right. So here, you said one story. So let's take the bigger one.
The major story.
$92 billion lithium rush leaves Nigerian investors behind. $92 billion lithium rush leaves Nigerian investors behind. It says, why domestic investors are not yet there, by Muda Yusuf. It says, foreign investors should not, in quotes, should not own mines 100%, says miners. The national leading in lithium mining friendly policies, governor's essay, no special policy on lithium, says FG.
But why?
So first and foremost, we know lithium is a gold mine. Why is that so? Your phones that you have, the computers that we have, right? They all are powered by batteries and UPS, and case may be, even for those electric vehicles that have been imported. So the question now is that, are we now sitting on a major gold mine? I haven't even seen this morning. I haven't believed that this quote self is being underplayed.
Yeah.
Because lithium now is highly sought out for around the world. And we have it in this country.
Yeah.
Now, hearing that some other private investors, as the case may be, says here, leaves Nigerian investors behind. Are we now saying that those international investors are not the ones keeping our locals behind? If that be the case, that would be disastrous.
Anyways, to get a glimpse of that story, it's on page
23
of the Vanguard newspaper. Before we wrap things up with the newspaper review, let's take a look at what the cartoon of the day is saying. Today's cartoon is actually very interesting. It's always interesting, anyways, with the cartoon. And we have an individual wearing a shirt that has the flag of Nigeria, and somebody from something that looks like a television, someone that we know, is spoon feeding the other person on the Nigerian flag with numbers, and it's like statistics again. And on the screen we have Nigeria 65, Independence Day broadcast, and statistics. I was seeing this the other day.
Right.
You people are just saying statistics. You on the, I don't know which of the dailies actually had like the breakdown of all the numbers. They broke it down well. It took the whole page, and I was saying that this thing is just numbers. It's not reflecting. I'm even a victim of these numbers. And Valentine said, "Debbie, I'm going to eat you raw," and you ate me raw, because it's just statistics. If we can be really true to ourselves. I was telling someone this morning, I'm like, normally if I want to use an Uber to come to work, I'm using 9,000 something. Now it's double. You say it's a lot. Now it's 18,000, 19,000 for the same distance. Mind you, there is no traffic. And then everything is okay. You tell me the prices of food have come down, and people don't have money to buy this food. So where is this statistics coming from? So I agree with this cartoon. Statistics again. It's just statistics.
Well,
anyway, they say it's a $1 trillion economy. So let's keep our fingers crossed and see how it's going to be. We have to wrap up now because we're pressed with time.
Let's wrap up.
Okay, I think I really struck you with this one.
So
that's good.
Very quickly, I will tell you, if statistics were nutrition, the average Nigerian will be living very fast.
And that's on period. That's on period. And another quote for you to take: if you're in the ant hill, you can't afford to dance Makosa.
At all.
Anyways, thank you for joining us in the studio this morning. This is all we can take on the newspaper review. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and coming up next is the Business Week, with which will be anchored by the Business Day publisher Frank Aibogun. Just stay with us.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Viewers, and welcome to Today in History right here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, October 6th.
On this day in 1973, the Yom Kippur War broke out when Egypt and Syria launched a surprise attack on Israel during Yom Kippur and Ramadan. Backed by the US and Soviet resupplies, the fighting saw Egyptian forces cross the Suez Canal and Syrians advance into Golan Heights before Israel counterattacked, pushing deep into both fronts. A UN ceasefire on the 22nd of October collapsed, but a second on 25th October ended the war. The conflict restored Arab confidence and led to peace efforts, including the 1978 Camp David Accords and Israel's withdrawal from Sinai. The war also triggered an OPEC oil embargo, sending global prices soaring. Decades later, Israel's central bank estimated its 12-day war with Iran cost $6 billion as the shekel rose 7% and the stock market hit record highs.
And that is all we have for you in our package Today in History right here on BDTV. I am Norma Obodna. Keep watching BDTV.
They say money never sleeps, Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Good morning, viewers. You're welcome to this week's edition of Business Week. My name is Lolade Akinrele, Deputy Editor at BusinessDay, and I am joined by Dr. Oluyemi Adeosun, who's the Chief Economist at BusinessDay as well.
Good morning,
Doc.
Thank you for having me.
Great. This morning, we're not the host, Mr. Frank Aigbogo, isn't available because he's attending the Nigerian Economic Summit Group event in Abuja. It's a 3-day conference which started today. Doc, I think that should be a great place to start for this week's edition. What are you most looking forward to, as the NESG Summit officially kicks off this morning?
Thank you so much. I think it's important we keep the conversation going. I'm particularly delighted with the lineup of speakers, panelists, and so on and so forth. It's almost like a convergence of who is who, both from a policy perspective, technical perspective, and also economists, and is a well-rounded team. So I look forward to healthy deliberations, exchange of ideas and insights for all the stakeholders, government, private sector, and hopefully the citizens.
Good. So let's talk a little bit about the theme, the reforms imperative, building a prosperous and inclusive Nigeria by 2030. I think that theme is pretty apt. We've seen a raft of reforms in the last 2 years that has been quite unsettling for many segments of the economy in terms of the cost of living crisis that it has triggered, even though we continue to win a lot of applause from international development institutions and top economists and investors. But the problem still remains that how do you ensure that these reforms start to trickle down such that it positively impacts the average Nigerian? What do you think about that theme, and what do you think the conversation should be about, really, in terms of how to get the reforms to transit from the macro gains to trickling down to micro benefits for the everyday Nigerian?
First and foremost, permit me to say that I think the choice of topic is very apt and spot on. I commend the organizers for that. And I like the word imperative, reforms. You recall that prior to this administration, all the key political gladiators, for example, have hinted at some form of reforms or the other, especially around the
Hello viewers, you're still watching Business Week. Before we took that short break, Dr. Adeosun was talking to us about the theme at the NESG Summit that started in Abuja today. The reforms imperative, building a prosperous and inclusive Nigeria by 2030. And we're talking about the need to ensure that the reforms which have delivered some macroeconomic gains start to trickle down to the average or everyday Nigerian. So you were talking about the theme.
Yes, thank you so much. I was saying that one, it is spot on.
Yeah.
That the reforms are actually literally imperative. We don't have a choice. And I also like the fact that from the topic, we are looking at prosperity for Nigeria, and by Nigeria we mean the citizens, of course, and the other stakeholders. And we are also looking at inclusivity. That's a very critical, you can have growth that is unequal. A few people getting richer, the middle class wiped out, and poverty worsening. So the focus now shows that how do we ensure that the reforms, the macroeconomic reforms, translate to the typical everyday Nigeria. So I think that is very important, because some of the focus areas that will be looked at will include driving industrialization that will hopefully lead to growth, unlocking investment amongst global trade shifts, also building infrastructure for competitiveness, then advancing inclusion for shared growth. And this is more or less like a private-public policy dialogue, which means all the people have the capacity to bring change to bear for the benefit of the citizens who will be touched. I'm sure there'll be insights for federal government, there'll be insights for state government, and even local government. And then there'll be insight for firms, be it in big corporations, multinationals, SMEs, and so on and so forth. It's very important we find a way to fast track, how we can cascade the dividends of the reforms to the everyday Nigerians, because honestly, sir, people are becoming slightly impatient.
You're right. They are becoming impatient because people hear all the time about how the reforms are positive, but they can't really feel the impact in their pocket or in their wallet. So yes, you're right. The point you have made, well taken. So this leads us nicely to the next topic, which is we got a very glowing recommendation last week from Adebayo Ogunlesi, who's now former founder of GIP and now working with BlackRock, which is the world's largest asset management company. And he said that the reforms are really good, and that they've opened up the economy to investment again. It means that Nigeria is now investment ready. And the last time I heard that was perhaps 2015, so it's good to hear that. But beyond all of that, how much of an impact would it have on Nigeria, if someone the stature of Bayo Ogunlesi is saying something like that about our reforms?
Thank you so much. To be honest, we are in dire need of this kind of endorsement. And this endorsement is not just symbolic, it is actually strategic capital. There are some key players, when they put their money, their investment somewhere, people don't ask questions, because they will say for someone of this caliber to have the confidence and impetus to mobilize their resources and that of other investors to a place, people can think, oh, Bayo is a Nigerian, and that's why. No, he has always been a Nigerian. I can't remember when last he came here, in quotes, in this kind of business and offshore capacity, and the last time he gave any glowing recommendations about Nigeria. So as a businessman, as a typical capitalist, this is not sentiment. And it's good news, because we need global validation. We need more businesses, more foreign direct investments into the country. And of course, if it is eroded by our own, what other indicator or signal do you need that more investors are welcome? And to be candid, Bayo is a global dinosaur in the business community. See what he has done in the UK. And I like how he gave us some subtle jabs. For example, he mentioned how he had ports in Benin, in Togo,
in other African countries, but not in Nigeria.
These are smaller economies, both by GDP, by population. And that tells you something. I hope we never regress to that point where Togo and Benin will be attracting investors and investment ahead of us. I love them. They are African brothers, but it's just, we have the largest market in Africa. But I think it's a right step in the right direction.
Yeah. Mr. Ogunlesi is also renowned, for being an infrastructure titan, if you like. He's overseen the acquisition and management of the Gatwick Airport in London, for instance. Many people are beginning to think that part of his focus areas in Nigeria would be airports as well. What do you have to say about that?
Well, he decided to let the cat out of the bag, because I listened to that interview session and he was quite careful, but I saw that one, he wanted to keep it open. So what I suspect is that it's going to have multiple investments, because sometimes as part of your risk management, you don't want to stay. But I've had unconfirmed information that, for example, refinery may be on the cards. I've also had that ports management may be on the
infrastructure,
cards. And like you alluded,
ports, airports, yeah.
Yes, the airport. But what I'm a little skeptical about airport is, don't forget that the population at Heathrow, you can still compare with that of Nigeria. But it won't be a bad idea. But you know, sometimes we have too many airports, many are really not functional. But if you look at Lagos, Abuja, maybe Port Harcourt, maybe there can be some consideration. But we also need to look at what are the existing arrangements and when will those arrangements lapse. But we are happy. It should come in and play anywhere and everywhere.
Yes. I had the privilege of attending the inaugural CBN annual lecture series at the Lagos Business School on Friday, where Governor Olayemi Cardoso was there physically, you know, and he spoke about that as well, about Ogulesi's glowing praise, you know, for our reforms. And then he made mention of the fact that, look, he's not the only one who's taking note of the good reforms that we've been implementing, that they've been having some closed-door sessions as well. You know, senior government officials, they've been having closed-door sessions with some other large asset management firms and global investment banks, all of them all looking towards trying to invest in Nigeria on the back of the reforms that we have seen, which they largely believe that is quite positive. So, I mean, if we have this flurry of good news around, you know, coming, and then Cardoso is also the governor of the CBN, Olayemi Cardoso is also saying that there are even more people waiting on the sidelines. How much of a transformation could this bring for Nigeria, especially given that, you know, we're still struggling with very high unemployment rates?
Thank you so much. First and foremost, hopefully, I think we can, the reasons why this renewed interest, you know, from infrastructure, from investment is coming in, first and foremost, we need to sustain it. We cannot afford a policy somersault, because the same speed with which they are coming, they can divest almost even faster, as the case may be. So we need continuity, even from the central bank and all the other players that impact on our fiscal and monetary policy. Now, we need employment more than anything. We have youths that are capable to a large extent, and we also have youths that need development. You see, look at what Dangote Refinery has done for us. Ignore the layoff of 800 people and their reinstatements. We need the real industrial complex. Look, I love SMEs, but look at it. One SME, 10 people, 15 people. A huge complex can have 5,000 direct employees. And then a lot of SMEs will now also plug in. You have vendors, service providers, you know, even real estate, rent, transportation. So the multiplier effect. And that's why sometimes when it looks like we are rooting for this kind of big investments, it's strategic. A new city can be developed, or multiple new cities can be developed. There will be new skill sets that will be hired. There will be transfer of technology, transfer of knowledge, and so on and so forth. So the list is endless. So I think this is a welcome development, and we hope that the promises translate, because if these investments kick off quickly and services commence, that thing we are talking about with respect to the reforms cascading to benefit and welfare for the citizens will become manifest even more speedily.
Yes, I agree with you. I'm sure Nigerians can't wait really for these investments to start to happen. One example that comes to my mind, you know, relating to what you were saying about how smaller African countries, the little jab that Ogulesi threw, you know, to say that smaller African countries might be even taking our lunch in terms of how his company has been investing in those countries. You know, Toyota has a plant in Ghana, but not in Nigeria. You know, and so if this really catches on, then you would see more foreign investments in Nigeria, foreign direct investments in Nigeria, which is very important for a developing economy like ours, and that would just create jobs, and then that way more people would start to see the real gains of the economic reforms. But we must take a break now, and when we return, we'll be talking about the recapitalization of the pension fund administrators, as well as other topical news. Please stay tuned. Thank you, and see you soon.
After God, we are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You are welcome back. You're still watching Business Week, and I have here with me Dr. Adeosun, who's been looking at topical business news with me. Dr. Adeosun, before we talk about the recapitalization with the PFAs, I think perhaps it might be important to just talk about maybe some insights that you gleaned from the CBN's annual lecture series that held on Friday at the Lagos Business School, where the Central Bank Governor, Dr. Olayemi Kadusu was there. The topic was next generation leadership in monetary policy and nation building. I mean, monetary policy is a topical issue in Nigeria today. Even though the central bank just recently cut rates by 50 basis points, I'm sure there's still a lot of people hoping that would, even there'll be more cuts, in the nearest future. But any insight you would like to talk about?
So
from that
first and
series?
foremost, let me commend the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Central Bank Governor. If you notice, this is like the first edition and the first time.
One. Yeah.
And I like the fact that the Central Bank Governor came to Lagos because it could have happened in Abuja. Lagos because of the population. Lagos because we have, the economic giants. We say this is the commercial capital of the city. And he chose a university. It's instructive because a university is a knowledge center. And in that particular session, I observed we had people from Lagos State University, for example. We had people from University of Lagos, Pan-Atlantic University, LASU, and other private universities in Lagos. So it was a melting point. And of course, we had a lot of private sector. And it was an in-person event. Some people may not appreciate this, but when our leaders, so to speak, both appointed or elected, when they begin to face the community, and one, they speak to us directly, two, we have the opportunity to ask questions and get feedback, it's a new dawn of accountability. I need to say this, when they do things that we don't like,
we are first to say it as well.
So somebody may say that should be normal, but this is the first. So this is special. Of course, subsequently, it can be normal. Now, some of the clear themes I picked listening to him. First and foremost, it was clear that they are trying to restore price stability. That was crystal clear. Also, that I see emphasis on the foreign exchange market transparency, largely trying to allow market forces to determine the rate, which is also good for investors and investments, because you want to have a fair opportunity to bring in your money and get value and returns for your money. And I saw a call, for fiscal monetary coordination. These were some of the three things that he highlighted. But also very importantly, from his conversation with us on Thursday, it was also clear that the CBN governor is trying to re-establish credibility.
Precisely.
So that the central bank has trust of the banks, trust of the people, trust of the global community. So these are some of the things. And I like it when the central bank is saying we are professionals. We are trying to do the right thing in the interest of all stakeholders. And this was clear. Message well delivered.
Yeah. Like you rightly said, the final point about credibility, he tried his best to really drive that home. And I think it's important because for a central bank, it's important that you have the credibility, because that would is the only difference. That's what ensures that all of the reforms that they have been undertaking really materializes and then yields positive gains. They have to stay the course as well, and they have to be credible, and they have to be predictable. We're coming from a point where we had unorthodox. Yes, and he took the opportunity to also just hit home that point that the Central Bank of Nigeria today is one that is focused on orthodox monetary policy, and the days of unorthodox policies are gone forever. So I think that would be very useful and would have allayed the fears of whatever fears that any global investor might have had, coming into the week. So let's talk about the recapitalization now for the pension fund administrators. Recapitalization is in the air. First it was the banks, then the insurance companies, and now the pension funds. But I'd like to ask you, Doc, what does this mean for the average Nigerian worker?
Okay, I like how you came from the perspective of the worker.
Yeah.
So let's go down memory lane. Way back when, and let's go back to the banking sector, back in the days when Governor Soludo was the governor of Central Bank. Imagine governor to governor. Now, one thing that sometimes emerges from consolidation, 2 or 3 things. One, because you are merging multiple entities, all right, it means there will be overlap of roles. Let me take an example, maybe head of HR. If you have 3 PFAs, you can't have 3 head of HR when they consolidate. So that means there may be in the immediate some redundancy. Some people may step down and so on and so forth. But that's on one side. What now happens subsequently after the immediate slight shrinking is you may have rapid expansion. So I need to put this in perspective. So there is the likelihood that in the short run, there may be a few job losses. Let me say this, all things being equal, the better people get the best jobs. So which means it drives efficiency. But then growth is now created. And why did I decide to take us back to Charles Soludo's era? It was after that consolidation that Nigerian banks entered Africa. Because of the consolidation, we became bigger. We were more resilient. We had the muscle. So of course, there's just like the reforms, there will be some in the short run, a few losers or people who will receive the short end of the stick. But that will not be much. Of course. Then too, don't also forget that even those people who lose their jobs, they will be paid off. So they will also have some grant and succor to old body, permit my...
But even beyond this, I'm saying that what does this mean for the average Nigerian worker who's got pensions with a PFA?
Good.
So what does that mean? If there's going to be consolidation in the pension industry, then what does it mean for the average Nigerian worker with pension?
I was coming there. I don't want to speak to all the stakeholders. Here we look at all the perspectives, which is very valid. So what happens in consolidation? I like that word, consolidate. So it means if your fund was secure before, it's now more secure because, we say too big to fail. Now, let me explain why the too big to fail concept comes in here. So if you had 3 PFAs before, that's 3 board of directors, then you become 1. That is a stronger board of directors. Of course, some people will drop of the way because the corporate governance requirements in a bigger, more endowed fund is stricter. And then, you see, one of the things consolidation does is also diversity and inclusiveness. So if you had a situation where, just hypothetical, before the merger, maybe you are all from one region of the country, chances are higher that by the time 2, 3, 4 banks, you will now have a better representation from geography, tribe, technicality, expertise, and so on and so forth. And then when we also have, so to speak, as a result of the consolidation, you now have slightly fewer players. It means the supervisory capacity of the regulator is strengthened. So it's going to increase the safety and security. Then when you are also bigger, it means you can take on bigger projects.
More risks, yeah.
So your risk appetite and your risk governance is strengthened, and then you can most likely get more returns. So
precisely.
Bottom line, security of funds for the Nigerian worker whose money is being saved month in, religiously. 2, higher returns, appreciation, capital appreciations and gains for the employer. So I think it's a right step in the right direction.
Good. So as it stands, the totality of the PFAs that we have got in Nigeria would require about 273 billion naira, to meet the new capital rules. What do you see as the opportunities for them to raise this money? Is the money really available? I mean, I know we had similar doubts for the banks in the very early days. We thought that the timing of this, the stock market was depressed and all of that, and we thought that the banks might struggle here to raise. But look at it, fast forward a year, 18 months, and most of them have already scaled through that. So, but for the PFAs, do you think the capital is available, and what options do you think are open to them in terms of trying to meet trying to level up with the new capital requirements?
Thank you so much. One thing I realize from experience is that there's money in this country.
Yes.
However, look at it.
Say that again.
And then people have money and are looking for viable investment vehicles to put it. So I am not in doubt that the funds will be realized and multiple sources of funding. 1, the mergers.
Yeah.
2, acquisition.
Yeah.
Because when we say consolidation, 2, 3, you can just pull
M&As.
funds together. Again, people are free to go to the stock market. People are free to raise, organizations are free to raise private placement. Organizations are also free to react or to relate with foreign investment firms.
Yeah.
And then you can also, this is an opportunity for other financial institutions. So, for example, a bank can decide to invest in a PFA. So I think it's good news generally in the investment space. All right. So funds can be mopped up left, right, and center. And
Great.
I think these funds will be productive funds.
Great. Now, one concern that some people might have at this point is that, as it stands, if you look at the current asset allocation of the PFAs, you find that over 60% of their funds, just essentially goes to government lending. They pack most of this cash in treasury bills, government bonds. We get it for the, they have to secure,
Security.
they have to secure the funds. But what would you like to see in terms of asset allocation once these pension funds are, bigger, they come out from the recapitalization exercise and they come out bigger, right? What would you expect in terms of asset allocation? Would there be perhaps need for more creativity in terms of how they deploy their assets, and especially given that we've had difficulty with inflation, even though it's been coming down recently, it's about 20.18% now, but there's pressure on the PFAs as well to ensure that they deliver returns that is above inflation rate. So what opportunities are there for them in terms of where they can allocate
I like that question.
assets?
And my opening remark to this question will be, we must carry the Nigerian workers or representative of Nigerian workers with respect to any creativity we want to do when it comes to changing the allocation, no matter how marginal. The reason is we can be creative, but we cannot afford to be reckless. And, one of the things with the pension fund is that level of trust. You don't want to eat up the policy and create uncertainty. However, I agree that beyond just playing safe and doing just treasury bills, bonds, and so on and so forth, we may want to explore. And when I say explore, maybe we want to take infrastructural projects. For example, railways, for example, new roads. Not so if you are going to use the money, borrow it, don't borrow it for repair. Borrow it for something that we can say there was no real here before, and then you tie the repayment direct to the users of the services. So I think that is something we can explore and we should explore, but the representative of the workers must be clear, and then the percentage change should not be too drastic. So let's take it marginal increment, see how well we utilize any new or alternative disbursement sources, so that we win the trust and confidence of the workers, who are the people whose money we are using, and so on and so forth. But definitely we can do more, because when you say you are just doing treasury bills, it's almost like you're just giving government the money. You know, so we want to see the money to support the real sector.
Precisely.
We want to see the money support infrastructure, education, hospitality or hospital, and so on and so forth. But it must be very productive. So we must have a very disciplined investment advisory board, not people with vested interest, both in the short term, medium term, and long term, because people's pension is important to them.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Adeosun, for that. We'll take another break now. When we come back, we'll be exploring the post-FG's intervention in the Dangote-Pengesan rift and some other very topical news. Stay tuned.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice? Or the beauty of the symphony? At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking. And I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Viewers, and welcome to Today in History right here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, October 6th.
On this day in 1973, the Yom Kippur War broke out when Egypt and Syria launched a surprise attack on Israel during Yom Kippur and Ramadan. Backed by the US and Soviet resupplies, the fighting saw Egyptian forces cross the Suez Canal and Syrians advance into Golan Heights before Israel counterattacked, pushing deep into both fronts. A UN ceasefire on the 22nd of October collapsed, but a second on 25th October ended the war. The conflict restored Arab confidence and led to peace efforts, including the 1978 Camp David Accords and Israel's withdrawal from Sinai. The war also triggered an OPEC oil embargo, sending global prices soaring. Decades later, Israel's central bank estimated its 12-day war with Iran cost $6 billion as the shekel rose 7% and the stock market hit record highs.
And that is all we have for you in our package Today in History right here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're welcome back, and you're still watching Business Week. Now, before we go to our last news item, which is just looking at the implication of the settlement between Dangote and Pengassan, I would like to read a few business headlines this morning. First here is investor confidence rises as rig count hits 69. There's renewed energy in Nigeria's oil and gas industry as the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission reports that rig count has risen to 69 from 8. That's one of the highest levels in 4 years, signaling a rebound in investor confidence and stronger exploration activity. The Commission attributes the increase to policy stability and reforms under the Petroleum Industry Act. Experts say the trend could boost production and government revenue if sustained. Next is Nigeria gets $876 million USAID support. Nigeria secured $876 million in development support from the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, the third largest allocation in Africa. The funding will go toward programs in healthcare, education, and governance over the next 5 years. U.S. officials say the partnership reflects Nigeria's strategic importance in Africa's development goals. Analysts, however, stress the need for transparency to ensure the funds deliver real impact on the ground. Then we have OPEC Plus to boost oil output in November. OPEC Plus has announced it will raise oil production by 137,000 barrels per day starting in November. The decision reflects confidence in global oil demand and aims to stabilize prices to shifting energy needs. For Nigeria, the quota increase offers a chance to boost exports, but only if local production challenges like pipeline vandalism and oil theft are tackled. Energy watchers say the move could influence both global prices and local revenue projections in the months ahead. Back to you, Dr. Adeosun. So let's talk a little bit about the progress that's been made in terms of settling the rift between the Dangote refinery and Pengassan. We know that created some setbacks last week. Oil production was down. We saw some petrol scarcity, even though it was short-lived. But Dangote has come to hail the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for intervening in that rift. But how big is this intervention in your view?
Thank you so much. Before I talk about the size of the intervention, I think industrialists, business owners should take a cue from this. And when I say take a cue, we should avoid this kind of situation because it's a loss to all the stakeholders, loss to Dangote, caused a lot of pain, discomfort to Nigerians, fuel scarcity, increments in the prices of the stock, in certain locations, which is not fair. So which calls for proactive people and issue management. I say people and issue. If you want to lay people off, for example, you need to talk with the unions and say, we are not saying you can't do that. We are laying people off. These are the situations. These are you are handling the savings, and you have conversations around it. That's on one hand from Pengassan, from Dangote. And then with respect to the union too, can we please follow the laid down processes for industrial disputes? Two wrongs don't make a right, because in quotes, Dangote, so to speak, unilaterally decided to lay off 800 plus workers. Doesn't mean you two should unilaterally. They say when two elephants are fighting, is the grass. We should not inflict more pain on the citizens. And the thing is, one action can have when it comes to benefits, there's a lag. When it comes to pay, it's instantaneous. So the people who are in charge of civil society, unions, should please not just think about their own personal immediate interest. They should look at 220 million Nigerians. Again, I want to also appreciate the presidency and the Ministry of Labor and other stakeholders on behalf of the federal government who quickly wade into this situation. But sometimes I wish they could have done something slightly earlier. maybe a day before, and say, hey, guys, can we call a truce, ceasefire, let's quickly converge, let's have this conversation, because 1 or 2 days is too much of a pain and a bother, but we must appreciate them. But the tone of Dangote appreciating the federal government is almost looking like he won in this particular battle or war, if you want to look at it. Because let's look at it. 800 engineers in the refinery. They've been recalled, but not recalled to the refinery. Look at it from the professional perspective. If you did petroleum engineering, and then they take you to any other sector, what will happen to your sense of, yes, from a financial perspective, you are okay, your salary is still the same. But what happens to your professional fulfillment?
Exactly.
You probably saw those other subsidiaries. You did not apply. You read petrochemical or had interest in this kind of business. So that's why, are you sure this is a win-win? Maybe a win. Is it a win-win? Why do I say so? If you are not in petroleum, will you still be a Pengasi member? Yes, you can still be a union member. But because Dangote operates in multiple industries, so
he can redeploy you across.
Yeah. Meanwhile, your union affiliation changes. So that's why I'm asking myself: did Pengasin really secure a good deal? Yes, from securing livelihood for 800 plus people, that's a win. But you got them their livelihood, then you lost their membership. I don't get that. I think we should look a little deeper at that.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think I would like to focus more on the fact that what this rift has shown us is that whatever happens to, if Dangote refinery catches a cold, we all sneeze as Nigerians.
We sneeze.
Because this rift, I mean, it was short-lived, but you see the implications it had in terms of oil production and then just petrol supply as well.
Availability.
You know, I think that's what it may just been laid bare before our eyes that we need to. And if you ask me, I think for a project that large, the size of a Dangote refinery, and for the transformational impact that it has had on the economy, then of course we need to really ensure that it never catches a cold. Really.
We must do our best.
Yeah.
And it calls for proactive measures.
Yeah. I think we can end on a note of recent forecasts saying that the naira is headed towards 1,300 naira. Bloomberg, the American business publication, did a forecast, of some of their economists, and they all said that the naira is looking like it's going to close the year stronger at 1,300 naira per dollar. Well, what do you have to say about that?
We also share similar sentiments here. Even though maybe not 1-3, we are not sure, because as something is looking up, some other things are happening in quick succession. But I think because the general sentiment is that the naira is currently overvalued. Some economists say as high as by
undervalued.
Undervalued by as high as 30%. So which means that appreciation is inevitable, at least going towards December. I think it's good news, depending on how you look at it. People who earn in dollars will say, no, we don't want that. That's on a lighter note. But it's generally good news. Hopefully, we pray that it comes to fruition and no shocks comes in between to prevent us from achieving this new high.
Great. Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Adeosu. I guess that's all we have time to take on this week's edition of Business Week. We're able to talk about topical issues from the CBN Governor's Annual Lecture Series, insights from that. We talked about the glowing praise from Bayo Ogunlesi of BlackRock for Nigeria's reforms. We talked about the aftermath of the Pengasan-Dangote rift, and we ended with the Naira outlook. Join us next week for another exciting edition of the Business Week. I remain your host. Oh no, I'm standing in place for the publisher. Hopefully by next week the publisher will be back, Mr. Frank Aigbogu, to resume his responsibility as the host. But today I was your host. I hope I did a good job. Thank you, and see you next week.
Thank you.
the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching BusinessDay Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today we're turning our lens on a topic that is as emotional as it is economic: the role of Nigerians in the diaspora in driving homegrown growth through investment. Every year, billions of dollars flow into Nigeria through remittances, but how much of that is truly being invested in ways that build wealth, creates jobs, and strengthens the economy? As the Naira faces pressure and local opportunities evolve, could this be the perfect time for Nigerians abroad to turn sentiment into strategy? Well, joining me to unpack this conversation this morning is Adeyemi Adenuga, is an associate for research and portfolio management at Zcrest Wealth, which is a leading investment management firm helping clients make smarter financial decisions both locally and globally. Welcome to the show, Adeyemi.
Thank you for having me.
It's great to have you with us
Nice
this morning.
Here.
Let's begin really from a broad lens. What's your overall assessment of how much the Nigerian diaspora contributes economically beyond remittances, and how do these inflows shape our financial landscape?
Okay, great. Thank you for having me again. So our financial landscape, over the last few years, we've seen how that an increasing number of Nigerians moving away from Nigerians to other countries, and an hike in the diasporas. And what this means for us in Nigeria is it creates an opportunity for us to get more remittances. Now, beyond the remittances, we've seen how that these individuals have also come back to invest in the Nigerian economy, first through investments in the real estate sector, also in the capital market, and also some venture investing also. On the other side, the major things that have also, that these actions have actually contributed to our economy is first, how we see that it has helped to improve foreign remittances in the economy and improve the stability of our FX market. We've also seen how that has also helped liquidity in the consumer goods sectors, and makes it easier for individuals to have access to funding. And finally, we also see how that this has also helped private venture financing also. And then we've seen how that different venture capitalists have actually raised funds in the market recently, and this is coming on the back of different individuals that have these funds and are willing to invest in the Nigerian economy.
Right. And we see many Nigerians abroad want to invest, but often don't know where to start. From your experience, what are some of the main barriers that are stopping diaspora Nigerians from actively investing back home?
Okay. There are numerous barriers, right? And just to start with, I think the first barrier would be information asymmetry. And while I would call that information asymmetry is because, we have a lot of investment opportunities here in Nigeria, right? But majority of Nigerians abroad are not even aware of this, right? There's that part of them not being aware of the information or the right instruments to actually invest in. On the other side also, there's also the part of trust also. We have a number of Nigerians in diaspora that their trust in the past have actually been defiled. And on the back of that, they are actually now they don't trust the system to actually invest their funds in it. But now we are seeing improved regulatory overview over that. Finally, we also see how that, some of them are also after the transaction cost, which they seem to be relatively high as compared to the other markets, right? So those are the major barriers that Nigerians abroad are currently facing. But in recent times, we're beginning to see different policies and different shifts that are changing these narratives and making it easier for Nigerians abroad to be able to invest in the Nigerian economy.
Right. And can you give us a little, insight on the difference between sending money home and investing back home, and why this distinction actually matters now more than ever? Because you could see Nigerians who would say, but I send money home, and so I'm giving back to the economy, or I'm investing in the economy. But I'm sure that from your perspective as investment in working in the investment space, there could be a distinction. So could you give us the difference between both of them?
Okay. For sending money home, it's more of supporting living expenses and also maybe short-term needs of your loved ones here in Nigeria, right? But on the other side, investing in Nigeria is more of an intentional activity, and it's always futuristic. What this means is that you are making your funds work for you. You are investing in the economy, active investments in the economy that would return for you over a period of time. So on the other side, the first one, which is, sending funds to Nigeria, is more of a short-term obligation or something that just has to do with meeting some short-term needs, right? while on the other hand, the one that has to do with investing means that you have an active investment in Nigeria, be it in the capital market, be it in real estate, be it in different form of investments in the Nigerian economy. So that's basically what it means. And I mean, I would advise, or I would say that, I mean, investing in the Nigerian economy is a more preferred option. While I understand that, I mean, sending funds to Nigeria it's an important part because many of these individuals have loved one in the economy, but basically investing is the major way they can actually reap from this economy.
And in terms of opportunities, where do you see some of the most promising investment channels right now? Is it real estate? Is it capital markets? Is it private ventures? Where are you seeing some of the promising investment channels?
Okay, great. I mean, there are diverse investment opportunities in the Nigerian economy. But I mean, before we even go into what the investment opportunities are, it's important that these individuals first assess what their risk appetite is like. So first, you have to know what you are interested in, what your risk appetite is like. Are you able to take enough of risks? Are you able to juggle the market? And I mean, you have a little bit of appetite to at least lose, or maybe you have the possibility of you losing, maybe a slight of, you have a tolerance to risks, basically. And then if that comes into play and you have that possibility in place, it means that you can take more risks. So you can look into high risk investments, right? But on the other hand, for conservative individuals that want to preserve their capital and also just want to earn steady returns on their capital, they can also look into the capital markets, right? Talking about investing in treasury bills in Nigerian markets, investing in Eurobonds, investing in FGM bonds and the like. So those are different investment opportunities for individuals in the market.
And what about with the inflation, the forex volatility, policy shift, and all of that? Trust and transparency we see has become a big issue. So how can financial institutions, like Zcrest Wealth, bridge that confidence gap for diaspora investors?
Okay. I mean, while we see that inflation, FX volatility, and I mean the general economic climate in the last year was not very favorable to the Nigerian economy, right? But recently we are seeing an improvement in that matter, right? So first we see how that inflation has trended downward over the last 6 months. We see inflation currently at 20%, although it still remains significantly high when you compare it to the inflation at other SSA countries. On the other side also, I mean, for the foreign exchange also, we've seen relative stability in the FX market. We see how that, I mean, at the close of last year, we saw the Naira trading against the dollar at about a 1,700 to 1,600 levels. But currently, we are seeing it trading around 1,500, 1,450. So what this means is that, I mean, we are seeing a calmer climate in the Nigerian economy in that regards. But for us at Zcrest, as I said earlier, one of the major reasons why individuals don't even know what to invest in this economy is because of, first, they don't even know where to invest in. So first, one of our priorities at Zcrest is to improve financial literacy for individuals. So through our different financial literacy programs, we engage in financial literacy programs, speak with individuals in the Nigerian economy and also outside the Nigerian economy to sensitize them on the different investment. Also for us at Zcrest, we have also adopted technology, right, through the use of our mobile application. So our mobile application is not just accessible here in Nigeria, it's accessible to Nigerians abroad. And it makes it easier for them to also monitor their investments themselves through the mobile application. And finally, I mean, one of the things we also do is our products and our personalized wealth management. So we have wealth managers on our team that actually reach out to you one-on-one and you discuss the kind of investment opportunities, your risk appetite and all. So that's way you are able to actually integrate very well into the market and you understand what you are investing in very well.
And for Nigerians abroad, which will be earning in foreign currency, what are some of the smart strategies that you would suggest for hedging against Naira depreciation while still investing locally?
Okay, so I mean, hedging is a very important task for any individual. I mean, if you're looking to invest in another economy and your major source of income is in the dollar, what that means is that you need to also think about hedging, right? But I mean, from a research and portfolio management point of view, for the year 2025, the general expectations are that Naira assets would outperform dollar assets when it comes to returns, right? So what this means is that if you're investing in Naira, you tend to get more than when you are investing in dollar. And this is basically because of the exchange rate dynamics. And now we are seeing improvements in the exchange rate market. So basically, for individuals that are looking to hedge, a good way for you to hedge is first, understand your risk appetite first, then have a clear distinction between what you want, a clear distinction in terms of what you want, right? And that's where you can actually diversify your portfolio. So you have a mix of Naira assets on your portfolio and a mix of dollar assets on your portfolio. So that way you are able to get the best return while still hedging against the possibility of a downside in the exchange rate. Also, I mean, there's also the part of also buying FX forwards too. So these are contracts that helps you to repurchase foreign exchange in the future at a particular price. So that makes it easier for individuals in that or that are looking to also hedge their currencies in that light in their investments, basically.
Fantastic, Adeyemi. But let's talk about government policies, reforms, and whatnot. Do you think that the current government reforms and policies, do you think they're creating a more enabling environment for diaspora investment, or are we still far from that ideal?
I mean, we've seen significant improvements in the Nigerian economy, right? So first, from the CBN, we've seen the CBN bring in different policies to encourage diaspora remittances into the Nigerian economy. Earlier this year, we saw how that CBN raised rates significantly, and I mean, that's improved foreign portfolio investors into the Nigerian economy. One of the things that we see, and basically I would say yes, I mean, the regulatory oversight is becoming better and making it easier for individuals to invest in the Nigerian economy. First, we saw how that the CBN introduced something known as the non-resident bank verification number.
Right.
What this is just supposed to do is to help individuals outside the Nigerian economy to integrate well with the Nigerian economy, while still, I mean, there's regulatory oversight over what they are doing, basically. Also, there's also something that the CBN introduced last year, which was known as the electronic foreign exchange monitoring system, right? And we had it through the BMatch system. It's just a pairing system where the CBN is able to regulate or check the two-way codes for the foreign exchange market. And that way they're able to also control the nature at which or how fast our currency is volatile. And I mean, with this in place, there might be less concerns for hedging. I mean, for individuals that are looking to actually invest in the Nigerian economy. Also, we've also seen improved commitment from the government through the setup of different diaspora funds. And also, sometimes earlier this year, we saw how that the government even issued a bond specifically for diasporas, for Nigerians in diaspora. So basically, this is just, just to encourage individuals to invest in the Nigerian economy. Also, we've also seen, recently, sometimes this week, we saw how that the Nigerian government began, or the CBN actually issued a circular around regulation of the fixed income market, right? And what this means is that it becomes easier, or they make it easier for individuals to come into that market. And there's also more regulatory oversight over that market. And given the impact of the bond market, the treasury bills market on liquidity in the system, it's important that the government is even coming into place to actually do this. I mean, finally, it's also a win-win situation, right? If you look at US Treasuries, for instance, if you are looking to invest in US Treasuries currently, say, for instance, the 10-year US Treasuries, they're likely going to be getting a yield of around 4.1%, 4.2% currently, right? But if you come to the Nigerian economy, given the relative stability in the FX market, right, and also the possibility of appreciation in the currency over time, and looking at the returns that we have in our domestic instruments, talking about our bonds, our treasury bills, bonds are currently trading at around 16%, 17%, treasury bills also around range bound 16%, 17%, 18% yield, right? And I mean, if you come to invest in the Nigerian economy with that, what that means for you is that you're actually getting more opportunities and you are earning, alpha over what you would invest or what you will get if you invest over there abroad. So basically, that's just a numerous number of ways through which the Nigerian government have actually been bringing in different reforms to actually encourage Nigerians outside the country to actually invest in the economy.
All right, and now that we've spoken about government reforms, policies, and whatnot, we also have the emotional side. You know, many people in the diaspora have mixed feelings about investing back home due to past disappointments, maybe even losses. How can they approach this with fresh confidence and better due diligence?
Okay, so I mean, as I would always say, money is an emotional matter, right? And when it comes to money, individuals are sometimes very emotional when it comes to it. So first thing I would advise anyone or any individual that has had one of their trust maybe maybe their trusts were not fully fulfilled in the time past, right? One thing I can always say is that first you have to acknowledge that that is in the past, right? Acknowledge this and move on, right? Now, moving on now means that you now understand how to play safe in the market. So first, when you are investing, first thing you have to look out for is an asset management company, a bank, a microfinance bank, a fintech company. One of the things you have to do is to check for the regulators. Are they duly registered with the Securities Exchange Commission? Are they duly registered with CBN? Are they duly registered with two place? On the other side, also, we're also seeing improvements in the Nigerian economy. How that, recently we saw news out that now Nigeria is likely going to exit the grey list in this year, 2025. And what this means is that, there is more regulatory oversight in terms of compliance to anti-money laundering and all that. So what that means, for you that you're coming to invest now is that it's a more safer climate for you. So what you just have to do is first acknowledge that, that is in the past. And then moving on now, you take your little steps while watching the kind of houses that you relate with. Watch our SEC websites to verify this information. You can go there, search, and they have the list of asset managers there. You can go to the CBN website to check the list of banks, and you can also check the list of microfinance banks if you're looking to deal with a microfinance bank or something. So basically, those are the different ways you can actually navigate the markets now. Be sure to check for regulatory oversight in any organization that you are looking to invest in or any instrument you are looking to invest in.
And finally, let's talk about technology for a bit. Fintech itself, how is it simplifying access for diaspora Nigerians to invest securely in Nigerian assets?
Okay. We've seen a lot of fintechs come into play in recent years. Just to improve flow and easy access to the market for Nigerians in diaspora, right? So recently what we're seeing now is improved compliance, right? I spoke earlier about how Nigeria is looking to exit the grey list in 2025. And what this just means for us is that it makes it's more safe for you to move your funds around without the fears of maybe your funds are just going to go grounded somewhere, or maybe the authorities or the regulatory authorities is going to hold your funds down. As much as you are dealing on illegal grounds, you don't have any fears of that. And so what we are seeing now is that these different fintech companies are helping individuals outside Nigeria to actually bring in their assets or also invest in the Nigerian economy, and we're seeing improved compliance. Improved compliance from these fintech companies, which is also helping the process for individuals that are looking to invest in the Nigerian economy.
And finally, if you were to give one piece of advice to a Nigerian professional living abroad who wants to make their money work for both themselves and for the country, what would that be?
Okay, to start with, the first thing is you have to have because the financial market is driven by clear goals, right? For any individual that is looking to invest in the Nigerian market first, or Nigerians abroad that are looking to invest, the first thing you have to do is you have to have a clear goal, right? You set your goal on what you intend to achieve in the Nigerian market, right? How much am I looking to invest over this period? What kind of assets am I looking at? So what is my risk appetite? You check for all those things before you proceed. Then the next thing is you look for a trusted financial partner. By a financial partner, I mean maybe an asset management company or an investment app that you can always use. Now, when checking for this, it's important that you're sure or you check for their regulatory oversight. There are a number of fintech companies outside there. Some of them are not regulated by the SEC. Some of them are not regulated by the NDIC. Some of them are not regulated by the CBN. So the first thing you want to do is to check for regulations, right? When you pick a trusted financial partner, you check for regulations. And finally, you take your steps bit by bit. There are diverse investment opportunities for individuals that are looking to invest in the Nigerian economy. We have different mutual funds. If you're not willing to take the risk of converting your dollars into Naira, you can always invest in dollar also. So we have Nigeria's Euro bonds. We have a number of Euro bonds giving yields as high as 7%, 8%, and also up to 10%. So you can also invest in Nigeria's Euro bonds, right? And on the other side, given the limited access to Euro bonds, the fact that you need a minimum of $200,000 before you can purchase Eurobonds. On the other side, what you can do is to invest in dollar funds. So, dollar funds give you the opportunity, or you can get the same returns that you get from Eurobonds through dollar funds, and even better, basically. So what you can do is also take those steps bit by bit and first assess your goal, clarify what you want, and then step by step, you take the step to actually invest bit by bit in the Nigerian economy.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Adeyemi Adenuga, Associate Research and Portfolio Management at Z Criswell. Thank you for joining.
Thank you for having me.
This has been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Nigeria celebrated National Identity Day in Abuja, organized by the National Identity Management Commission. The event highlighted the importance of digital identity for security, inclusion, and national development. President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, praised NIMC for enrolling over 126 million Nigerians and clearing a 2.5 million backlog. He said the NIM SIM linkage had reduced fraud, improved national security, and made NIN central to services like pension, healthcare, student loans, and elections.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity. I'm supposed to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Koka Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMC into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. From clearing backlogs that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards, our impact has been both profound and enduring.
NIMC Director General Abisoye Koka Odusote spoke about reforms under her leadership. She mentioned mobile enrollment devices, stronger partnerships, and better staff conditions.
As an institution mandated by the National Identity Management Commission Act 23 of 2007 to establish, maintain, and regulate Nigeria's national identity database and ensure the issuance of legal identification to all citizens and legal residents. The NIMC is dedicated to expanding its national identity database and enhancing inclusivity through innovative technology. At the heart of this effort is the integration of PKI, which ensures the security, privacy, and accessibility of personal data, laying the foundation for a digital economy that benefits all Nigerians.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji Ojo said digital identity is key to national security and economic independence. He highlighted investments in data centers, public key infrastructure, and the new technology complex.
Me as your minister, with what I've seen, I know I believe in your capacity, I believe in what you can do, and I know you have the will and the zeal to deliver. So NIMC, my last charge to you, your ministerial charge, go, deliver, keep making us proud, let Nigeria be greater for it, let renewed hope not be a dream, let it be a reality, an identity journey. God bless you.
Chief Executive Officer of Verify Me Nigeria has highlighted the critical role of digital identity in driving Nigeria's economic growth, national security, and development planning.
The significance of today really is to anchor us to the fact that digital identity is key and it's the foundation of our economy, our security, and also our capital planning as well. So, every September 16th is obviously it's an international day. We come together to really assess the infrastructure that we're building and talk about where we want to go and what we want to do with digital ID, whether it's within our country to power financial inclusion or for cross-border interoperability or for whether it's a digital public infrastructure. Really look at those things together, talk about those things, and also celebrate our achievements, on this day. The famous person said, I'll take nothing from my journey now. It's really been a great journey to work with the team in Nigeria, the government, the civil servants. It's great to see so many, I would say, inspired people inside that really want to do something great in the country. Particularly this time, in this, tenure of NIMSI, I do see a significant tightening in terms of security and seriousness in terms of lack of proliferation of identity data and bringing in experts. So this is a very welcome change, and we obviously continue to support and promote that. There's always room for improvement, and they have an implementation plan for that improvement. So as you can see, there's NIN-auth repositories for more security. They have a more intelligent framework than the last time to allow for industry growth and allow for industry private sector players like us to build products. So the advice I would say is just continue to do what you're doing to work with private sector. We're a real partner, and I think that I can say that we're seeing that, so I'm very encouraged.
Other speakers agree that NIN is now a must for national planning, business registration, and social programs. They called for more investment and partnerships to ensure every Nigerian is captured in the system.
Well, the day itself, I think, is to create awareness. It is also to celebrate progress, and very importantly, it is also to evaluate what we can do better. Because in all things in life, what you find is that you do need to ask yourself 3 questions. What have you done right? What could you have done better? This is the learning. And of course, you have to now look forward to what do you think is next. So I think this is part of the idea behind National Identity Day worldwide. In the old days, when you go as a trader from somewhere to a village, nobody knows you. So somebody has to stand up and say, oh, I know this person, or I know his brother, or he has come here before. Somebody has to vouch for you so that you have that trust. And everything we're talking about revolves around that single word, trust. Now, in the modern era, if you have a trader in Malumfashi and another trader in Kigali, Rwanda, certainly they may not be able to meet. So you need a different mechanism, and that mechanism is the PKI. And the way it works, think of it like a padlock with 2 keys. You have a public key which allows any of us to create the message and lock the message so nobody else can see it. But no other person except the person with the private key, one single key, can unlock and read and receive the message. And that way you are enable trust. And again, it's back to what the underlying purpose, very similar to NIMSI's underlying purpose, which is, are you who you say you are? I will not trade with you if I'm not sure about you. Neither will you trade with me if you are not sure about me, and so on and so forth.
The regulators need to do a lot more in terms of awareness. That is given. And then also the citizens need to do a lot more in terms of listening. It's not that the awareness campaigns are not there. It's just that people tend to prioritize convenience over security, which is it's just a natural way of doing things. But it's important for every citizen to understand that once you expose yourself digitally, you never know where your records will end. We've had instances, I'll give you an example of people who have taken nude pictures, for example, and say, oh, is it my phone? You don't know where your phone is going to end up with. You don't know when your phone is going to get missing. The same thing also, to have that kind of awareness whenever you're dealing with the digital environment. If you're putting out your personal data out there, ensure that whoever is taking your personal data has some form of responsibility on how to manage your personal data. And if you're uncomfortable about how your personal data is,
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is Social Listening. This is where we bring to you some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course I'm joined this morning by the very...
Valentine.
The very... I was even adding very for
very,
you. You
right.
didn't even...
When people say very,
I
always think there is
only,
some...
The one.
You know, there's some hidden agenda
only.
in it, you know. The very.
When did very we have...
I'm suspecting something.
Suspecting that I want to give you money.
Well,
or what?
That would be nice.
How was your weekend though?
It was nice. It was okay.
I can see you have all smiles. You're all
smiles. The reason why I'm smiling is that
it didn't rain.
Well, apart from that, I was hoping that we'll get the amount of money we made out of that boat race. But I didn't.
Man, did you go though?
Well, from a distance, I watched from atop of the bridge. I could see what was going on.
It was something. It was
spectacle.
Such a spectacle. It was good.
But I wanted to see. Well, maybe not immediately. Eventually, let's see how that will trickle down
to the economy.
That's all I want to see.
It will definitely trickle down. That if it hasn't trickled down in the sense of taking more from the economy, because what we want to see is that it trickles down by adding to the economy, not taking, because there's
out of it.
Making that making that event happen was
top
a whole
notch.
lot.
It was
top notch. It's great to see it come to Nigeria. It's great to see the people that were in attendance and whatnot. But there was a lot put into make it happen.
Finance.
So in my own thoughts, I'm just thinking, the impact on the economy, it has to be adding, not taking,
not subtracting.
Yes. Yeah. So that's all I'm going to say. But it was a very interesting event over the weekend.
More of it will definitely increase GDP, hopefully. We're in renewed hope periods. Let's keep the hope up. What do you have?
We have something interesting today. It's not even so serious, but I found it really interesting, and I would like to even see if you share same thoughts or if you share different thoughts. It's very out of the ordinary, really, if you ask me. Now, there is this billionaire.
Right.
His name is Chief Jite Odeworishe.
When you say billionaire, it is directly in the lane of our thoughts.
Okay. Now, he's the CEO of GIM Brown Marine, and he has defended his decision to take a 19th wife, saying that one woman cannot sustain a man's passion forever. So he described polygamy as a practical truth of human nature, and he also said that over time, familiarity makes men lose interest in their wives, and that passion fades when couples live too closely. He believes that men should either live separately from their wives or marry more than one woman to keep love alive. And that's the story from social media. He's a Delta State billionaire, by the way. And then when I saw it on social media, I saw we're taking 19th wife. I'm like, wow, I thought we're done with Solomon era. So this is like the Solomon of our time, because I don't think in recent times I've seen someone who has taken this number of wives in recent times, at least in the things I've seen.
Right.
So just listening to him buttress the reason why it's important, saying that men should take on polygamy because men are polygamous. I mean, I hear men say that a lot, that they are polygamous in nature. Shout out to the ones that are monogamous in nature, because it seems like many men will say that they are polygamous in nature and all of that. Now he's also saying that familiarity makes men lose interest in their wife. Passion fades when couples live too closely. Blah, blah, blah. Men should either live separately from their wives or marry more than one woman to keep love alive. I think all these things are easy to say, but like, it's really a man's world though, because when I saw all of those comments, I'm like, okay, so what about women? Do you think that it's easy for a woman to live with a man over a long period of time? It's not easy. Do you think, as in, just put it vice versa, everything he was saying, familiarity makes men lose interest in their wives. Familiarity makes women to lose interest in their husband. Okay, passion fades when couples live too closely. Passion fades when couples live too closely too, as a woman. Do you understand? Everything he's saying, men should live separately from their wives or marry more than one. Women too should live separately from their husbands or marry more than one husband.
So the case now here is that he wants to marry the 19th wife because he feels he has already, because he believes that his need for women right, needs to be on a quantum. Now, just to address that quickly, I will say this: two things, because there is a, two sides to this coin. First and foremost, if I will mention if I thought there's some economic value, let me first mention the fact and rub up the idea of that you lose steam and spark when you're with one person for a long time. The question is, what motive was there before you moved into such marriage? Start with friendship, relationship, then marriage-ship. Such word does exist. What was the intention? I keep telling people, look, for what it's worth, right? Wedding is one day matter. Marriage is mile and age. Get it? Mile and age. In other words, it means that don't marry for the fancy. Marry your friend. Marry somebody that you know that, one, even if you're angry with, you will not leave the person because the person is your friend. Even if you quarrel with the person as a friend, you will not leave the person because the person what? The person is your lover. So you move from that. There's a 5-stage of relationship. You have the butterfly, right? And then you have the quarrel point. Most relationship and marriages end in number 2. If you cross number 2 to number 3, what happens is that you're now on the trajectory to the point of number 5, which is to grow together, to build a legacy together. So the question is, if he had moved into his first, second, third, or fourth, or fifth marriage with beauty and all that stuff, you're bound to lose that spark, because truly speaking, you do not seek the essence of, I want to marry my friend. I want to see a friend in this woman. Someone that can build with me, right? Not just someone you say, oh no, I'm the boss, keep quiet when I talk. No, the world has moved on. The idea should be, listen, honey, how can we grow together? Have the idea of leadership, not rulership. Once you have such person that is reasonable, guess what? You not only have a house, when she comes in, it becomes a home. And so all these things are indicators that he has in mind the wrong person or people or ladies since. Which brings me to my next topic now. Or our next issue, which is this. The women who are agreeing to marry him, let's be honest. What are they marrying him for? Oh, he's a billionaire. So there's an economic value there. Because the man is a billionaire, meaning to say, oh, I don't even have to love him. You see the error most women have now. I don't have to love him. He'll just take care of my needs. I have my own quota at the end of the day. I do my due diligence. I have my wife's role in the other room, that kind of idea, and that's it. You see, the question now is that, are we seeing the two face of the coin? The answer is yes. Are the women being sincere for getting to such marriage? I know women who will not even look, not just about pride. The fact that their man hugs another woman in public, look, all hell will let loose. It is, for some people, connectivity goes beyond that. That's why when you have your friend of 10, 15 years, you now say, I want to marry her, not because, or marry him, not because he's just good looking or she's just good looking. She compliments me. He compliments her. Right? There is some form of higher connectivity. With that now,
I think the boy is already doing marriage counseling.
Yes.
Do you believe really that one woman can sustain a man?
So, what you've done is you put me on a chokehold with this question.
Did I?
Yes. But I will answer it very, very frankly, and I'm very honest. And they might come for me, but that's a fact. Is one woman enough for one man? Which religion do you practice?
Do you have to answer? Do you have to ask the question again? Which religion?
And so, to say that, I will say this, right? Let's be honest. Again, it depends.
It depends on what?
I have to answer as a journalist. It depends on the
politician.
This is not the journalist. It depends on the situation regarding this. As far as I'm concerned, if it doesn't break the bank, if you have the money to take care of several women and marry them and not behave as an irresponsible man to say, I have a wife and have girlfriends, rather bring them to the table and say, look, let us get married. That is a responsible thing to do. And so to answer your question, is one woman enough for a man? If you have the money and you can handle as a billionaire, then one woman is not enough for a man.
So I just, what? All the preaching that you've been preaching since, so we came back to this.
But that's the point, because the economic value here is that he has the money, empower these women. Yes. So at the end of the day, he's taking care of them. Money is flowing, the economy is flowing one way or the other. And if you get it right in your household, I outside your household, other things work. I don't have to be a marriage counselor to know this.
Oh,
One
really?
thing for sure, for the fact I know that for what is worth, the money is flowing well. Each of them will go to market to go and buy things, empowering those who have those shops. Supermarkets will work. Money is flowing. So 19 wives go out, go into 19 supermarkets, and guess what? He puts those 19 supermarkets what in business.
You are a crook. That's all I have to say. But let's see some of the comments on social media. You are a crook. That's all I will say on this one.
So that's
let's see some comments on social media. If there are people that will say 19 wives will go to 19 supermarkets. Prince Ude says, when he's no longer there, what happens? Unavoidable struggle for who gets what will set in. Man shouldn't confuse his lineage with lust. You cannot fare in your loving. One will override. English. Love Lead says there is sense in what he's saying. Most men that marry more than one wife don't suffer divorce like the men that have one wife.
Point.
Uyime Abasi says polygamy keeps love alive when there is money to cater for the needs of the wives and the children. That's from Uyime. Mr. D Square 006 says women have no problem with polygamy. They just don't like poverty.
I didn't see that coming, but that's so important. Let us double mark on that. You see, who needs to hear should hear this. All right, romance without finance is a nuisance, and that's the fact. And in this case, women don't worry about polygamy so long as the money is flowing, which brings it back to the economic value there now, right? 19 wives go to 19 supermarkets within the area. What does that mean? The billions is flowing.
So what about 19 husbands going to 19 supermarkets?
Let's be honest now. Let's look.
Oh, you think that women too cannot? There can be some rich women that would also have honest. 19 husbands.
First and foremost, men are built to. It is in their gene to want to provide and protect. And so men do what? If I'm going to provide and protect, I am asking, not demanding. I'm asking
They're
for
providers.
I'm asking for respect. So I must earn your respect as as a man from the woman you want to marry. And this is just basic. Now, if you now see the flip side, then woman will marry, men should have like 19 husbands too. Look, men are full of pride in nature. Take it from me. Men are built for want to be in charge, which is why if you see a male-dominated society, right, it's always very toxic. Why? Because look, a man is doing 100%. Men build the train. Men build the plane. Men build all this things. Do you know how many men have to fall across for that to happen? So the competition for men will be so stiff, and the question will now be, is it even worth it?
I think my only addition will be that we won't even get, a woman will even get 19 husbands to marry, because there's a
biologically
there are lesser men than women, so that might not happen.
And health-wise, she can't even sustain that. Let's look at it. Forget about challenge for Guinness Book of Records. She can't sustain it. 19 husbands. We can't work.
Oh my goodness. Well, let's move on now away from Nigeria and away from this entire thing. Clearly, I see where you stand.
Right.
So tomorrow, if I look at you some type of way, don't hold me.
I will just
don't hold me responsible. To the United States Department of Homeland Security has introduced a new pilot program that will pay unaccompanied migrant teenagers $2,500 each if they agree to return to their home countries voluntarily. Now, according to officials, the payment will be made only after the minors arrive safely back home and is meant to help them reintegrate. As of early October, more than 2,100 unaccompanied minors remain in United States custody waiting for placement or court hearings. And that's the news from the United States this morning. We know how we are affected, whether directly or indirectly, by things that happen in the United States. But before I come to your thought, let's see some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. D.O. Jill says offering $2,500 for voluntary departure isn't weakness, it's smart enforcement. Detaining migrants costs taxpayers $150 billion annually, and this policy cuts bureaucratic bloat while respecting the rule of law. Want to stay? Follow legal channels. Want to leave? Take the exit bonus. Teammate74 says, if your parents send them here all alone, facing so much danger, I would hate that they would get some of the 2,500. Knock Japan Shop says if teens are here alone with no stable future, offering $2,500 and safe passage home is a far better option than keeping them stuck in legal limbo for years. I think I agree with that. Snowbird for Reach says they should go home without the $2,500 and take their illegal parents with them. Really, what's your take? Do you think that teens will accept this offer, or do you think they still want to stay in the United States to fight immigration or even asylum cases?
So those in glass houses should not throw stones. Let's be honest. There was a time when we had the Great Depression in the past. The United States was not the place to even go at that time. Now let's not even go too further. Yes, the United States, is great economy and everything. And I have nothing against the US. I mean, I would like to go there for holidays, but me, I'm a man of truth, and I say the way it is. Some might like, some might not like, but let's call it spade a spade. In this situation where you want to offer them $2,500 to now say go back to your home country as children that are not accompanied by adults, the question is, they shot themselves in the foot. So the question is, didn't they see this in their database before now? Right? Now we see ICE jumping back and forth the whole of Chicago and other states, apprehending people up the streets, snatching parents away from their children, making those children one way or the other, like I wouldn't was homeless, but of course without parents, because you want to impose or carry out what you think is correct. My question is simple. Look, the table turns around one way or the other, and it's just moral compass now,
right? Which
doesn't necessarily apply to people like Donald Trump. He's just someone, he wants it, he gets it done. But issuing an order is different from carrying out the order. That $2,500, a lot of people will get around it and say, have you not heard of people who don't even have $1 to eat? They'll tell, look, I'm not an American citizen, I'm an immigrant. Give me that money, send me back. That's the fact. So you will send them back. When they visit, they come back with their right passport and say, no, I just came on holiday and I'm coming in. Unless they have a system that will checkmate all this. However, if they have the money to spend on, unaccompanied children and send them back, surely that money could be used to now say, since they're already in the United States of America, it's big enough for everybody. Can we revisit this thing? It's enough, right, to say, okay, I want to deal with Mexico or other countries who have immigrants in this country, right, by slamming tariffs at them. But can you be a bit lenient and see that these people, most of them were born in America? Maybe they don't have proper documentation. Maybe their social security number is not in place or some error or something like that. Can you tamper that mercy or tamper that justice with mercy a little bit so that we see the humanity in so-called leadership? At some point, America is going to end up isolating itself from the rest of the world. And it's already happening. Mind you, America is no longer the biggest economy in the world. China is.
Okay.
They just don't want to accept it yet. They find it difficult the bitter pill to swallow. And more countries now are now doing what? They are gravitating towards China. Mandarin now is now becoming most countries, official, not official language, but they're beginning to adopt it in. After all, here in Nigeria, there was a time when we took a story saying Mandarin, right, can now be part of our curriculum. Ridiculous, but again, it is happening.
I don't even think it's ridiculous. I think it's welcome. It's not ridiculous.
To be widely multilingual, right? Anyway, so to buttress my point more regarding this $2,500, I think if they have the money, which they do, can that whole system that whole decision be, revisited again? And then that money be put into good use. There are a lot of homeless Americans who have, look, these are full-fledged Americans. They don't even have where to stay. You think there are homeless people in Africa? If you go to some certain cities and states like in like Philadelphia and other areas in the same United States, they are sleeping on the streets. There's problem of fentanyl. Most of them under bridges. It's all over the internet. Can't hide any longer. Gone are the days when only the idea of land of milk and honey, land of the free, right? Just like in America, you start plucking money from trees. Those days are gone. The internet has now done what? It has broken everything. We now see what's going on. So, believe it or not, if you're not hardworking, you land in America, you don't have a plan, you end up on the streets.
I think it's not even just America alone. It's every country.
So believe it or not, those people who are listening who are, wonderful American friends and brothers, be rest assured, it's not really green in your pasture any longer. Just the way people think it used to be.
Okay. All right. Let's wrap it up this morning. This is where we close the curtain right here on social listening on the BDTV Breakfast Show. We looked at the Delta billionaire defending his 19th wife, and we also heard from Mr. Valley on his stance and how he's also going to probably get 50. It's just money that is holding him back right now. And then the United States.
Said so. I didn't say so. I didn't say so. But then again, if I'm a billionaire and given the opportunity,
I see what you would do if you're a billionaire. It's just
more than 5 or 10 wives. I mean, the questions. Well, so I don't believe in. I'm not a monarch, right? And I think, let's be honest, having more than one wife, if at all there is, it is going to be so troublesome too. How are you going to?
Please don't speak from two sides of your mouth, please. You already told us what you talked about. 19 wives shopping from 19 supermarkets. Let's leave it at that.
That's for the billionaire.
And for you.
No,
and
for the billionaire.
And of course, the United States offering cash to migrants who agree to return home. Let's see if they would accept or not.
Right.
But that's where we wrap it up this morning, right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Onyeka Valentine.
See you tomorrow.
Hello viewers, and welcome to Today in History right here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, October 6th.
On this day in 1973, the Yom Kippur War broke out when Egypt and Syria launched a surprise attack on Israel during Yom Kippur and Ramadan. Backed by the US and Soviet resupplies, the fighting saw Egyptian forces cross the Suez Canal and Syrians advance into Golan Heights before Israel counterattacked, pushing deep into both fronts. A UN ceasefire on the 22nd of October collapsed, but a second on 25th October ended the war. The conflict restored Arab confidence and led to peace efforts, including the 1978 Camp David Accords and Israel's withdrawal from Sinai. The war also triggered an OPEC oil embargo, sending global prices soaring. Decades later, Israel's central bank estimated its 12-day war with Iran cost $6 billion as the shekel rose 7% and the stock market hit record highs.
And that is all we have for you in our package Today in History right here on BDTV. I am Norma Obodna. Keep watching BDTV.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Meet my all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Markets on Business Day TV, where we give a comprehensive breakdown and insight into Nigeria's economy as well as actions that are dictating the markets. So we're still in the mood of Nigeria's independence. Today is October 6th, and some of the things that we will discuss today are some of the actions that have basically defined the Nigerian economic landscape since 1960 till date. I'm your host, David Ulujimi. As Nigeria has marked 65 years of independence, a question remains to be asked: how well and how far have we done? When you look back in time, we see that we've had some form of successes in terms of reforms that have happened. We are now in the middle of another reform process. We've seen the end to some very wasteful years of fuel subsidy after more than 40 years of the entire thing going on. That's one part of it. We're also in this space where we'll probably say Nigeria's exchange rate regime has been floated for more than 40 years since 1983. Nigeria's exchange rate had been pegged to a particular exchange rate as defined by the CBN of the time. All of these reforms are happening now. A lot of reforms have happened then. We had what we call structural adjustment program in 1986 under the then head of state, Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. So much has gone on. For a country of just 65 years, we probably have been one of the most active when it comes to economic reforms. But in the space, would we say Nigerians are satisfied? Would we say we've done much with our years of independence? And to help us make sense of some of these issues, we have Oluwaseun Magriola, who is the head of investment research at STL Asset Management. Good morning, Mr. Seun.
Good morning, David.
Yeah,
thank you for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome. Let's get started. As Nigeria has marked 65 years of independence, basically, how would you assess the country's overall economic trajectory since 1960?
Well, for Nigeria, it's been a topsy-turvy ride. We've grown larger, both in size and in complexity. We've moved over the years from an agriculturally dominated economy to one that is driven by the services sector and also a much deeper financial system. But if you look at it over the years, the growth has been quite a bit of volatile. It's been influenced by a lot of oil cycles, policy shifts, and a lot of external shocks. I think over the period, we've had about 7 recessions. We've had a major boom economically. I think during the oil boom of 1970s when oil was discovered, I think then we did a 25.01% economic growth. And well, so far so good. It's been a tale of ups and downs, but we've had more of the downs than the ups. And overall, where we stand today, we are now bigger, we are much larger, but in terms of impact, in terms of our quality, we're still being constrained by FX constraint, high inflation, low revenue to GDP ratio, infrastructure gap, and a lot of other structural issues which are still biting us in it. I don't know if that answers the question aptly.
That's a very apt response. You talked about the fact that we've had quite a bit of ups and downs, and also one of the factors I like, one of the points you made is the fact that the economy has now grown more complex. You can see it in the degree of even in the degree of education people had to have in order to operate in certain spaces of the economy. There's more complexity in the economy now. So the question I want to ask now, you talked about inflation, exchange rates. So in the context of inflation, exchange rates, and considering the fact that for the past 25, if we add 2026, we're going to say for the past 26 years, Nigeria has operated a budget deficit, a fiscal budget deficit. How resilient do you think the Nigerian economy has been today compared to what we had decades ago?
Well, in terms of resilience, I think we were better off balanced before than now. So before, when we had agriculture, the full agriculture value chain driving goods, we saw a bit of resilience and stability because in terms of agriculture, we saw a lot of development. Agriculture drives good because it's more far-fetched, it's more wide in terms of job generation. As far as the value chain is concerned, it's quite, how will I put it now, deep and diversified. But with respect to now, we are dependent on just one major revenue earner, which is oil. And so far, so good. The oil has not really translated into growth in other sectors, or maybe the government has not really focused or tried to diversify much activity to other sectors. And I feel that is really affecting us. So that's why when you see oil prices dip, you see us begin to crumble, you see us begin to perform woefully. I thank God for the Dangote refinery that has come on board to stabilize things a bit. But we are still a mono-dependent economy, which government after government they've not really done enough to see how we could overall diversify the economy totally from oil. We're really trying in terms of infrastructure, ICT, that's information and communication technology, is also coming up. We're seeing a lot of push in the entertainment side of things. Agriculture, not there yet, but it's still a bit in terms of development. Then the services, with respect to fintech, the financial infrastructure, we are seeing a bit of growth, but there's still a lot that needs to be done to ensure we fully diversify from oil. I don't find it happy. I don't like it when you see oil prices move and you see the direct immediate impact on the Nigerian economy. It shows we still have a lot to be done. So I would say previously, before those 26 years, I feel we were a bit much better in terms of reliance on agriculture than the full dependence on oil. But now it's quite finicky. It's neither here nor there. A little shift in anything happens to oil, it impacts us economically immediately. With respect to budget, it impacts our cash flows, it impacts everything, which is sad. Looking at the years we've come with this in this oil trajectory, in our oil journey. I don't know if that answers the question.
I'm going to come in with a bit of my own personal opinion here, where I would say you said something around the fact that our economy is hugely dependent on oil, and I share similar sentiments in the sense that when anything happens in that space, when anything happens in the oil sector, like we see it in 2020,
that's everything.
It seems like we've gone on it's like we're just on that oil cycle. Our economic growth for Q2 2025 driven by oil, we saw it again. We are seeing it. It seems like it seems like there's nothing that can happen. But back in the days, so you also mentioned in the earlier response around the 1970s economic boom, there was a manufacturing boom at the same period. One of the things that you pay attention to is that Nigeria used to be quite a manufacturing powerhouse in Africa, especially the 1970s to the 1980s. And one thing that is there is that manufacturing space and manufacturing and agriculture, they employ a lot of people. So those two sectors are sectors that can really drive employment. The question I have is, why is it looking like we can't really do much to help those two sectors? What's going on? What is, if it's something that everybody, I think if it's something that everybody can see, that when you drive manufacturing, you drive agriculture, basically you have an economic boom. You have a lot of people that begin to join the workforce. Like, what's going on? What's slowing down our ability to steamroll these two sectors?
So I would say, first of all, government policies have really not been favorable to those two sectors. And first of all, it even stems from oil. Oil is cheap money. Oil is easy money. We don't do anything. Just call the IOCs, the royalties, and everybody's fine. So that's, over the years, has really made the government sort of go to sleep. Now, with respect to manufacturing and agriculture, it needs a strategic approach. You don't just let things lie fallow. You have to have a long-term, mid-term, short-term plan that you work towards. As simple as power, if we put a huge sort of investment towards power, that would drive manufacturing and agriculture to a very large extent. But we've not really done that. You just see government year in, year out, come, focus on oil, enjoy themselves, do whatever little they can do and go. Government really needs to be strategic with respect to policies that would sort of endanger growth in those places. So policy in the sense that the import policy, there has to be an import substitution policy. You can't have a textile manufacturing farm here and you are still allowing importation of cloth items or finished goods. It will not work. It will kill that sector. You can't want to drive manufacturing, you can't want to drive agriculture, and yet you have epileptic power supply. Overall now, over the years, I don't think we are generating up to 5,000 megawatts totally as a country. I don't think so.
Not yet. We're not generating up to that yet.
And that is appalling. South Africa there is generating about 65,000 in terms of population, as little as South Africa is. So it just shows our seriousness or our focus with respect to government policies on what really we should focus on. There's not been that drive, that strategic drive. I'm sorry to say, we have to just tell ourselves the truth. If we really, because like you said, and I also concur, once we begin to see growth in agriculture, once we begin to see growth in the manufacturing sector, issues like unemployment rates, issues like SMEs and the likes, you begin to see a bit of traction there. You begin to see growth, and it kills unemployment. It helps in terms of revenue generation. Even it helps government with respect to taxes too. But the focus has always been on oil because it's easy money. You don't have to do anything. Just sit down, sign one JV here, sign another JV there. They come, they bring the materials, they bring the machinery, they pump, they pay you, and you are good to go. So it has really affected us. It has really made a lot of things to shift, and that is why it's painful, because other countries, like we see, the Dubais of this world, the Qatars of this world, they have over the years moved all the oil revenues they've made from revenue, all the revenues they made from oil to other important aspects of their economy. And you can see other sectors are driving, like for by now, tourism is what is driving and giving them the revenue, not necessarily oil, which is so unfortunate in the Nigerian situation.
So the question I have, which is is still linked to this. You just mentioned the fact that you say it's almost a situation where cycle after cycle, each president comes, they see the money from oil and they go to sleep in regards to other sectors. But it doesn't look like it. Everybody comes and they come with some grandiose plan of I think there was a time in the days of President Olusegun Obasanjo, there was Fadama project. There's always been something. There's always been something to. Buhari came, he closed down the borders. He tried to put in some. He tried to increase tariffs on most of our imported manufactured items and all like that. So why does it look like what they do does not really reflect in reality? What was the disconnect basically? They do a lot. They mention a lot of policies. At least every president I know has always had his own system of policy. There's always been a committee, a commission, something, reform. Everybody has had their own set of reforms. But why does it not translate into actual reality for the people of Nigeria? Or is it that they spend too much time on the politics? Or what do you think?
Okay, so I don't want to focus more on the critical side, which is the corruption in the system. I just want to discount that. So let's just assume everything runs normally. So I feel what has really been the problem over the years has been we've not had a sort of homegrown solution for attacking or sort of solving solutions in those sectors. So somebody comes, you see someone come from abroad, we want jazzy policy that has worked somewhere, and they try to see how they can implement it. And another issue is they don't follow it through. at some point when it is not working, everybody just discards. And because it's not impacting revenue, because whether you do it or you don't, the money is coming in steady from oil. They just seem to let the ball off the cart. And also, I feel our system of government too has also a bit translated into the disconnect we've seen. To carry out a strategic policy that would align, we are looking at a 10, 20, 50-year strategic plan. But the maximum a government can have is just 8 years. And there's been that disconnect. So this government comes in, is trying to focus on something else. And another government comes in, even though it's the same party, they will say, no, we're not doing what that one has done. They're trying to. So those wishy-washy kind of activities, what has really, really impacted, that is aside from the corruption side of things. So we bring in all this foreign policy. We should look for homegrown solutions that can help engender growth in those sectors. And also, we tend to see a bit of a lackadaisical attitude from the government. So when they come in all the old policy, they do the old preaching, we'll do this, and 1 year, 2 years down the line, you just find out that they just grow cold. They just seem to be, they've taken their legs off the gas and things have just returned back to normal. We've not really seen that government that has deeply followed it through from end to end. And that has really impacted our sector. And like I said, the system of government, 8 years is not enough to see a strategic policy through. We need a long-term policy that every government after government, they contribute towards the actualization of such policies. Before we used to have a vision, I think Operation Feed the Nation under Obasanjo, we had the structural adjustment program under IBB, like you said. There was a Vision 2010.
Vision 2020.
There was a Vision 2020. All of them came and
there was also a Vision 2010.
Vision 2010, there was a Vision 2020. They all came out hopefully. Why? Because there was no follow-through. Subsequent governments will come in, they will throw it aside, come to do their own thing. So which has always been the problem of the government here. Nobody wants to follow through on the plans of the other predecessor governments. And that has been the bane, aside the corruption in the system.
Okay, let me talk now. Let's move to the investment climate. Since independence, we've grown to, just like the economy, we've seen an investment climate where foreign direct investment is always up and down, up and down. So from the 1970s, we saw some bit of oil and gas investment. We came to the 2002. I think 2002, we recorded the highest FDI ever in a year, about $12 billion. But now we're in 2025, we are seeing $1 billion FDI. That's if we even get up to $1 billion FDI. The years before, it was way below that. What are the biggest barriers that investors are facing when it comes to the country today, the country Nigeria? Why is it that people used to believe before and it seems like they no longer want to believe anymore?
Well, to answer that, I think it's a sort of hydra-headed problem. So first of all, the business environment in Nigeria is quite harsh, very, very harsh. You see SMEs, hardly will you see an SME that started and is already in its 7th year. They die natural death between the 2nd and 3rd year. Also, because government has not really, I was having an argument with a colleague the other time. My colleague said, we have less than 5 companies that are up to 100 years old in the country. And I was like, I don't think it's true. But when we did the analysis, and it was possibly very, very true. We have less than 5 companies that homegrown companies, not the ones foreigners came and started, homegrown companies that have started and they are over 100 years old. A very good example is the Alabukun company in Ibadan. I think it's in its 3rd or 4th generation now, if I'm not mistaken.
It's
now, there are
a
lot of issues with respect to the question you asked. Like I said, the investment environment is quite harsh. Now we have a new tax reform, and from the look of those taxes, it begins to tell on investors. So you suspended this withholding tax on fixed income instruments. You are now bringing it back. So which means whatever investment you make, aside from FGM bond, they're going to take a 10% withholding tax. In the equity space, you are introducing a 25% capital gain tax for institutional investors. You sort of protected the retail investors, which is quite fine. But no institutional person will want to come in with the high risk, with the whole capital importation headache and co, and put in money. And at the end of the day, from his own gain, you are taking off 25%. It's really not fair. Then there's the issue of infrastructure. We are still miles behind with respect to infrastructure. The average business provides everything for itself, from power to security to technology to the government hardly contributes. Whereas if you look at the layer of taxes, that the government has put on those businesses, you see multiplicity, multi-layer taxes on those businesses. So it's something that has really been a tough conversation. When the president came in, the current president, he said he wanted to make life easy, he wanted to make the business environment much more friendly. But from things we've been seeing, it's looking more like the opposite. And also, everybody looks at the body language of the president. Once the body language is saying something different from what the investors perceive, once investors are beginning to see things like insecurity, government is not being sincere, the economy is not performing, you can't pull through the corruption in the process before you get licenses, approvals, and it tends to draw them back. And that's why rather than see FDIs, you see more of FPIs, the hot money guys. Those ones are businessmen, come in, take advantage of one or two transactions, and they pull out. But that will not really help the country or help the economy, because those ones are just coming to take advantage of whatever loopholes they find, and they're ready to play ball. They're ready to play. They're not committing them anything much. Just bring in the money, settle whoever they need to settle, take advantage of one or two trades, and they're out. But with respect to FDI, it is a sustained long-term. A lot of issues come to play. Your FX policy, your FX direction, government policies to respect to those issues. We've seen issues, or we've seen scenarios where even companies in free trade zones, we've seen their licenses being cancelled. And it just tells you, from that perspective, the sort of, how will I put it now, the perception it sends out there, it just shows we are not really ready. Because how can you have a free trade zone and you are cancelling a license? They have to take the government to court, back and forth. Even the Dangote issue now is in a free trade zone area, but you have the back and forth with all these trade unions and co. And somebody who wants to come in to even set up another refinery, when he looks at the old back and forth, and the old will take his money elsewhere. So it's quite painful, but that is the reality on ground. That is what we see, and we'll just need to employ, because I think it's more a government thing. Is 90% sits at the table of the government, because it's a hydra-headed issue, from FX, from the ease of registering business, from taxation to how they get licenses, to how they get their allocation, to how they set up infrastructure for themselves, power, telecoms, technology, and the likes. It's really a tough one, but we will keep employing on government. We'll try to see how government can work with the private sector, just to see how to make life easy for businesses. If we're looking at it, the SMEs around, we find for one SME that survives, about 20 must have had a natural, a short-lived death or a short-lived life, which is not also helping the Nigerian economy.
So you mentioned the plethora of issues. Yes.
Plethora of issues. Yeah,
yes,
correct.
you mentioned the plethora of issues. The question I want to ask is, what do you think? What structural reforms do you think the government can put in place to basically to try and, because like you said, as a business owner in Nigeria, you basically provide everything for yourself. You provide the infrastructure, yet the government still comes in with tax policies and all. But one thing that we would always see in Nigeria is that government always says, like now we have a presidential enabling business committee, a presidential enabling business committee, enabling business environment committee, rather, that's PEBEC. There's always something, but it always seems like it does not really translate into actual gains in a way. But what do you think, what structural reforms do you think that the government should start to put into place, it should look towards and start to focus on, and let's get this thing done?
So just to touch on a bit of it. So first of all, it has to first do with safety of lives and property.
Okay.
Government needs to work on insecurity, because there is no investor that will hear that so people are being killed. You can't move by road or by rail from Lagos to Kano, and they want to bring in their money. No. So first, the insecurity issues we have, the pocket of insecurity issues we have around, government needs to really address it, because it sends a bad signal. It sends a negative signal out there. Secondly, I think it has to do more with infrastructure. There's a lot of infrastructure deficits within the country, infrastructure related to power especially. If we can have 24-hour power nationwide, not just in particular areas or industrial zones, nationwide, that is steady, that is constant. If we have a visible rail system that can carry as much load as across the nation, technology in terms of internet penetration, in terms of banking infrastructure institutions, I feel those things will help to engender growth. Now, coming to the economic side of things, we need a sort of FX stability. all this, the CBN has tried over the period. I think right now we are seeing a bit of gains related to the naira to the dollar. We are seeing the reserve at all-time high, which is very, very good. And if they continue in that trajectory, it will tend to attract those FDIs we are looking to attract. So that aside, that we also need government to smoothen the whole licensing process. Like now, I can tell you, it's not so easy to even to get the lease license, to get the lease registration done. You go through a lot of headaches. You have to grease a lot of palms, if you understand my language.
Yeah.
And the corruption in the system is really not helping people that want to come and do business. We don't even need the foreigners. Let's even first of all start with the SMEs. If SMEs can't even thrive, if the local SMEs that are resident, that are living in Nigeria can't even thrive within the system, you don't expect somebody that's coming from outside to come and to come and put himself in such headache that we are finding ourselves. So I think those are the low-hanging fruits the government can quickly touch on. Insecurity, the infrastructure gap deficit, with especially power. If they can make power 24 hours sustained, I feel it would be a major plus on the country. Then economic side of things, government policy with respect to importation, government policy with respect to taxes, government policies with respect to import duties and the likes. Then also FX stability, access to FX. If you want to capital flights, capital inflow, they should streamline those areas. And I feel we'll begin to see growth. And I think they also do all those things properly. I feel inflation is going to be another low-hanging fruit for them to deal with. I don't know if that answers the question.
Yes. So one last question I have is around the Nigerian financial sector, which is basically the space you operate in. So we are seeing, you mentioned at the beginning, the services sector basically is the driver of the economy right now in Nigeria. That's one side of the equation. The financial services sector has experienced tremendous growth since 2023. We've seen it grow at double digits in terms of GDP since 2023-2024, and it's riding on that same trajectory, maybe riding on that same trajectory in 2025. How do you think that the financial, that is not to mention the trillions of naira profits that our banks have been recording, or at least on every listed company, every listed financial service company on the NGX in 2024, all posted profits. Same thing happened in 2023. All posted profits, including insurance companies, banks, just other financial institutions, everybody. What opportunities do you think exist for these financial institutions to start to support Nigeria's industrialization drive? How do you think they can step in to do that?
Well, that's a very nice question. In terms of supporting the industrial drive, I think it just more has to do with a lot of expansion, and that will be driven or layered on the back of technology, trying to see how we can increase the investment penetration, how we can increase the banking penetration. And for financial services, they've really done well, especially on the fintech. We've seen a plural growth of fintech players, both the world tech, edutech. We've seen people in the investment tech space also grow. And in terms of adding value, I feel we still have a lot to do. We still have a lot to be done. Looking at the Nigerian population, the investments, holistically, the investments, ratio, people that are deep into investments is in terms of the ratio to the total population is still quite low. I think according to a SEC report, I'm struggling to get the period the report was released. I think we just have about 5 million Nigerians that are core into investing, or that have one form of investment or the other, which is not really helping with respect to contributing to the economy. Also, like I said, banking penetration, the CBN has also tried. This recapitalization exercise, I feel, will also go a long way to help create stability in the system, help create more assurance that the bank can withstand whatever pressure, because once they have a strong financial base, they can be able to do a lot of things. They'll be able to create a lot of product suites that would help to engender growth. Also, over the period, we've seen some couple of policies like this. Also policy from the PENCOM, and that ensures or that makes it possible for Nigerians in the diaspora to be able to have a retirement savings account. Also, is also a plus because we know a lot of people are out there that might want to start planning towards their old life or their retirement age in Nigeria, and that will ensure funds inflow back into the country. So for the economy generally, for the players in the capital market, I feel what they can do to sort of endanger growth in the economy I feel we still have a lot to be done, but if we can increase the investment penetration rate, if we can increase the banking penetration rate, also diaspora remittances, I feel is another low-hanging fruit that a lot of companies, a lot of corporates are still trying to work around how they can ensure the smooth inflow and outflow of funds, of channel of funds. We have a lot of Nigerians in diaspora in the UK, in Australia, and whenever they want to repatriate funds to Nigeria, they find it sort of difficult. There are a lot of bottlenecks one way or the other. And I feel that's a low-hanging fruit for most of the players within that industry. Then also, I think it also depends on the government and the government agencies too, like the central bank, PENCOM, the Securities and Exchange Commission. Though they've been trying, but we really need to do more. Financial literacy, financial engagement, not just concentrating on, there are some major economic hubs we always concentrate more on. We need to sort of spread the tentacles to other inland areas. We have some areas where they don't even have a bank. Some people have not even taking funds to the bank in this modern day 2025. So there are a lot of things to be done, but I think they'll be shaped by technology, they'll be shaped by government policy, and they'll be shaped by how resilient the economy is and the economic drivers will be.
Thank you
I
so
don't
much.
know if that answers the question.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Oluwaseun. It's been an insightful conversation with you. Thank you for staying with us. Yeah, and
it's a pleasure.
So we just heard from Oluwaseun Magriola, who is the head of investment research at STL Asset Management. After the break, we're going to be returning with business news making the rounds, as well as market updates from the NGX, as well as other global market last week. Welcome back to Economy and Market, and now we'll be moving on to the business news making some of the rounds. First of all, Nexim Bank posted a 30.47 billion profit in 2024. The Nigeria Import-Export Bank has reported an operating profit of 30.47 billion, 470 million naira for the 2024 financial year. This is more than the 13.75 billion that the bank recorded in 2023. This strong performance highlights the bank's financial resilience and operational efficiency in fulfilling its development finance mandate. As part of this growth, the leading credit rating agency in Nigeria, Augusto & Co., assigned Nexim a BBB Plus rating, affirming its satisfactory financial condition and strong capacity to meet obligations relative to other development finance institutions in Nigeria. Nexim Bank is fully owned by the federal government of Nigeria through the CBN as well as the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, MOFI, and it continues to maintain robust liquidity and capital adequacy ratio alongside steady expansion in its loan book. Some of its financing activities have cut across manufacturing, agriculture, solid minerals, and services. Speaking to press, the managing director, Abba Bello, said Nexim had disbursed over 495 billion to non-oil exporters, thus creating more than 36,000 jobs through initiatives like the Regional Sea-Link project, factoring services, and the joint projects preparation funds. Then we move on to pension fund administrators. According to research by BusinessDay, it's noted that PFAs will need 276.8 billion naira to meet their new capital requirement. Nigeria's pension fund administrators will require a combined 276.8 billion naira to meet the new minimum capital requirement that was recently announced by the National Pension Commission, that's PENCOM. The revised framework that was issued on September 2026 ties capital threshold to the size of assets under management. That means that the country's 7 largest PFAs, Stanbic IBTC Pension, Access ARM Pension, Leadway Pension, that's Leadway Pension / Power Pension, Nigerian Police Force Pension, Premium Pension, Trust Fund Pension, and FCMB Pension must inject fresh capital to meet the December 31, 2026 compliance deadline. Under the new structure, PFAs with an asset under management below 500 billion are required to hold at least 20 billion in capital, while those with above 500 billion must raise 20 billion plus 1% of the value of their asset under management, that exceeds 500 billion. PENCOM also set this minimum capital for special purpose PFAs at 30 billion. That is for the Nigerian Police Force Pensions Limited, and 20 billion for the Nigeria University Pension Management Company Limited. Industry data shows that Stanbic IBTC manages around 5.895 trillion in assets under management, and they will require 73.945 billion in total capital, leaving a 28.535 billion shortfall. Similarly, Access ARM Pension, that has about 3.5 trillion in assets under management, faces a capital gap of 28.535 billion under the new rule. Then we move on to the oil sector, where we see that Sahara Group is targeting a production capacity of 350,000 barrels per day as it has acquired 7 new oil rigs. Sahara Group, one of Africa's leading energy and infrastructure conglomerate, has unveiled plans to ramp up its upstream crude oil production to 350,000 barrels per day within the next 5 years. Leste Ayevab, who is the Chief Technical Officer at Asharami Energy, which is a Sahara Group upstream company, made this disclosure while addressing investors and stakeholders during the Africa Energy Week in Cape Town. He said the growth will be driven by an extensive upgrade of exploration and production services, improved execution capacity, and the acquisition of 7 brand new rigs to accelerate operations and enhance efficiency. Ayevab, who emphasized Sahara's massive infrastructure investment, as key to boosting capacity and competitiveness in Africa's energy sector. He also noted that 2 of those 7 rigs are already in Nigeria, with 2 more expected before the end of 2025, as part of Sahara's plans to reach 350,000 barrels of oil per day and 1 million standard cubic feet per day of gas. The first rig is a 2,000 horsepower land rig named El Buba and has commenced gas drilling operation and is being managed by Ahara's Global Oil Field Services, which is a Sahara subsidiary. He reaffirmed Sahara's commitment to sustainable energy development through cross-border partnerships, local content participation, and community-focused initiatives, supporting Africa's transition to a secure and inclusive energy future. And after the break, we return with updates from the NGX from last week. Stay with us. On Friday last week, the Nigerian equities market closed positive on Friday, extending its weekly winning streak. The market closed with a 604.58 point increase as the All-Share Index closed at 143,584.04 points. This represented a 42 basis point gain or 0.42 percentage points gain, pushing the year-to-date return to 39.50%. Market capitalization advanced to 91.14 trillion naira. That year on Friday, market activity was relatively moderate, with investors trading 544.74 million shares valued at around 19.63 billion. Let's move to the gainers chart. On the gainers chart, we see that UACN led the chart with a 10 percentage point increase to close at 73.73%, 73 naira 70 kobo per share. Beg your pardon. They were followed by Nigeria Enamel Wear that closed at a share price of 42 naira 45 kobo after gaining 9.97%. Ella Lakes followed with a 9.96 percentage point to close at the share price of 13.47. Ella Lakes bullish momentum on Friday was driven by news of the company's plans to acquire a new farm from Tolaram. PZ Cousins have also gained 9.88% on Friday to close at the share price of 41 naira 70 kobo, and Nimet International Pharmaceuticals gained 9.76% to close at the share price of 6 naira 75 kobo. On the flip side, construction giant Julius Berger closed with a 9.96% decline to hit a share price of 122 naira 90 kobo. Julius Berger was the top loser of the entire week last week. They were followed by Thomas Wyatt, the paper company, that lost 9.50% on Friday to close at the share price of 3 naira 24 kobo. John Holt, the consortium, also down by 9.43% to close at the share price of 7 naira 20 kobo. Dark Communications down by 6.36% to close at the share price of 1 naira 3 kobo, and UPDC 5.81% decline to close at the share price of 6 naira 49 kobo. Most actively traded stocks on Friday were majorly banks, as starting with UBA with 80.1 million shares traded in deals worth over 3.4 billion naira. Just below UBA was Access Holdings with 71.7 million shares traded in deals worth almost 2 billion. That was 1.867 billion naira. However, in terms of value, in terms of volume and value, GT Bank was the second largest traded stock in terms of value, with 3.345 billion naira and 335.142 million shares traded. Zenith Bank followed suit, 29.871 million shares in deals worth over 2 billion naira. Ella Lakes also was a significantly traded share after news of its acquisition of its plan to acquire Agro Processing and Resources Nigeria Limited. It closed yesterday. On Friday, we saw 25.949 million shares traded in deals worth over 337 million naira. Let's look at the weekly market report from the NGX. Last week, the week ending October the 3rd, we saw the NGX All Share Index appreciate by 1.02% to hit 143,584 points. The market gained over 1,450 points last week. And in terms of our top gainers, we saw Eternal PLC gain a whooping almost a third of its share of its value with a 32.80% gain, almost 33% gain, as it hit a share price of 37 naira 5 kobo. Enamel Wear was a significant gainer during the week, 20.94% points to close at the share price of 42 naira 45 kobo. PZ Cousins also a significant gainer, 20.87 percentage point to hit a share price of 41 naira 70 kobo. Living Trust Mortgage Bank gained 18.25% the entire week to close at the share price of 6 naira 9 kobo. Unicell Interlinked closed at the share price of 39 naira 50 kobo after gaining 17.56% that week. The top losers of the last week, Julius Berger was the top loser of last week, also being the top loser of Friday. It lost almost 18% to close at the share price of 122 naira 90 kobo. International Energy Insurance down by 11% the entire week to close at the share price of 2 naira 97 kobo. Union Deconsult 10% decline the entire week to hit a share price of 8 naira 10 kobo. AXA Mansard also closed 10% down to close at the share price of 14 naira 40 kobo. And University Press Limited also down by 9.85% point to hit a share price of 5 naira 40 kobo. The entire week, when it comes to sectoral performances, it was mixed across all the major sectors, from the banking sector with a 1.17% gain to the insurance sector with a 2.02% decline to the consumer goods sector with a 13 basis point gain to the oil and gas sector that was the major gainer of last week, a 5.68% gain driven by Eternal PLC's major gain of last week. Industrial goods also gained 1.66% percentage points to hit 5,077 points. In terms of our global market, we see that the bullish run of the US stock market has not stopped, has not slowed down. Dow Jones up by 51 basis points to hit a new record high. Also, the same thing happened in the S&P 500, hitting a new record high despite just a marginal uptick. The Nasdaq Composite was, however, down by 28 basis points to hit 22,780 points. And in terms of trading in Asia, we see that the Nikkei 225 was up by 1.85% point on Friday, followed by the Kospi that gained 2.7 percentage point. That's the Korean index, and the Hang Seng index from Hong Kong. However, it should be noted that trading data from Monday shows that the Nikkei 225 has hit an all-time high after gaining over 5 percentage points. After gaining over 5 percentage points to hit nearly 50,000. European index update from Friday showed that in the UK, there was also mixed sentiment in the UK. The FTSE 100 gained 67 percentage points. The CAC 40 also gained 31 basis points, and the DAX index lost 18 basis points. On the currency side, the Naira was up. The Naira was up against the USD 1,472 Naira to the dollar. The Euros 1,727 Naira to the Euros. and the British pounds 1,983 naira to the British pounds. And that's all we can take on economy and market for this morning. I remain your host, David Olujimi. Thank you for staying with us.
This is Oluwapelumi Badmus. I am a legal practitioner. I want to say Happy Independence Day, Nigeria.
Happy Independence Day, Nigeria. So happy Independence. At least we are in peace.
I wish Nigeria happy independence.
So happy independent Nigeria.
Happy independent Nigeria. I wish Nigeria well. God be with all of us in Jesus' name.
Happy independence in Nigeria. Nigeria has been since 1960s, 1963 up to this time. Nigeria have never changed. Nigeria remain as it is. I don't know who is going to change in Nigeria.
A journey through the defining moments of Nigeria's independence, from the struggle for freedom to the vibrant celebration of today, exploring what it truly means to be Nigerian on October 1st. For decades, the destiny of Nigeria was a story told in foreign tongue, a land of vibrant cultures, vast resources, and diverse people, governed by a distant power, but beneath the surface of colonial rule. A new narrative was taking a shape. It was a story of defiance, of unity, and of sheer desire for self-determination. This was the era of nationalists, men and women who truly understood what intellect and courage really meant. This began to push back against the tide of imperialism. As the clock ticked away, midnight on September 30th, 1960, a nation held its breath at Lagos Race Course under the watchful gaze of thousands. A momentous exchange took place. The Union Jack, a symbol of colonial rule, was lowered, and in its place, for the very first time, the green, white, green flag of the Federal Republic of Nigeria was raised, unfolding a new chapter in African history. The air was filled with not just cheers, but with palpable sense of hope. A new nation was born, and with the promise of unity, peace, and prosperity for all, this was a story for us to enjoy. So today, October 1st, is more than a historic date. It is living in the tradition. Across the nation, from bustling cities to quiet villages, the spirit of independence is celebrated with parades, cultural displays, and the feast of national pride. It is a day when green, white, green colors of our flag become a symbol of unity. A reminder that despite our differences, we are bound by the common identity. For many, it is a day for family, food, and for reflection on the long road that we have traveled so far. Also, it is a day to honor our past and to look to the future. And so the journey since 1960 has not been without trials, true, and the dream of a new nation was soon tested by internal conflicts and a series of political upheavals. We have faced periods of great difficulties, but through it all, the resilience of Nigerian people has shown through thick and thin. We have persevered, not by ignoring our challenges, but by facing them with a tenacious spirit that is uniquely Nigerian. It is a story for our ongoing struggle for perfect union, one that we all will keep on writing together.
I see a lot of problems with governance and execution of our policies and just following the law essentially. Government should fix the road. They should do what they ought to do. They should not delegate governance to the people. We can't always be crying to private individuals to fix our roads, to give us clean water. We can't always rely on the good of the citizens. The government is there for a reason. They should do their job.
I think they can fulfill all their promises. Nothing wrong. They will say they will do something. When they get there, they will not do it. I think they are doing it, and they give us proper security. Our security, let me say, police station. Now you get to police, you have to be paying before they can attend to you. The only thing that we are celebrating is that at least, even without nothing, we are still living, hoping only God.
As you look into the matters, especially for these people that don't have work, what are you celebrating the October work? So is it the people that work on the streets that don't have work, or the one who do not even have anything to eat, no job, and some people that is just one work, one food, and some is 001 before you eat. What are you celebrating? You didn't celebrate anything, because let the leaders look into the matters, the people that don't have work, that don't have job, and the costly of petrol and the costly of foods. We are just proud to say we are giant of Africa. What are we giant for? We are nothing.
I mean, Nigeria, happy independent. Okay, but one thing in this country is that, okay, I'm a student before, so when I was going to school, I dropped out because of money to further my education. If you want to change Nigeria, they need a better government, a better Nigeria. Like, we should love one another, because some other big men bestow money for making the country to better. So they need love and unite. That's what they said. I'm going to enjoy my country, maintain our country. So we need to make changes in our country.
There is one thing I want the government to do for we Nigerians. We need good roads, hospital, and electricity. If government can do that for we Nigerians, we'll be okay. And the scarcity of food is too high. We need the government to do something for us.
We are suffering in Nigeria. No food, accommodation is our problem. Sef, no food, no house. Anything we have, they reach us. Get food, get anything. Hungry they kill us for Nigeria. Help us to beg our government should help us.
Happy independence in Nigeria. Nigeria has been since 1960s, 1963 up to this time. Nigeria have never changed. Nigeria remains as it is. I don't know who is going to change Nigeria. This government, as he said, this government can change Nigeria. This government did not change Nigeria. Nigeria remains as it is. Corruption is from Nigeria in 1980 up till now. Nigeria have never changed.
So what do you think we should do to make Nigeria better now?
Only God will do Nigeria better. For me, I don't think human being can do Nigeria better except to God.
Nigerians have said what they need to say about October 1st celebration. Those that we captured anyways, but the question now is this. Nigeria has come a long way, 65 years. Do we have much to celebrate? Can we afford to say that Nigeria is truly the giant of Africa or not? Happy independence, Nigeria. We are a nation. We should be proud of our nation. After all, it's a wonderful nation. Onyeka Valentine is my name, bdtv. Until next time, happy independence, Nigeria.
are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Norma Obuna. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now the headlines. Dangote begins $2.5 billion fertilizer plant construction in Ethiopia. Nigeria's trade with African countries surges by 610 billion naira. PFAs need 276.8 billion naira to meet new capital requirement. Japan stocks hit record after ruling party names a pro-business leader. FIFA Under-20 World Cup. Flying Eagles set up exciting round of 16 clash with Argentina. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the president of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, has led the groundbreaking of $2.5 billion fertilizer plant in Gode, Ethiopia. Statement by Dangote Group on Sunday says the project, in partnership with Ethiopian Investment Holdings, with a production capacity of 3 million metric tons of urea annually, is expected to become one of the world's largest fertilizer complexes. According to reports, the project, located in Ethiopia's southeast region, is expected to leverage the country's abundant natural gas resources from the Hilal and Kalab reserves to boost agricultural productivity, create jobs, and enhance food security across the Horn of Africa. Speaking at the ceremony, Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed was said to have described the fertilizer project as more than just industrial progress, stressing that it symbolizes shared responsibility, cooperation, and peace. And now moving on, Nigeria's trade with other African countries grew by 610 billion naira in the first half of 2025. With fresh figures from the National Bureau of Statistics showing that total trade rose to 4.82 trillion naira compared to 4.21 trillion naira recorded in the same period of 2024. The latest numbers reportedly highlight both the resilience of regional trade and the distortions created by the weakening naira. The quarterly trend revealed contrasting movements, revealing a slight fall in the trade in 2025 to 1.86 trillion naira from 2.24 trillion naira in the first quarter of 2024, while the second quarter delivered a sharp rebound, with trade climbing to 2.97 trillion naira against 1.98 trillion naira in the second quarter of 2024. This near 1 trillion naira jump in the second quarter was the decisive factor behind the overall increase recorded in the half-year period, with exports accounting for most of the growth. And still on, Nigeria's pension fund administrators will reportedly require 276.8 billion naira to meet the new minimum capital requirement announced recently by the National Pension Commission. Under the new framework, capital requirements are now tied to the size of assets under management, meaning the country's 7 largest PFAs must raise additionally capital on AUM exceeding 500 billion naira. The firms are expected to inject billions of naira in the fresh capital to meet the December 31st, 2026 compliance deadline. PENCOM, in a circular issued on September 26, 2025, announced the revised minimum capital requirements for licensed pension fund administrators and the pension fund custodians. We're now joined by Modestus Anesoronye, our head of insurance and pension desk, to give some insights into one of the stories, that is the PFAs needing 276.8 billion naira to meet new capital requirement. Welcome, Modestus.
Thank you very much, Mama.
So I would like us to jump right into the analysis. So when actually is the deadline for this new capital requirement?
Right. PENCOM on the 26th of September announced the new minimum capital requirement for pension fund administrators and pension fund custodians. Giving them 31st December 2026 to meet this requirement. So the PFS, the PFCs are in for a big deal. And looking at the financial services market today, the banks are raising capital, insurance is raising capital. Now PFS are also going to raise capital. So it's an uphill task for all the financial service operators.
Okay. So how many PFAs have so far raised the required capital?
Yes. For now, no PFA could say they have met it because the last recapitalization was in 2021 when they increased their capital base to 5 billion.
Okay.
Today, the new capital requirement is 20 billion for those whose asset under management are below 500 billion, and extra 1% of any excess in the asset under management. And this has affected about 7 of the top PFAs. Ordinarily, you would expect that with just the minimum of 20, maybe some of the PFAs would have met it.
Yes.
But with 1% extra on the size of the asset under management above 500 billion, it's a lot of money. And one of the biggest PFAs will have to look for over 20-something billion to meet up this requirement.
Do you think that they might fail to meet it?
Well, I believe most of those PFAs, and if you ask me, are owned by big banks and the big financial institutions in the country. They will have the capacity to meet it, but I believe there are some that may not be able to
meet up.
Because investors or owners of those companies will be looking at their returns on investment. So there are likelihood of mergers and acquisition. In fact, it's going to be huge this time.
So if they don't meet it, how is it going to affect our economy overall?
Yes, I don't see any PFA losing license. What we are going to see is PFA scaling up their sizes.
Okay.
Like what happened recently, Leadway Pension acquired PAL pensions. That has put them at the second largest PFA in Nigeria, with asset under management of over almost 3 trillion. So what that means is that PFS are in for a big deal. Those who cannot meet the requirement will be acquired, and there will be mergers and acquisitions. So it's going to scale up activities in the sector rather than it affecting the economy. And when they are bigger, the services are better. Retirees are better rewarded. The economy is enhanced. There's investment in infrastructure. So overall, it will enhance the economic activity and development, particularly in the area of infrastructure fund, which is needed at this time to boost infrastructure steps in the economy.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. We will now be moving away from that story to the beer industry, which has called on the federal government to sustain existing homegrown digital systems that will deliver full visibility of excise operations, rejecting the proposal to introduce tax stamps. The industry described the tax stamps as counterproductive, stating that they present operational challenges and financial risks that could undermine the fragile discovery of the industry and the Nigerian economy. Executive Director, Beer Sectoral Group of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Abisola Lasinde, says the tax stamp system is largely inefficient, causing production slowdowns, distribution delays, product stockouts, and high compliance costs. And now to end the news, the tragic death of Somtochukwu Maduago, a 29-year-old lawyer and news anchor with Arise TV during a robbery at her residence in Unique Estate, Katampe, has cast a harsh spotlight on the deteriorating security situation in Abuja. Maduago succumbed to injuries sustained after armed robbers invaded the block of 6 flats where she lived in the early hours of Monday, 29th September. Residents of Katampe and neighboring communities, however, described the neighborhoods as being under siege, plagued by frequent armed robbery attacks over the years. Security analyst and managing director of Beacon Security and Intelligence Limited, Kabiru Amada, however, raised concerns over the increasing insecurity in the nation's capital. Forms an investment in public infrastructure safety.
I slept around 8, woke up around like 2 a.m. So I was walking on my laptop and then I heard someone scream. I heard someone say, "Someone help me." And then I heard like a sound. I didn't know if it was a shot or something. But then I already felt like somebody was murdered around here. I should probably lock my doors because I didn't think it was happening here. I didn't want to believe it was happening here. So I just locked my doors, made sure I was at least secure. Then suddenly I started hearing the same noises because you see it's 2 blocks. It started in the first block, I live in the second block, and then I started hearing feet in the second block, started hearing noises. I knew that this wasn't normal because we've been living here for a while. This amount of people don't walk around in this building at this particular time. So I just knew that something was up. I took my laptop, I took my phone, I went into the room because I live with my cousin. He's not around now, but he was here when it happened. I told him that something is happening. He told me that that he already noticed and he saw them from the window, that he saw people coming into here, and I was like, "Oh, so we're getting robbed." He was like, "It looks like it." So that was basically it, because at that point we didn't even know what to do, we didn't even know how to go about it. We were just hoping that since we live upstairs, maybe exactly before they would get there, they run out of time, but it didn't work that way. They came in, they broke in through the doors, came into the rooms, eventually found us hiding, took all they could take, full passwords and all that. And then thankfully they left without harming any of us. So this place is supposed to be safe, and I believe it's safe. I don't know what happened that day. At this point, I believe it happens everywhere else. So it's happening here. It's not a here problem. It's an Abuja problem. I slept around 8, woke up around.
All right, we'll go on a quick break now. When we are back, we'll bring you the foreign news in detail.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Now on the foreign scene, Japanese stocks have hit a record high after the country's ruling Liberal Democratic Party named Sanae Takachi as its new leader, positioning the pro-business politician to be Japan's next prime minister. According to reports, the benchmark Nikkei 225 index closed at 4.75% higher on Monday, in ending the day above 47,000 for the first time. While the Japanese stocks rose, the yen hit a record low against the euro and dropped by 1.7% against the US dollar. Takaichi, who has held senior government roles, including Minister for Economic Security and Internal Affairs, is reportedly known for her support of higher government spending and lower borrowing costs. Also, Israeli and Hamas officials are meeting in Egyptian resort today for indirect negotiations on U.S. peace plan for Gaza. According to reports, the talks in the Red Sea resort of Sharm el-Sheikh will focus on the first stage of a ceasefire, including the partial withdrawal of Israeli forces as well as the release of hostages held by the militants in Gaza in exchange for Palestinian prisoners held in Israeli detention. The reports reveal that U.S. Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff and President Donald Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner are also expected to join the talks. This latest push for peace, however, comes after Hamas accepted some elements of the U.S. peace plan, a move welcomed by Trump, while Israel says it supported the new U.S. effort. Under the plan, Hamas would release the remaining 48 hostages within 3 days, giving up power and disarm. And now to sports, where Nigeria's Flying Eagles have booked their place in the round of 16 at the ongoing FIFA Under-20 World Cup in Chile after a 1-1 draw with Colombia in Talca in the early hours of today. Goalkeeper Ebenezer Harcourt made key saves in the 23rd and 26th minutes to keep the scores level, while the Nigerian attack, led by Tahir Maigana, Karporabo, Ariehe and Suleiman Sani, created several chances, including efforts that struck the upright. Colombia took the lead in the 51st minute through Kena Gonzalez, who converted from the Nicer Villarreal assist, while Eagles, responded with sustained pressure and were rewarded 4 minutes from the time when Captain Daniel Bayemi calmly converted a penalty after Maigana's shot was handled in the box. Nigeria will now Argentina on Wednesday at the Estadio Nacolia Julio Martinez Paradonas in Santiago, a rematch of the quarterfinal encounter at the 2023 edition hosted by Argentina, where Nigeria triumphed 2-0 in San Juan. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at noon. I am Norma Obuna. Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Viewers, and welcome to Today in History right here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, October 6th.
On this day in 1973, the Yom Kippur War broke out when Egypt and Syria launched a surprise attack on Israel during Yom Kippur and Ramadan. Backed by the US and Soviet resupplies, the fighting saw Egyptian forces cross the Suez Canal and Syrians advance into Golan Heights before Israel counterattacked, pushing deep into both fronts. A UN ceasefire on the 22nd of October collapsed, but a second on 25th October ended the war. The conflict restored Arab confidence and led to peace efforts, including the 1978 Camp David Accords and Israel's withdrawal from Sinai. The war also triggered an OPEC oil embargo, sending global prices soaring. Decades later, Israel's central bank estimated its 12-day war with Iran cost $6 billion as the shekel rose 7% and the stock market hit record highs.
And that is all we have for you in our package Today in History right here on BDTV. I am Norma Obodna. Keep watching BDTV.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
okay not to be okay, because what mental health needs is more sunlight and more unashamed conversations. This is Health Matters, your number one guide to health and wellness. I am Amanda Imosibue. Statistics from WHO in 2017 show that 2.7% of Nigerians suffer from anxiety disorder. Another study showed that bipolar disorder accounted for 21% of mood disorder cases. Joining me to unpack the link between anxiety, bipolar disorder, and schizophrenia is Dr. Olushola Kayode. He's a medical doctor and a mental health coach. Welcome, Dr. Kayode.
Thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kayode. So now let's do the math and begin with the most pressing questions in order to delve further into this. So let's break down these mental health disorders by their definition. What exactly is anxiety? What is bipolar disorder? And what is schizophrenia?
Yes, thank you again for having me here today. It's always a pleasure to have discussions about mental health, because this is a part of our day-to-day life that seems to be ignored a lot, So I'll just go to your question, trying to define these terms. Yeah, there might be no very clear definitions for these disorders, but there is what we call a very short explanation for them, and because it's tied around the symptoms and what they express. So I'll start with anxiety disorder. There are a group of mental disorders characterized by excessive fear and anxiety and other related behavioral disturbance, such as avoidance in some few. And usually, what characterizes them the most is that this fear and anxiety, they are not in proportion to the actual threats. So what this means is that we all have fears, we all have things that we may be scared of, but the disproportionate fear to what the stimulus is, that is where the problem comes for anxiety, comes in with anxiety disorder. And this causes clinically significant distress or impairment in functioning. So keywords here is that there is the fear and the anxiety, and the second keyword is out of proportion to the actual threats. And the third keyword here is that it causes stress or functional impairment for the person. For bipolar disorder, from the word bi, it means that we are at two poles. This is basically like a mood disorder characterized by, you have episodes of abnormally elevated mood with episode of abnormally reduced or depressed mood. So basically, bipolar is telling us that this person comes this point is with full energy, excessively abnormal full energy. Then in the next few weeks, the person comes with very bad depression, and this characterizes bipolar disorder. And for schizophrenia, this is actually a major psychotic disorder. When you say psychosis, this is what it means, a chronic psychotic disorder. And here there is a distortion from the actual reality. So there is the reality, and there are people that have distorted view of the reality in terms of their thoughts, in terms of their perception, their experience, their affect and behavior to the reality. So this could serve as definitions for these disorders.
All right, thank you so much. So now, apart from like hereditary, which is a main thing in every illness, it's a major factor. Apart from hereditary, genetics, what other biological and environmental factors could lead to these mental illnesses?
Okay, yeah, thank you for that question. So there are a lot of factors. Genetics being the most prominent, because if there is a family history of any mental illness, the chances that the offspring or the children that comes from that family will have similar is very high. But there is also a balance between genetics and the environmental factors, because environmental factors has been found to have key roles, significant roles um, in expression of these mental health conditions. So those two are very key, because especially for anxiety disorders, for example, where people have fear, and you realize that a lot of this fear can be tied down to life events that have happened in the past. Example, abuses, trauma. Some they've been in financial jeopardy at some point, and whenever they hear the thought of money or anything related to money, they just have this unusual fear. Some it is heartbreaks, relationship problems. This kind of stressful life events are also really factors to having some of these mental disorders. So you have the stressful life, you have medical conditions too, like especially patients or people with asthma, for example, because they've been persistently out of school or out of usual activities, they tend to have some of this anxiety and some other disorders. The other risk factors for most of these mental health disorders will be substances like alcohol, stimulants, caffeine. This passes for all the types of disorders, for anxiety, for bipolar disorders, also significantly for schizophrenia. So this substance varies from things as mild as caffeine, to things as significant as alcohol, and those very hard stimulants. So childhood adversity to children that have been neglected in the past, they also have high chances of having some of these some of these mental health disorders. Then poor sleep, quite a number of risk factors for this. Some people, some of these disorders are commoner in females, especially anxiety-related disorders are commoner in females than male, but schizophrenia is commoner in male than females. So these are just a summary of what could lead to these disorders.
Okay, so now you mentioned anxiety being more common in females, and then you mentioned schizophrenia being more common in males. So generally, what are the major characteristics and symptoms that a male or a female should look out for?
Okay, yeah, so this, as I've tried to approach from the onset, the symptoms vary. So let's take anxiety, for example. People have anxiety to different things, but one thing that is constant for anxiety is the fear. There is always an overreaction to a specific stimulus. For example, people have phobias. They are in some of these classifications. They've tried to separate phobic disorders from anxiety disorders, but previously they are grouped together. Fear of rats, fear of cockroaches, fear of this, fear of that. This can also be seen as some form of anxiety-related disorder. So fear of exaggerated fear to these things are the most common symptoms that people actually present with. Then you have other symptoms like sweating, excessive sweating, the heart will be racing. Some people come up with heart racing, trouble sleeping, physical tension, irritability. They just snap easily. At the slightest, they snap. So these things are some of the symptoms that anxiety disorders can come with. Some they start going to urinate frequently, going to use the toilet frequently. For bipolar disorder, because we have two parts of it, we have the elevated mood, which we call the manic episode. Then we have the depressed mood. So you have unusually high, excited. You see someone wake up in the midnight, started playing music, comes out, drives all through the neighborhood, very loud music, flashy colors, in terms of what they wear. These are actually some of the signs of elevated mood. So they overspend. That's overspending, very important. You see them overspending, reckless driving, unsafe intercourse, just going about doing this doing these things. Then for the low part, the depression part, you just see them with sadness, emptiness, loss of interest. They might not even sleep at all. These are some of the symptoms of bipolar disorder. Then it's called schizophrenia, because this is a distortion. So these symptoms are a bit more specific. You have them hearing voices that are not there, seeing things that are not there, having strong beliefs that people are spying on me, and delusions, very strong delusions, that I am the president of Nigeria, president of the whole world, and Donald Trump must come to me to ask for permission to do anything. No, those kind of strange delusions. So these things are very important. For some people, it's just social withdrawal, lack of motivation, blunted emotion and affect, unusual and strange behavior. This subsequently leads to they won't be taking care of themselves enough, look dirty and unkept. So these are just some of the things that schizophrenia comes with.
Thank you very much. So now, apart from MDQ, that's mood disorder questionnaires, what other diagnosis methods are out there? And then, how accurate are these MDQs, the mood disorder questionnaires?
Okay. Yeah, thank you for this question. This is actually a very important part, especially for mental health disorders, because the mental health diseases or disorders are not like malaria or infections or where you can easily go to the lab, take blood samples, and get results. It is there or it is not there. For mental health disorder, there is no test that you can go and test from the lab or go and do an image in a scan that you now diagnose those situations. But usually we use questionnaires. So the first part of it is the clinical assessment, which involves having conversations with the patients and taking your history, examining, doing a mental state examination. So this mental state examination, for example, captures a lot of aspects, the thoughts, the hallucinations, a lot of things that you can pick out from it. So most times we do these things to pick it out. For mood disorders, we use questionnaires a lot. And there are quite a number of questionnaires that, aside from the MDQs that you mentioned, we have the generalized anxiety disorder scale, we have the Beck's anxiety inventory, Hamilton anxiety rating scale. For bipolar disorder, we have the Young Mania rating scale, also the Hamilton depression scale, clinical global impression for bipolar disorders. So also for schizophrenia, you also have assessment tools. Basically, these are questionnaires. A lot of all this that we're talking about, they involve asking questions and filling forms. So basically, that's aside from the clinical interviews and the mental state examinations that we do, the other things are questionnaires, different names, depending on the amount of questions that are in the questionnaires. Yeah.
All right, that's really insightful. So now let's limit it to our country. What are the treatment options that are available in Nigeria?
Yeah. So this is actually another very important question, because a lot of those statistics that you raised at the beginning, the books, they will tell us that there are a lot of things that are underreported. Imagine someone having fear of heights. How many of us will go to the hospital? Doctor, I'm scared of heights. So a lot of these disorders are underreported. The most obvious ones are the schizophrenia, for example. You see the madman on the street, yes, this is schizo. You are sure that this is schizo, but the mood disorders and the anxiety disorders, we tend to underdiagnose them. That is one of the problems. So one of the aims of this kind of discussion is to make people aware that these things that you experience, there are things that you can actually see the mental health team for, because they are important things. It is not normal to have exaggerated fear. It is not normal to have mood swings, like mood swings. We have mood swings with pregnancy and all those things, but these are significant. This has significant impact on us as humans. So whatever disorder, whatever you express that affects your functioning, that affects your behavior and how you carry out your day-to-day activities, then it means there's something wrong. And such people needs to be seen by the mental health assessment team. So what we do in terms of the treatment options, they vary. Treatment options vary, but they are grouped generally into medications. Some people use medications, so these are the things that we do routinely. Then the key thing, also very key, is avoiding stimulants, alcohol, drugs, and all those things, which can worsen the situation.
All right, so Dr. Kayode, now, if these disorders, mental health disorders, are not treated, how does each of them deteriorate the brain?
Oh, yes, so it has been noticed that there are linkages between these mental health disorders and structure and the structural integrity of the brain. So we talk about some of these structural abnormalities manifesting as mental health disorders, because there is a part of the brain that is important for emotion, especially the hippocampus area and all like that. So in some people, they tell it is smaller than it is supposed to be. Some say it is an acquired trait. It's not a genetically, it's not something that we are born with, So yes, one way or the other, there are a lot of things going on in the brain, and these are basically neurotransmitters are like substances that help transmission of neurons and the likes in the brain. So yes, one way or the other, it has been found that in the long term they have effects on the structural integrity of the brain, especially the function also of the brain. So, and there's also linkage with Alzheimer's disease, for example, and which is a structural abnormality, and some of these mental health disorder. But whenever there is a structural cause whenever we find out that there is a structural problem, usually we move away from the psychological, we move to trying to take care of the structural problem. So yes, either ways, they are intertwined.
All right. So finally, Dr. Kayode, what is one myth concerning mental health disorders that you want to debunk? Tell them it's not true.
Okay, wow. So, yeah, I think the most common is that you don't get help in the country. It's a very common myth that this person is mad, and the stigma that comes with it. Well, the stigma might not be in the hospital. So these two myths, I think I'll debunk categorically. One is that you don't get help in the country, and the second is that you have to be mad to go to psychiatry hospitals. Those two things are wrong.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Kayode. So much knowledge and insight for you, and I'm really grateful, Dr. Kayode. Thank you so much for being on Health Matters.
Thank you for having me. I hope we've been able to impact people also with this knowledge.
Yes.
And the knowledge is very important. Thank you very much.
All right. So if I may add, first of all, you're not mad. And I think we should stop with the self-diagnosis and mental health disorders, because these are not just cute terminologies to tag to yourself because it seems like it's in vogue. These are real life situations that people battle with. It may seem a bit harsh, but it's also the fact. And if you also feel some of these symptoms, again, there is help for you. If you know someone who exhibits some of these symptoms, it's okay to speak with an expert. They are real life situations and challenges. That's it on today's Health Matters. I am Amanda Emosibue, sending you so much warmth and saying stay safe, stay healthy, and keep watching BDTV.
Nigeria celebrated National Identity Day in Abuja, organized by the National Identity Management Commission. The event highlighted the importance of digital identity for security, inclusion, and national development. President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, praised NIMC for enrolling over 126 million Nigerians and clearing a 2.5 million backlog. He said the NIM SIM linkage had reduced fraud, improved national security, and made NIN central to services like pension, healthcare, student loans, and elections.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity. I'm supposed to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Koka Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMC into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. From clearing backlogs that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards, our impact has been both profound and enduring.
NIMC Director General Abisoye Koka Odusote spoke about reforms under her leadership. She mentioned mobile enrollment devices, stronger partnerships, and better staff conditions.
As an institution mandated by the National Identity Management Commission Act 23 of 2007 to establish, maintain, and regulate Nigeria's national identity database and ensure the issuance of legal identification to all citizens and legal residents. The NIMC is dedicated to expanding its national identity database and enhancing inclusivity through innovative technology. At the heart of this effort is the integration of PKI, which ensures the security, privacy, and accessibility of personal data, laying the foundation for a digital economy that benefits all Nigerians.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji Ojo said digital identity is key to national security and economic independence. He highlighted investments in data centers, public key infrastructure, and the new technology complex.
Me as your minister, with what I've seen, I know I believe in your capacity, I believe in what you can do, and I know you have the will and the zeal to deliver. So NIMC, my last charge to you, your ministerial charge, go, deliver, keep making us proud, let Nigeria be greater for it. Let renewed hope not be a dream, let it be a reality in identity journey. God bless you.
Chief Executive Officer of Verify Me Nigeria has highlighted the critical role of digital identity in driving Nigeria's economic growth, national security, and development planning.
The significance of today really is to anchor us to the fact that digital identity is key and it's the foundation of our economy, our security, and also our capital planning as well. So, every September 16th is obviously an international day. We come together to really assess the infrastructure that we're building and talk about where we want to go and what we want to do with digital ID, whether it's within our country to power financial inclusion or for cross-border interoperability or for whether it's a digital public infrastructure. Really look at those things together, talk about those things, and also celebrate our achievements, on this day. The famous person said, I'll take nothing from my journey now. It's really been a great journey to work with the team in Nigeria, the government, the civil servants. It's great to see so many, I would say, inspired people inside that really want to do something great in the country. Particularly this time, in this, tenure of NIMC, I do see a significant tightening in terms of security and seriousness in terms of lack of proliferation of identity data and bringing in experts. So this is a very welcome change, and we obviously continue to support and promote that. There's always room for improvement, and they have an implementation plan for that improvement. So as you can see, there's NIN Auth repositories for more security. They have a more intelligent framework than the last time to allow for industry growth and allow for industry, private sector players like us to build products. So the advice I would say is just continue to do what you're doing to work with private sector. We're a real partner, and I think that I can say that we're seeing that, so I'm very encouraged.
Other speakers agree that NIN is is now a must for national planning, business registration, and social programs. They called for more investment and partnerships to ensure every Nigerian is captured in the system.
Well, the day itself, I think, is to create awareness. It is also to celebrate progress, and very importantly, it is also to evaluate what we can do better. Because in all things in life, what you find is that you do need to ask yourself 3 questions. What have you done right? What could you have done better? This is the learning. And of course, you have to now look forward to what do you think is next. So I think this is part of the idea behind National Identity Day worldwide. In the old days, when you go as a trader from somewhere to a village, nobody knows you. So somebody has to stand up and say, oh, I know this person, or I know his brother, or he has come here before. Somebody has to vouch for you so that you have that trust. And everything we're talking about revolves around that single word, trust. Now, in the modern era, if you have a trader in Malumfashi and another trader in Kigali, Rwanda, certainly they may not be able to meet. So you need a different mechanism, and that mechanism is the PKI. And the way it works, think of it like a padlock with 2 keys. You have a public key which allows any of us to create the message and lock the message so nobody else can see it. But no other person except the person with the private key, one single key, can unlock and read and receive the message. And that way you enable trust. And again, it's back to what the underlying purpose, very similar to NIMSI's underlying purpose, which is, are you who you say you are? I will not trade with you if I'm not sure about you. Neither will you trade with me if you are not sure about me, and so on and so forth.
The regulators need to do a lot more in terms of awareness. That is given. And then also the citizens need to do a lot more in terms of listening. It's not that the awareness campaigns are not there. It's just that people tend to prioritize convenience over security, which is it's just a natural way of doing things. But it's important for every citizen to understand that once you expose yourself digitally, you never know where your records will end. We've had instances, I'll give you an example of people who have taken nude pictures, for example, and say, oh, is it my phone? You don't know where your phone is going to end up with. You don't know when your phone is going to get missing. The same thing also, to have that kind of awareness whenever you're dealing with the digital environment. If you're putting out your personal data out there, ensure that whoever is taking your personal data has some form of responsibility on how to manage your personal data. And if you're uncomfortable about how your personal data is used, maybe for example you gave it to company A and all of a sudden from nowhere company B contacts you and you don't want the contact from company B, don't just ignore it, because it's going to continue escalating. Complain about it to company B, and where you find out that company B has done nothing about it, complain to the appropriate authorities, and in this instance the Data Protection Commission. So it's important for us to understand that your footprint on the internet hardly ever goes away, so you have to be careful where you put that your footprint and who manages that identity for you.
By the close of National Identity Day 2025, the takeaway was a secure and trusted identity.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to another enlightening edition of the Startup Spotlight, the show where innovation meets opportunity and bold ideas take the center stage. My name is Glory Brown, and today we're diving into a very powerful conversation that's reshaping the business, think, and act in uncertain times. And our focus for today is leveraging AI-driven event intelligence to navigate uncertainty and drive business growth. And to help us unpack all of these, I'm joined by Chase Inigbedion, who is the head of happiness at Concord App, where it transforms high-stakes events into predictable business outcomes through intelligent storytelling and product operations. Mr. Chase Inigbedion, it's a great pleasure to have you join us on the Startup Spotlight today.
Thank you so much, Glory, for having me, and this conversation is timely.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let's jump right into the first question for today. How would you define AI-powered event intelligence in the context of today's volatile global business environment?
Sure. I would only start by reiterating that you have to explain the context first. You know, early stage founders and executives from Africa and the diaspora, they spend an average of 15,000 annually and hundreds of hours attending global conferences like the UN General Assembly that would happen in New York, the World Economic Forum that happens in Davos, the Conference of Parties, which is the climate change conference that would happen in Brazil this year, and also the consumer electronics shows. And I will tell you, despite this massive investment of time and capital, 78% of this professional report that majority of their relationship from this event failed to convert into tangible business outcome. You know, they are citing a lack of strategic alignment, you know, a bunch of selfies being taken, inefficient follow-up, and a reliance on chance encounters rather than engineered connections. The current system is like a lottery where only a few win, and the vast majority lead with handshake instead of strategic partnership of capital. So for our audience, AI-powered intelligence is the key to turning chaos into clarity. It's a smart system that helps you find the signal. You know, beyond those conversations, how do you turn those relationships into revenue? And the signal and the noise of global events, from new trade policies to major conferences, you're leaving from one Lagos airport to a conference in New York and Paris. It's about leveraging technology, not just to attend events, but to identify critical opportunities. And Concord App is like an AI-powered intelligence that is laid out for this professional event. We use large language models and proprietary algorithms to ingest unstructured data from global events, including attending lists. So you're a speaker, you want to be able to understand your speaker topics. There's a policy brief, and we cross-reference it with a user company profile and strategic objectives. So our system identifies and signals like high leverage opportunities in real time. So who are you meeting at this conference? Will Glory be attending from Business Day? Will I be meeting social person from First Bank? You know, they help the user form a specific action plan. It will recommend who to meet, what to discuss, and how to frame the conversation to maximize strategic alignment and drive tangible outcomes, like either you're securing a partnership, you're attracting an investment, or you're identifying a new market entry point.
Thank you so much for that insight. The next question I have for you says, why is the event intelligence becoming increasingly critical for businesses navigating uncertainty, especially ahead of the global milestone like the UNGA 80?
So the UN General Assembly in its 80th anniversary are not just events. It's like a market of faith. There are different side events that happen during that period, from one event company hosting one event to the numbers of people coming to New York at that time just to product connections. but they are inflection point for policies and capital. Think about a Nigerian fintech founder who wants to attract investment from a European fund or partner with a UN agency. AI Event Intelligence is a tool that helps them understand who is in the room at the UN Global Compact side event, who would I meet at the UN headquarters, who will I meet at other side event that is happening during that period. Maybe it's the Fast Company Innovation Festival, or there's several other conferences that organizes even happy hours. How do you identify the specific problem that will be discussed beyond the agendas that is shared, and how their solution fit perfectly with what you want to be able to accomplish. So it helps us move beyond just showing up to proactively form the right connections and strategic alliances.
How can AI transform unpredictable chaotic events into actionable insights that support business stability and growth in this present time?
So AI has gone beyond just ChatGPT. Now there's an era of multiple agents. The understanding is that it helps us do two things. It helps us signal, and it also helps us form. It signals when a specific event, say a new policy on climate adaptation in Africa, or a major humanitarian initiative, or what my people will say, like tech founders will say, how do I close a deal? It's relevant to your business because it helps you form a response. For example, a young entrepreneur at a side event might notice that a European diplomat is talking about the need for local sustainable energy solutions. The AI system can signal this conversation, then help the entrepreneur form a follow-up that references the specific discussion point, connecting the diplomat's need to the entrepreneurial solution. It turns a chaotic conversation from the first time you enter into the room to a clear roadmap for action. An example can be like, I am Chase from Concord Hub. I build this app. I'm looking for so person to be able to identify with. And it helps you reference those pointers and help you secure those conversations.
From your bio, we learned that you're the head of happiness with the Concord app. Can you walk us through how this app is being connected to AI, external events, to internal business decisions, specifically in driving relationships into revenue?
Sure. Like I mentioned, why even the title of the Head of Happiness is like everybody wants to go to an event to connect. A signal, an array of like what will happiness turn out for me if I have spent $1,000 on flights. Maybe I'm paying a conference ticket of over about $750. Like there's a large investment that you put into place, hotel and all. Why we're doing this with Concord app is we want to take you right from your room when you start planning for this event. Where can you get the best on hotel deals, either as an individual who's attending or you're going to represent your organizations. If you go on TikTok right now, there's certain, the creator economy is also very big right now, where people will share with you their experiences of attending certain conferences. It helps you predict even the conferences to attend. Even as a first-time attendee, you understand, okay, what are the outfits they wear? Who are the kind of people that I meet? How large is such conferences? How can I broker such conversation? So from that inception of purchasing your conference ticket to securing your hotel and flight to understanding those who are in the room. So if I give you an example for the World Bank IMF meeting, you get to see a large number of people attending as delegates. If possible, you can search them on LinkedIn, and a lot of these people do not use those conversations. How about we build a mobile app which helps you identify this person? You can connect with them real time by sending a message, or totally when you meet them in person, you capture their information. You take a picture to serve as a reminder. You run through the idea of saying, oh, hi, my name is Chase. I'm from Concord Hub. I met you at XYZ event, and I do love to follow up on this. Another major impact is the intelligence matching. It helps you also identify. So if I work in the product management space, I want to be able to identify with other product managers attending same conference. If I'm a policy director, I want to be able to identify policy makers. I want to be able to identify those who are also in the media. Maybe I can meet lovely Glory at such events and say, okay, I have a story to share. What do I need? It just helps you to have a done for you service where you go from an handshake into turning relationship into revenue.
Thank you so much. What type of data signals or external events are mostly common monitored to trigger business action using AI systems, most especially when you're starting up?
Sure. Like I said, for someone who had come from another tech startup, I work in as chief period officer at Cloud, which was around menstrual health and conversation. So one of the true picture of me, like it's a personal story that has me going to several conferences. Like even this year alone, I've been to the Consumer Electronics Show, which is another mecca of sort, Google Cloud Nest, and a couple of other events that are planned out for this month of August. One thing I noticed that we are monitoring a wide range of signals that are relevant to our audience, which are our executives who are either going there to secure a new job or going to build business connections. You know, what are the other relevance to the humanitarian space? So this could include public announcement from the African Union, for example, or new funding rounds for African startups or global startups, you know, diaspora investment trends and regulatory changes in markets like Nigeria, Ghana, and South Africa. You know, what is it like in being at the World Bank annual IMF meeting and I'm meeting the CBN governor and also the Minister of Finance and projecting to letting them know that technology can create a better options in how they drive narrative to supporting African fintech founders. You know, you're also signaling leadership changes at partner organizations, shift in consumer sentiment on platforms like X. You know, X is a go-to platform where a lot of people just have their business ideas shared and people can come in. I know of pitch competitions that is already happening on all this social media platform. Like you're going on LinkedIn right now. It has gone beyond the reference of seeking for jobs to now people being able to create videos that connect with a large number of people. A major infrastructure project announcement, it gives you a chance to be able to see, okay, what is happening in your locality, in areas that you need to increase your business outcome. So it's a good time for these signals that are triggering the ecosystem and that are helping people drive business growth.
How can organizations move from reactive decision making to predictive strategy using AI event intelligence? How can they move from this stage to another?
That is a very nice, great question, because truly reactive decision making is like trying to navigate a bustling Lagos market by only looking at your feet. You know, predictive strategy enabled by AI is like having a co-pilot that can see around every corner. And we're not just talking Gemini, ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and all the other AI tools that exist. We're talking about how it analyzes historical data, you know, current trends, you know, event to future outcome. For example, it could predict regions in Europe which would be most respective to an African-made consumer goods. Like if you're selling an Africa Ankara, for example, you want to be able to know, okay, what target market that will take on that. You know, you're also able to check it out based on combination of cultural and economic signals. It's allowed businesses to allocate resources that are strategically before the competition even notice the opportunity. Like, for example, if you're going for the World Economic Forum in Davos, as much as it's very elitist and all, you want to be able to identify who you're going to come across with and how you're going to get prepared for such events.
Now, in what ways can AI help businesses identify relationship opportunities, whether with clients, with partners, or marketers amid complex or disruptive events? How can AI help them to identify different relationship opportunity, be it with client, be it with partner or marketers?
Sure. Like I said, AI is a master at finding patterns in chaos. When a disruptive event happens, for example, say a new visa policy is announced, like if you've been hearing about the current recent US bond of paying a certain amount just to be like a certain criteria for staying in the country, for example. You also want to be able to identify which of your diaspora partners are most impacted and which clients are most vulnerable. So the ways you would create, for example, you're building an MVP. There are tools right now like Lovable that can help you create no-code tools. How do you identify those things ASAP? You know, it can then suggest a proactive outreach strategy. So are you using social media channels to get into the right consumers? What do you tell them differently? You know, are you using storytelling? You know, it also helps you spot new opportunities like identifying emerging markets in the United States, for example, that are now a better fit for your product because of a shifting global landscape. If you hear the story of Money Point and Flutterwaves, these are already unicorn in that space. You know, it also helps us to see the future of connecting those dots in a way that is possible for a human to do alone. So you don't even need to hire multiple staffs, but you want to be able to identify those in the location you're trying to target and who can help you and who can support you to get there. You know, the most interesting thing with the recent launch and even ChatGPT of multiple agents, you can now set up prompt engineering that lets you say, oh, I will want you to act as my CEO. And these are the roles that I expected of you. I would like you to act as my head of sales. And this is the expectations I need from you. I want you to act as my social media promoter. And these are your expectations. So you have multiple agents who are helping you to do your work effectively.
Now, how should businesses integrate AI-driven event intelligence into their CRM, into their marketing, and also their sales workflows?
So integration should be seamless and it should be able to serve your team. So it's not just about fulfilling subscriptions on CRMs and workflows without getting results. The AI should sit as a layer on top of your existing tool. So if you're using HubSpot, for example, or you're using MailChimp to send messages to your direct consumers, let's say, for example, for a sales team focused on a UN Global Compact partners, it should push actionables directly into their CRM. For a marketing team, it should inform content strategy by identifying trending topics and key narrative that resonate with that specific audience. For example, if the system signals a major new partnership for a competitor, the marketing team can immediately create a counter narrative and a campaign to highlight their own competitive advantage. If you're also looking at making sure at least the sales workflow is for you to be able to give out free services, for example, to be able to generate more audience belief in whatever you're articulating, just making sure that those tools are relevant in your tax, whether you're using an HubSpot, a MailChimp, or you're using Apollo that helps you just identify the type of consumers that you want to reach and how best to reach them.
Now, let's talk about the key considerations. What are the key considerations for aligning AI event insight with business KPIs and growth objectives?
Sure. The key is to start with business KPIs and work backwards. So if for your key indicators, you want to be able to say, okay, what do you want to be able to say? For example, do you want to make $100,000 before the end of the year? And you want to work it backward. Like, don't just implement AI for the sake of it. Ask, what are our core growth objectives? Is it a market share in a specific region? Are you increasing revenue from a diaspora client? Are you securing a strategic partnership with a global NGO? Or are you looking at securing media deals? So you want to appear in certain media platforms. Then configure the AI to specifically track the signals and events that impact those KPIs. So for example, I can't spend so much on attending a media company derived event. So for example, a founder reached out to me like, I want to go for Fast Company Innovation Festival in New York. Why should I go for this? Because if I'm paying so much for the ticket, what benefit will it give it to me? And I'm like, even from the human standpoint, you're looking at, if it's a media company, you want to be able to get their attention. If you can't even afford to get a booth to exhibit your product, if you're a digital product, you want to be able to onboard customers immediately. So it's a way to be able to specifically track those events that will help you with your KPIs. The AI should not be a separate function. It should be a direct to achieving your business goals.
What industries or sectors do you think will see the most immediate return of investment from event intelligence platforms in the next, let's say, 2 to 3 years? What sector do you think we see the most of return of investment from these event intelligence platforms?
From someone like myself who has come from the femtech and health tech experience, I believe we will see the most immediate return on investment in financial services, in professional services. Like right now, you go on TikTok, somebody's telling you how I can help you go from $0 to $100,000, how I sell digital products to do X, Y, Z. And like I said, even the creative economic space is growing bigger with this space, whereby you see certain influencers from Instagram to LinkedIn to TikTok, So these industries operate on complex interconnected systems where a single event can have a massive ripple effect. Like in Africa and the diaspora, we see it in the tech sector where agile startups are using this to leapfrog established players by being faster and more strategic. One of the iconic is to see what ways are you able to use those events. So let's say, for example, a Gate Foundation is looking at supporting women-based provisions like in the healthcare space. So how do you tailor to see yourself like targeting that NGO funding to seeing how much more you can use AI in telling your stories, your accomplishment, and securing a grant with such organizations.
Let's look at some of the challenges involved in implementing AI-powered decision systems. What are some of the limitations or some of the ethical challenges involved when implementing AI-powered decision systems?
So a lot of concerns that I've come across is data privacy. So even in the health space, you'll be talking about the HIPAA laws. In certain geography, you're also talking about the GDPR, the bias in algorithms and the risks of over-automation. We have to be mindful that data we use is ethical and respect privacies. Recently, the founder of Flow, has such accusation of them sharing data with Meta, which caused a lot of big chaos for them. The algorithm must be built and monitored to ensure that they don't perpetuate existing biases against certain regions or demographics. It's like on YouTube also, they'll tell you there are certain music videos that are not appropriate in certain regions, and they will block it automatically. It's the same way where you're also being able to remember that AI is a tool and not a replacement for human judgment. So the human element with its empathy and strategic foresight is what gives technology its true purpose.
As we look ahead of the UNGA ATS and other major global events, what advice would you give to business leaders hoping to turn uncertainty into strategic growth through AI-driven insights?
My advice is simple. Start small, but start now. For too long, we have relied on handshakes and chance meetings to build our businesses, not for profit, or if we work in a company. We should not wait for a perfect system. We should begin by identifying one critical business objective, such as finding a key partner in the diaspora, or you're entering a new market in Europe or in Asia. You want to be able to use AI to specifically help you with that one objective. The insights you gain from that single use case will demonstrate the power of the technology. For our audience, this is about building a new competitive advantage, one that allows them to move faster, be more strategic, and build a more stable and prosperous future. The future belongs to those who don't just participate in the events, but actively engineer the outcome they desire. So you're moving beyond taking that selfies to building that relationship. And if you're the shy type, AI can also help you do that work.
She said, if you must start, start now. Thank you so much, Chase Inegbedion, for your honest insight on this topic. And that brings us to the end of another thought-provoking episode of Startup Spotlight.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Chase Inegbedion, for joining us on the Startup Spotlight today. It's a pleasure having you.
Thank you so much, Barry, and the team. Thank you.
And that brings us to the end of another thought-provoking episode of Startup Spotlight. Today, we explored how AI-driven event intelligence is reshaping how businesses anticipate change. manage risk, and unlock new opportunities even in uncertain times. A big thank you to our guests for sharing such valuable insight. And to our viewers and listeners, remember the future belongs to those who are not just reactive, but proactive. And with tools like AI, your business doesn't just survive, it can what? Thrive. My name is Glory Brown. I'll see you next time on Startup Spotlight. Keep watching Business Day Television.
BusinessDay Foundation hosted the AI Summit in Lagos. The team was shaping Nigeria's AI future.
Managers, social companies, and halls that are involved with social waste operations.
On the 26th of August 2025, the Lagos Waste Management Authority, in collaboration with Waste Care, held a stakeholders forum on construction, demolition and disaster waste management with the theme Building Responsibly and Driving Efficiency, Strengthening Stakeholder Collaboration in Construction, Demolition and Disaster Waste Management in Lagos State. The event brought together government officials, royal fathers, private sector leaders, real estate developers, and other professionals in similar fields.
The message is this. One, what we are trying to propagate is advocacy. We are trying to enlighten the people, and we're trying to educate. Because one of the problems that we have seen in the management of construction waste, demolition waste, and disaster waste is ignorance. People have to be educated. People have to be educated on the right way to handle this waste, to process it and to get it off their site to the appropriate locations. So that is what we are advocating. Because of the impact of this waste, don't forget that some of these wastes are also classified as hazardous waste, like asbestos. They are hazardous to humans, and so that's why there's a need for it to be properly handled, collected, and transported. So that is the message. The first point of call is one, people have to be educated, one, that it is to be generated when you are constructing. We say construction waste. While you are building from scratch, you have waste generated. That is number one. Two, when you are demolishing an old site to construct a new one, you will have generation of waste. So the first thing is to understand what these wastes are, how to handle them, and then take them to the professionals that would now process them to reuse them into other valuable, because like we are emphasizing circularity. We are saying that resources should be reused and reused and reused, not taking new raw materials and starting from scratch. So when you bring down the old materials, let us take them back to where they'll be recycled and where they'll be reused, rather than harnessing new raw materials all the time. But it's a field that you have to employ the professionals, those that understand the composition of this waste and they know how to recycle them back to other useful products. That is what we're emphasizing, because the layman cannot say, like it was emphasized during the lecture, some people just used to fill potholes and roads and what have you. So that's what we're trying to emphasize, that this should be used properly because of the constituents of some of this waste. There's no taxation, there's no transition. What we are emphasizing now is this. Normally your waste will be carted away. And when your waste is carted away, you pay for carting away your waste. And the volume of waste that generation on construction is quite high. And these are, peculiar waste that have to be, you can't put the construction in a compactor truck. It won't work. You probably need an open truck that is also covered so that as it's being transported, it's not spilled on the road. So you have to pay. When you generate waste, don't forget that construction sites are, they are very the high-end high cost sites. You pay a lot of money to put up a construction. So paying a little amount for it to be the waste to be managed, it's not too much. What we are just saying is that you pay for your waste you register with Loma, and then Loma has the technicalities to collect the waste and take it away from your site. So it's not too much if you pay a little token to have it evacuated. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about heavy taxation. No. That's what we're talking about. You inform Loma that you are constructing a site. When you generate your waste, you get them, you collaborate with them so that they can pick up your waste and take it away. So we're just paying for the waste to be evacuated, collected and evacuated. That's all.
The Executive Director Loma Finance, Mr. Kunle Adebiyi, representing Chief Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegesin, MD and CEO Loma, kicked off the event with an opening address and the roadmap and overview on CDDW.
Business is writing, it's all still about collaboration and partnership. And that's why I said all of you to be in this room today. The essence of this meeting is more or less what we call stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key in any policy making by the government. We are aware that there are quite a lot of rapid growth in Lagos State in terms of building. And we know quite all right that waste handling is very key. In as much as people are interacting, there's potential to generate waste. What do we do to this waste? It's what is a critical concern, not only to us as an agency, to the government as a public health will also be in jeopardy. So the exercise is to bring them together, give them a kind of capacity, enlightening them, and how to properly manage construction, disposal, and disaster waste in Lagos State. This is to bridge the gap, because we knew quite all right that a lot of construction industry out there, they don't know what to do with their waste. And also we're in the era of circularity, which means that those things they are regarding as waste, they are not but a resource. So for us today is to expose them, creating that awareness, widening their horizon on the proper waste, to conduct the activities at their various sites. Getting the planning approval is one thing. Other things is what do you do with your waste during the construction period? And that's where Loma Rose is very critical. For us, our plan is to ensure that, yes, while you are doing your construction, we register you, we monitor your activity closely, and we ensure that we provide adequate infrastructure to evacuate your waste during that time period. So, for us, as a government, we are interested not only in business entity, in overall public interest, which is very critical for us. Well, generally, there is a perception that, which we all also see, that Greater Lagos is rising. It's not only by individual, it's a collective responsibility. That's why we bring a partner we call Mrs. Whiskey to collaborate with government driving this initiative down. We also ensure that, yes, we create a system in such a way they can register theirs at the convenience of their homes and offices. You don't need to come to Loma. You just go to loma.com, register the kind of waste you want to evacuate, and ensure that proper management plan is put in place for you at your construction site. It's we are deliberate about it, and we ensure that we put everything possible to make sure it's convenient for them to operate. So we don't need to be everywhere. The system is there, and it's auto drive. There is no doubt. In as much as solid waste, we have that capacity. Aside from all other waste which we are also managing, the construction industry is big and large. I agree with you. But for us, it's also a key component of the waste which must be disposed properly and safely, because these wastes are hazardous. For example, asbestos, it can affect human health. And also the so-called rubbles and all that, they have secondary use. We are all driving towards circularity. It means all this with there is a resource for another usage, can be also repurposed. So the capacity why there is no doubt. And that's why we are very keen in ensuring we do a lot of stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key because people are out there. They don't know what they do with this waste. So I don't have any challenges in ensuring that, yes, we put a proper perspective to it and ensure that people do the right thing in the right environment, not to really safeguard their personal interest, for overall general interest of the public.
The guest speaker at the event, engineer Tijani Ajibola, the CEO of Aqua Green Consulting and Construction Company Limited, urged on strengthening compliance in construction and demolition waste management and the need for its utilization.
We continue to extract the so-called natural resources. And I'm happy to tell you that concrete is the second most widely used materials after water.
So the lecture started with the overview of where we were in the past. People don't know anything about the construction and demolition waste. So I reminded the audience about what those materials are and ensure that they are all aware that these are not actually waste, that they are something that we need to bring back so we can reuse them in our concrete. So I actually explained that in the past, the use is to fill gully eroded area, dilapidated road, and some people practice in throwing these away into the water bodies, which is wrong. So I actually tell people, I told them that we can make use of this material, use as scape, we can use them for structural concrete, and we can actually use them for traffic bollards. So there's a lot of things that we can make use of this material. The fact that they call it recycled doesn't make it inferior. It's all about ensuring that the natural resources that are not infinite are left for the generations to come, while we are still making sure that we achieve our own objective. You know, when you look at it critically, majority of people might want to do something and the capacity might not be there. And the essence of government is to ensure that the policy that they have in place for the common people is executed. And when you see people that are trying to make sure that they partner with government, that government comes to their aid, the incentive could be in form of any field.
A brilliant panelist session with seasoned speakers was held, centering on driving in the urban waste system.
Well, what basically we intend to achieve is to an understanding that waste disposal for the construction industry and demolition and disaster waste management, that we have the sole responsibility of evacuating waste that is originated from that source. Right now, we are the ones collaborating with LOMA actually to ensure that this is done. In future, there might be some modifications to the way it's done, but right now we are the partners of LOMA to ensure that this is done. All
insurance-backed community focused on primary care to the informal sector. Dr. Folake, welcome to Startup Spotlight. It's a pleasure to have you joining us.
It's a pleasure to be
By the
here.
way, you look very, very amazing.
Thank you.
So let me start by asking you the meaning of Iyewo. And what really inspired you? You're a medical doctor and you have a career in medical and research.
Yeah.
And then you were in the US and then you came all over to Nigeria to start up Iyewo. What really inspired you and what's the meaning behind the name?
Thank you very much for having me, first of all. So the name Iyewo means to check, to interrogate, to ask questions, to inquire. But it actually didn't even start from wanting to ask. For me, when I had the vision of what I wanted to do and what I wanted it to be, I wanted it to, in my head, it represented like a triumph, like a tree that was growing against all odds. And what came to me was a big tree, and you know, a tree grows and then it has the branches. I saw a World Cup trophy that in a way, even though it wasn't branching out, but there was a bigger head. And also I thought about the woman's uterus, right? It kind of has that shape. It's nurturing, it's protecting, it's providing. And it took me to mother, Iya, in Yoruba. And in some dialect of Yoruba, they call it Iye, right? But also Iye means to survive, means to thrive, means to triumph. So the name kind of started around Iye. And as I just mulled over it, I came up with Iyewo. So in terms of, you know, just what inspired me, for me personally, it was two things. I needed a change of scenery for so many reasons. And as many physicians in the US will tell you something similar, maybe not necessarily, but they needed a change. They need a change. I needed a change of scenery. And luckily, I had kind of started this passion project from a nonprofit angle, and I was tweaking it to be more sustainable and founded a social enterprise. I was going back and forth a lot, and I realized the business really needed me. It's like a baby, you know, you need to sit with it, you need to nurture. There's only so many meetings, so many things you can see when you are building a good foundation. And I knew that I needed to find a way to spend time with it. And I think once I found the avenue, I took that opportunity.
From what you said now, it all shows that you started this out of passion you had for primary care. And I want to know, you have an experience in infectious disease and also in other areas. What really shaped your vision in the regards of primary care to undeserved communities? I believe there is something that triggered you, you understand?
Yes.
There's something that pushed you toward that vision.
So first of all, primary care is like the baseline health care that everybody should have. Whether you are healthy or not, whether you have a diagnosis or not, everybody should have a primary care doctor, right? Because many times when disease or illness is showing up, a lot of things have gone wrong. There are a lot of conditions that are not acute. Malaria is acute. Malaria will bite, the mosquito will bite you in 5 days. You're seeing symptoms and you take care of it. But sometimes there are lingering effects, and if you don't have a primary care doctor that follows you, then it becomes a problem. And so things like hypertension, it doesn't show until it's a problem. So some people are getting diagnosed when they are having strokes and hypertension, or they get confused, what we call encephalopathy, right? You don't want that, because it means a lot has gone wrong and your body is not in good shape anymore. So for me, we're looking at the world generally, globally, we do not have enough resources other than money, and the money is not well distributed, right? But every other thing you need for global healthcare wellness, we actually do not have enough. Manpower, especially human resources. So you have to look at what is the best way to distribute the little we have, and how can we keep more people healthy. Research has shown in countries that it's been done well, where you have a strong, solid primary care system, it takes care of 90% of the country's health issues, because you're able to prevent a lot of things, you're able to catch and manage early for cheaper, also for the individual, for the community, for the government, right? Because I tell my clients, when you fall sick, you're losing money twice. You're losing money the day you are supposed to be at work and you are not at work. You're not making money, right? 2 is that you are now losing from your savings to pay for healthcare at a high cost, and a lot of Nigerians are paying out of pocket. So these are the issues, because we have to also look at it from an economic point of view. The informal sector in Nigeria holds over 70% of our workforce, and these people are largely uncovered, and these are the people who drive our revenue, right? The bustling economy we keep talking about. It's these people. Nigeria has millions of micro, small, and medium enterprise. Who is taking care of their healthcare? And these people, again, economically, when they are not working, they are not earning. And that means a family's feeding is at stake, a child's education is at stake, right? If the breadwinner drops and has a stroke, you are losing that person's time. If they become disabled, it means that there's a loss of manpower. That means for the rest of that person's life, they cannot generate revenue. There's caregiver man-hour loss also. Somebody's taking care of them. The hours they should be working and generating or living or whatever, they're spending and taking. So there's a lot of even economic components to it at the end of the day. So it's a healthy country and a healthy environment that generates and that builds wealth. And that's why primary care is very, very important. It's cheaper for us to take care of everybody at the primary care level, so that the people who, it's not everything that, it's just like saying you spray you spray insecticide, you use mosquito net. 1 or 2 people will still catch malaria, but at least not a lot of people. So it reduces the pressure at the top, and then you still have enough money to take care of all those people.
Oh, thank you so much. So how, Iyewo has been there for some years now, despite the fact that it's still in its startup stage. How do you see startup playing a role as important as this, like a long-standing role? With time, you definitely have to move from the primary sector to the serious. You know what I mean, right?
Yes.
To the serious part where, people have to come with different illness now looking beyond the primary care you initially started giving. So how do you bring in profit for startups? You started this thing with the passion you have. You wanted to do something that was inside of you. But now for startups looking forward to going to something like this, how can they start the funding part, and also how can they keep it long standing in the social issues like healthcare?
So in the startup world, people know that social enterprise, that's what we are. And it's basically a business whose core or primary goal is social impact, right? It's an enterprise because it's supposed to generate revenue. Depending on how you structure it, maybe you're making very minimal profit or just enough, but it's not like great margins. Now, of course, do we want to be profitable? Yes, has to be profitable. And that's why I moved from the nonprofit angle into a business, right? Is that it needs to be self-sustaining, and the people you're serving also need to have skin in the game. Everything cannot be free because people cannot just take things and waste your resources. I would rather be serving people who really want to be served, right? But again, you still have to serve people even when, because their health matters. So moving into just a growth stage, it's about focusing on sustainability with our strategy. And we're really trying that in terms of, as much as, again, social enterprise, we're serving the lower tier of the economy, right? And these people are daily earners, they're small earners. We on our end have figured out a self-financing mechanism where we have a health wallet and they can micro save into that. So going to Mama X or Baba Y to say, give me 5,000 naira today might be hard because you don't know which day he's going to have a lot of sales or which day they ask his child to bring money in school, right? But if you ask him for 500 naira, he probably will give that to you. And he can save that either, you know, every week or every 3 days into his wallet, and that money is growing for his healthcare. So he has a fallback. And so for them also, that's a way we are building sustainability into it. For us as a business, we're doing our best to price reasonably. And also when we're staffing, because these are some of the things, is we're trying to staff locally. So it reduces, you know, again, we want to pay people, we're paying people fair wages, but if somebody's coming from Ajangbadi and you want them to come and work in Marina or in, I don't know, Shongutedo, you have to pay them fairly to cover transportation. But if they are in Shongutedo and, you know, you're hiring them to work in that area, at least the cost of that is less. So those are some of the strategies we are putting in place to figure out, you know, how we can minimize our costs, because these are some of the issues that make people just run out. Funding, we're hoping to get funding. We are, I guess we're working on our readiness because, you know, funding comes with its own requirements and you have to, you're answerable to other people's money, right? So we're working on our readiness, but also we have to make sure that we are finding the right investors, because again, we're a social enterprise and somebody who wants a 10x right now and exit in 3 years might not be the right investor for us. So again, those are the things that we're looking at. Now, in terms of moving from primary care and to taking care of big things or bigger things, personally, for me, Iyewo is part of a bigger dream and a bigger vision. It has its own space and its own role, and by God's grace there will be other pieces of the puzzle that we will build out. But one important thing to note is that the other levels of care, secondary and tertiary. So secondary is like your general hospitals, tertiary is like the teaching hospitals where they do research, where they do academics also, and then there's quaternary, which is like really higher and it's more niche. A lot of these things are capital intensive. We don't necessarily have to do that. We can collaborate. That's another thing. We can collaborate with hospitals. There are a lot of hospitals in the city, in the country, that are not even fully utilized. So we can really focus on grabbing the primary care, which means we have the numbers, which means that if somebody needs something, higher level of care, we can easily refer. Because that's the goal of everything. One person doesn't have to do everything. We can collaborate, secondary level, tertiary level, and as people need stuff, as long as there's a warm handshake each way, we can do a proper documentation, send the information, and everybody's working, you know, back and forth together.
Let's quickly go on a break. When we come back, it's still the Startup Spotlight. Stay with us. Welcome right back to Startup Spotlight. If you're just joining us, we've been discussing the topic, innovative startup bringing affordable primary care to unreached communities with Dr. Folake Kofu-Do. Dr. Folake, let's look at the challenges. From your perspective, what do you think are the biggest challenges when it comes to accessing healthcare for those in undeserved communities in Nigeria today?
The challenges that I found, but also has been documented. There's generally, we'll call it like geographic access in terms of how close or how far is a health provider or a health facility from people. And some of these things make a difference. Someone did a study, or a group did a study one time or recently about looking at the time for pregnant women, right, from when there's an issue to getting to a health facility where they can get help. And it showed varying numbers that were not favorable to their health. So geographic, distance is one of the challenges, but also human resource, human capacity. Do we have enough? And what that translates to, people get to facilities and they have to wait long queues. Now, there's also a long-standing general mistrust, unfortunately, that is not untrue or is not unfounded, that people have to orthodox medicine and medical practitioners. And we have a lot of work to do on our end. Yes, people exaggerate, but there's some fire to that smoke. And so that. Now, part of what I have also found is there is a psychological barrier. All of these little things that now puts, so it's not like, at least the people I'm serving are like ready, boom, to go to the doctor, right? They are still not that willing because, and that's been one of our own work that we've had to do, is get over that psychological barrier that they have where they don't trust you, you guys are too stressful, and you guys keep making them spend money, but I think what they've appreciated, and they feel like people don't care about them, right? So the challenges are, the people are now uninterested in patronizing you, or aka the medical community, orthodox medicine, uninterested in patronizing you unless it is catastrophic. They are dying, they have collapsed, they can't breathe. And they know that the chemists cannot solve breathing problems when you are gasping for air. So they come to you when it is too late. And again, that feeds into the cycle, because now they come to you when it's too late and they're like, we took her to the hospital and she still died there. But you took her to the hospital when she was dying, right? So it's a vicious cycle, and we have to break that cycle. And primary care is a good way, because can we get there, build trust? They don't trust the medical community. Can we build trust, and can we prevent all these catastrophic illnesses where people can see value? And what we have found being on ground is, we were at Oyinbo Market signing up people. I was there on Monday, and one woman was saying, she's like, she was saying it in Yoruba, me and Buku not going to go to the hospital. So it's even good that she said it. And a lot of them did not say it. Like, they were like, thank God you came, because I'm not ready to leave my market. I don't have time. Kiniko. And you check her blood pressure is 188/130. You check the blood sugar is 400, right? And you're treating them there, and they're seeing the changes. There's someone we took care of. Blood pressure was 200, 120 something. And they gave her medication in the market. And the next day she came, she was walking differently. She said before she couldn't walk without pausing, going to her bathroom, walking through the market. She had to keep sitting down. So she would do as if she's greeting people, but she's actually resting. And she was like, she could walk to the end of the street now. Her headache was gone. So it's like that shift, that transformation, but also them knowing that somebody cares. Because again, they go like, we go to the hospital, the nurses are shouting at us, the doctor is cold. Yes, because they're overworked, they are stressed. So it's like you're coming with gas and they give you both, and everybody doesn't like each other. So we're trying to just, how can we calm the tension down? So yeah. But aside all of that, there's a gross infrastructural deficit, right? There's human capacity. in Nigeria right now, just general health workers, going from doctors, specialists to healthcare assistants combined, we have less than 2 to 1,000 people. That's is not enough at all. And you know, everybody knows the Jackpot story. And I'm not going to tell anyone not to leave. You deserve a better life, and you deserve to get better education or better training. I did, and I'm more useful, right? I'm more useful and more valuable to my country. So if you're going, try to come back or try to give back. But talking about, you know, human capacity or human resource deficit, we have a lot of that. But infrastructure is also very, very lacking. And it's not just, infrastructure is not just about buildings. We have healthcare buildings that are underutilized. Even in Lagos, here, that are underutilized, that have been emptied because we did not put the proper structure and processes, a proper system and processes in place to make sure those things are running. I remember I was a house officer or I was a medical student, and they put computers everywhere. Somehow somebody forgot that computers need internet to work. Right? People go abroad and like, oh yes, I saw this system, let us set it up. You buy computers and your contractors are probably shady or not, but there's just, you're not putting the right people in building the right implementation plan. So you put computers, you want to digitize, but there's no internet, there's no power supply, you know, a lot of those things. You are collecting information, where you're storing people's information. You set up an equipment for a specialist center. You are not equipping, you're not training staff. You're not getting the adequate or right staff. You're not training them. You're not sending them for updates. It's so many things. And it's because we are not truly intentional about what we're doing. A lot of what we do, are we doing it for making true change, or are we doing it to be seen as doing, right? Check the box. Oh, I built this health facility. Check the box. Is it working 4 years later? Because those things matter.
Now, still on the challenges, what were the biggest challenge you faced when starting Iyewo? And how did you overcome them? Because
the vision, you see where you're going, and everything else around you is telling you, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing? So finding your community is very, very important, and that helps because a lot of peer-to-peer learning, you learn from other people's mistakes. There are people who have had to pivot, you know, switch their business model or switch their business entirely, and you have to just work with people, talk to people, collaborate also. You don't have to solve all the problems. And a lot of the problems we are solving, the solutions are not necessarily non-existent. We are probably retooling or reutilizing something that's been used. For instance, for my own target community, we're talking about a health savings wallet. I'm sure the average Nigerian knows what Ajo Isusu is. So the concept of Isusu for your healthcare wouldn't be so foreign, right? So we're just repurposing what is already existing. So you have to also do a good landscape assessment. What exists? And look at what can you improve. Yes, there are some things that you need to bring in, something that has never been seen, never been done before. But I think I can say that for most of the problems, there's someone doing something similar, and you just need to talk to people. And a friend of mine posted something that was saying, talk about the problem you're solving. Talk about it a lot, because as you talk about it, you will find people who will give you insights, solutions, connections, something. Be like, oh wait, this problem you're having, I know somebody that's doing this, and boom, problem solved. But a closed mouth doesn't get fed. And a lot of people are afraid. You talk about, people will steal your business idea. First of all, if it's a good idea, somebody else is already doing something similar. So just do your thing.
Thank you so much. A very big thank you to you, Dr. Folake Kofoedo, for sharing such valuable insight. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
And that brings us to the close of another inspiring edition of Startup Spotlight. My name is Glory Brown, and it's been a pleasure having you with us. Remember, your startup story could be the next spotlight. Until next time, keep dreaming big, keep building, and keep watching Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is the news update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, capital gains tax on equities trigger investor panic, capital flight fears. PFAs need 276.8 billion naira to meet new capital requirement. Embrace to FG tax stamps rollout could worsen inflation. Nigeria's trade with African countries surges by 610 billion naira. Thank you for joining us on News Updates. I am Deborah Eze. Nigeria's capital market is reeling amid rising anxiety over a proposed 25% capital gains tax on share disposals set to take effect in January 2026. The clarification came from Taiwo Oyedele, chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee, during an engagement organized by the Nigerian Exchange Group in Lagos last month. According to Oyedele, the tax will apply to investors who sell shares and reinvest in non-equity assets, while most retail investors remain exempt under the 150 million naira annual threshold. Still, capital market operators warn that the policy could trigger capital flight, dampen foreign investor appetite, and increase the cost of equity. One operator described the policy as poorly designed, citing ambiguities and concerns over retroactive applications, issues that could discourage inflows just as Nigeria works to rebuild investor trust. And moving on, Nigeria's pension fund administrators will need to raise at least 276.8 billion naira to meet new minimum capital requirement announced by the National Pension Commission. The new framework, outlined in a circular release on September 26, 2025, ties each firm's capital base to the size of its assets under management, marking one of the biggest regulatory shakeups in the pension industry in recent years. Under the revised rule, PFAs managing less than 500 billion naira in assets must maintain a 20 billion naira capital base, while those managing above that threshold will add 1% of the excess amount. Major players including Stanbic IBTC, Access ARM, Leadway Pension, NPF, Premium Trust Fund, and FCMB Pensions are expected to inject billions of naira in the new equity before December 31st, 2026 deadline. According to PENCOM, the recapitalization aims to strengthen financial stability, improve service delivery, and ensure the long-term sustainability of Nigeria's pension sector. But not everyone agrees. While some analysts warn that the higher capital threshold could trigger mergers and dampen investor interest, others say the move will bolster resilience and safeguard the retirement savings of millions of Nigerians. And also, Nigeria's beer industry is urging the federal government to shelve plans to introduce tax stamps on alcoholic beverages, warning the policy could worsen inflation, hurt production, and erode government's revenue. The alarm comes amid industry concerns that the proposed tax stamp system would duplicate existing digital monitoring tools already operating across breweries nationwide. Speaking in Lagos, Abiola Lasende, Executive Director of the Beer Sectorial Group under the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, said the plan would create operational bottlenecks and raise compliance costs for brewers already grappling with high inflation, rising excise duties, and foreign exchange volatility. The group insists that tax stamps are unnecessary in the beer sector, which it says has no record of counterfeiting thanks to complex production processes and strict compliance standards. It also cited the Nigeria Customs Service Biodogu excise reporting system, which already tracks production and excise payment in real time. And up ahead, Nigeria's trade with African countries surges by 610 billion naira. We bring you more details after this time out.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
We are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See us, the boys, the Allah. All the ladies, the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Attention business, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back. You're still watching the news updates and still on the Nigerian scene. Nigeria's trade with other African countries surged by 610 billion naira in the first half of 2025, reaching 4.82 trillion naira, up from 4.21 trillion naira recorded in the same period last year. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the rebound was driven largely by stronger exports, which climbed to 2.97 trillion naira in the second quarter. However, despite the gains in naira terms, trade with Africa fell in dollar value due to the naira's depreciation. Total trade stood at 3.13 billion US dollars, still below 2019 levels, though Nigeria posted a 2.99 trillion naira surplus during the period. Trade Minister Jumoke Oduwole says Nigeria remains focused on diversification and expanding intra-African trade as the country increasingly turns to regional markets amid declining trade with the United States. Analyst notes that rising import bills and currency volatility have distorted trade data. While crude oil continues to dominate exports, the growth in intra-African trade signals deeper regional integration under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And Nigeria's oil and gas sector is seeing a major rebound as the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission reports a 762% surge in rig counts 4 years after the passage of the Petroleum Industry Act. According to the NUPRC, the number of active rigs has risen more than eightfold between 2021 and 2025, reflecting renewed investor confidence in Nigeria's upstream industry. The Commission says it approved 79 field development plans worth nearly 40 billion US dollars between 2024 and 2025, with crude oil output now averaging 1.65 million barrels per day as the country pushes towards its 2.5 million barrels per day target by 2027. It also highlighted progress in curbing crude oil theft and noted that Host Community Development Trust have disbursed over 358 billion naira for more than 500 community projects across oil-producing areas. Other achievements include the rollout of a digital oil licensing system, a drill or drop policy to revive over 400 dormant field, and gas flare projects expected to attract 2.5 billion US dollars in fresh investment. And away from that story, the Arewa Consultative Forum has condemned a alleged attempt to undermine the Dangote refinery, describing it as a strategic national asset that must be protected. In a statement, the forum's National Publicity Secretary, Professor Tanko Baba, warned against what he called covert effort to sabotage operations at the refinery located in Ibejuleki, Lagos. The ACF highlighted several challenges facing the refinery, including crude supply constraints from NNPC Limited, regulatory bottlenecks, pricing disputes, and alleged pressure from Pegasan on refinery workers to join the union. While affirming the right of workers to unionize, the forum criticized what it described as Pegasan's defiance of its subsisting court order prohibiting disruption to the refinery's operation. It called for government-led negotiations to resolve the crisis, sanctions for erring unions, and a judicial inquiry into repeated industrial action at key national assets. And the chairman of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG, Olani Yusuf, has said that Nigeria must demonstrate openness, fairness, and predictability, to attract sustainable capital inflows and rebuild investor confidence. Speaking at the opening of the Nigerian Economic Summit in Abuja on Monday, Yusuf noted that foreign direct investment (FDI) into the country remains weak despite improvements in fiscal conditions. He stressed that the way Nigeria treats its domestic investors would serve as a signal to foreign investors assessing the credibility and stability of the country's business environment. And according to him, policy, investment, protection, and transparent mechanism for resolving business disputes are critical to restoring trust and driving long-term economic growth.
but capital flows where it finds predictability, credibility, and trust. We must send a clear message. Nigeria is open for investments, and Nigeria will protect, not picket investors, as we have sadly seen recently with the Dangote refinery. Ladies and gentlemen, we must also acknowledge the political economic headwinds that constrain reform, including vested interests, elite capture, weak institutions, and governance bottlenecks. Pretending that these barriers do not exist will not serve us. Rather, the NASD and the summit process must continue to act as dialogue partners and accountability partners that will help to unlock reforms by mobilizing citizens, holding leaders to account, and providing evidence-based pathways.
The economic reforms and initiatives we are implementing are designed to address structural weaknesses, enhance productivity, and position Nigeria for long-term prosperity. The result of the last 2 years have given us confidence, and we shall stay the course of the reforms. The risks that Mr. President took is out of conviction that when we do right, we will be richly rewarded. And those of us who are members of the team are very clear in our mind that the team, we are only a subset of a wider team, Team Nigeria, that include all of you. And we will continue to respect that, listen to you, relate with you, so that together we can build a better Nigeria. Thank you.
Aliko Dangote is not an individual, he's an institution. And he's a leading light in Nigeria's economic firmament. And how we treat this gentleman will determine how outsiders will judge us. If he had invested $10 billion in Microsoft, in Amazon, in Google, probably he might be worth $70 to $80 billion by now. But he opted to invest in his country, and we owe it to future generations to jealously protect, promote, preserve, and project the interests of this great Nigeria. I wish to call for caution, retrospection, and a deeper sense of patriotism from both the labor and the organized private sector in defining and improving the relationship between labor and industry in the interest of maintaining our steadily improving economic fortunes. It's not about holding the whole nation to ransom because of a minor labor dispute. Nigeria is greater than Pengasan. Nigeria is greater than each and every one of us. I am not coming to you as a partisan. I am coming to you as a patriot in search of solutions to our national challenges. I wish to re-emphasize.
And still to come, Egypt's non-oil private sector contracts modestly in September, PMI shows. This and more after this commercial break.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Welcome back to the news updates. We now head to Africa, where business conditions in Egypt's non-oil private sector declined slightly in September as new orders fell at the fastest pace in 5 months. According to the latest S&P Global Purchasing Managers Index, Egypt's PMI slipped to 48.8, down from 49.2 in August, marking the lowest reading in 3 months. A score below 50 signals a contraction in business activity. The downturn was mainly driven by a sharp drop in new sales as subdued economic conditions, rising prices, and higher wage pressures continue to weigh on demand. Employment growth also sailed after 2 months of modest gains, with most firms reporting no change in staffing levels. However, there was a slight relief. Input cost pressures eased, helped by a stronger Egyptian pound against the US dollar. Still, staff costs rose at the fastest pace since May, reflecting higher living expenses and increase in the minimum wage. Despite weaker purchasing activity, inventory levels rose for the first time since May as firms stocked up on inputs. Export sales continue to struggle, falling for the 10th consecutive month and at the sharpest rate in 3 years. Overall, business confidence also dipped, with output expectation for the year ahead among the lowest in the survey history. And Malawi's Peter Mutharika has been sworn in for a second term as president, vowing to root out corruption and rebuild the nation's struggling economy. The 85-year-old leader won more than 56% of the votes in last month's election, defeating outgoing President Lazarus Chakwera, who secured 33%. It was the fourth presidential contest between the two rivals. At his inauguration in Blantyre, a packed stadium of supporters cheered as Mutharika admitted the country faces a severe economic crisis marked by food shortages, high borrowing, and a lack of foreign exchange. He declared the honeymoon of looting government is over, promising tough reforms and appealing for international investment. Mutharika also said he plans to send a delegation to the United States to discuss economic cooperation following recent aid cuts. The opposition Malawi Congress Party said Chakwera, though absent from the ceremony, wished Mutharika's success and good health. And on the foreign scene, Japanese stocks surged more than 4% to a record high on Monday, while the yen slid sharply after Sani Taikichi, a fiscal and monetary dove, was elected leader of the ruling party, setting her up to become Japan's first female prime minister. The Nikkei jumped to an all-time high of 47,734 as investors bet on fresh stimulus. The yen weakened to nearly 150 per dollar, and trader cut bets on a Bank of Japan rate hike this year. Gold hit a new record above $3,900 and Bitcoin climbed past $125,000 as investors sought safe haven and alternative assets amid U.S. government shutdown worries. Across Asia, markets were mostly closed for holidays. The Hang Seng slipped 0.3%, while Australia's ASX eased 0.1%. And also, oil prices climbed about 1.5% on Monday after OPEC Plus announced a smaller than expected increase in production, easing fears of oversupply. Brent crude rose 91 cents to $65 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate gained 89 cents to $61 Analysts say the price jumped followed OPEC Plus' decision to raise output by just 137,000 barrels per day in November, the same modest increase as in October. The move comes amid ongoing sanctions on Russia and Iran and continued Ukrainian attack on Russian energy facility, including the Kryvyi refinery, one of the country's largest. The G7 nation also pledged tighter action against buyers helping Moscow bypass sanctions in a bid to cut off Russian oil revenues. However, analysts warn that weak global demand could limit further price gains in the coming months. And up next is sport news after this break. Just stay with us.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Now to sports, Rangers have sacked head coach Russell Martin after just 123 days in charge. The decision follows a 1-1 draw at Fall Creek, which leaves Rangers with only one win from their first 7 league games, matching the club's worst ever start to a season. Tensions ran high after the match, with Martin needing a police escort from the stadium as angry fans surrounded the team bus. Rangers currently sit 8th in the Scottish Premiership, 11 points behind leaders Hearts and 9 adrift of rival Celtic. In a statement, the club said results had not met expectation and confirmed that assistant coach Matt Gill and first-team coach Mike Williamson have also left the club. Rangers thanked Martin and his staff for their efforts and said further update will follow. And to end the news, Manchester City is pressure on manager Pep Guardiola with a 1-0 win over Brentford on Sunday, moving to within 3 points of top of the Premier League. The victory comes after Wood has been City's worst start to a season under Guardiola, but the champions showed flashes of their whole dominance in West London. Despite missing midfield anchor Rodri, who was substituted before half-time as he continues his return to full fitness, City controlled much of the first half and could have led by more if Phil Foden had converted his chances. City's young side, with 4 outfield starters aged 23 or under, held firm defensively after the break, securing a valuable clean sheet and a much-needed win. With steadier form and Rodri nearly full strength, the gap at the top could soon vanish. And that's the much we have for you on news updates at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
BusinessDay Foundation hosted the AI Summit in Lagos. The theme was shaping Nigeria's AI future. It brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by BusinessDay, KPMG, Digital Equity Africa, Olaniwun Ajayi, and Bigway and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of BusinessDay, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
We all as a country participate in the global AI revolution. We must also seek ways to be at the forefront.
Ladi Asuni, partner at KPMG, explained that AI has been with us for decades, from face recognition on phones to YouTube recommendations. What's new, he said, is how widespread it has become. Tools like ChatGPT are now making governance and regulation even more important.
When we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying, with all the possibilities that come with how AI is reshaping our lives, the question that really comes to mind is, what then happens if you are able to scale innovation without carrying everybody along? What's the impact of that? Or how do you innovate at scale without really having any guardrails around governance, around inclusion, or without trust.
The first panel focused on innovation, governance, and partnership. Emiadong Lawrence highlighted Nigeria's skill gap and said the country must train more developers if they want to compete globally. Tunmi Akinade pointed to infrastructure as the backbone of AI growth, saying that without the right digital foundation, progress will be limited. Lisbeth Laini raised the issue of data, noting that Nigeria lacks quality data sets and still does not have a full legal work frame to regulate AI. Justina Oha emphasized preparing the next generation, calling for early AI education so that young people can lead innovation in the future. Charles Emembolu spoke on AI's risks and opportunities for Nigeria, warning that without local data and investment, the country could fall behind in shaping its own future. In a fire chat, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba explained that inclusion and human rights must be central in AI adaptation. She stressed that solutions could reflect the real needs of people across Nigeria, not just urban centers. The second panel looked at AI and the media. Fuad Lawal and other speakers said that AI is already changing journalism, speeding up workflows, reshaping audience engagement, and raising questions about what the role of a journalist will be in the future.
For AI to really thrive in any economy, the data foundation becomes very critical. In addition to the data foundation is also the need for the infrastructure. We all know that AI, processing of data for AI is very resource intensive, it's technology intensive. Now, the three things that the regulator or government can really focus on, one is around our frameworks for open data. What's the framework within which organizations, government entities can safely share and collaborate on data assets to enable the development of AI that is suitable for the Nigerian or the African context. So that can greatly be enabled through open data framework. And we've seen this in different countries that are beginning to adopt open data policies. Secondly, it's creating investments around how to build our own data centers that would enable or lower the costs for organizations to really make those AI investments. If every organization has to invest in their own data processing infrastructure, it's going to be very expensive. The big organizations will be able to do it, but then when we talk about inclusive AI, what happens to the smaller organizations that also want to build AI? There needs to be access to shared infrastructure. And then the third thing that the government policy should be focused on, of course, is building the right skills. And as I said during my presentation, we're already seeing deliberate government efforts around building a talent pool that is able to help catalyze Nigeria's AI development through the minister's 3MTT program aimed at building 3 million technical talents for Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence is here to stay. It's mainstream. It has to be approached with caution, but it also has to be approached deliberately. And that's part of why we're here as partners with BusinessDay. We already have data protection acts, right? What needs to be done now is how that is operationalized. That's one. Two, as we go about our journey in artificial intelligence, we need to clearly define where we want to go, how far we want to go, and that will naturally also help us determine the kind of data we need to start collecting, where we need to start collecting those kind of data, and the repositories where we need to store them. I mean, we partner with organizations as KPMGs, organizations that share similar values with us, and we are at the forefront of artificial intelligence and operationalizing it within Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We see that BusinessDay is also quite passionate about this, so this is one common ground and very clear reason why the partnership is important. I would summarize it in one word, and that's transformation, right? It will
transform and revolutionize how we go about doing business, how we solve problems. Of course, there's work to be done, significant amount of work to be done, but in the next 5 years, things would have been significantly transformed.
Policies are very critical and important. The laws, the acts, and all the things around that are critical. But I think that what we lack the most from government, it's not just the policy development, it's the implementation, the funding, and that honesty of purpose to move those policy conversations from stages, from documents, to the streets and the communities of Nigeria. Today we have quite a lot of policy. We have the digital literacy for all, both locally developed and international ones. We have the talent development project. We have the ones for infrastructure that can support artificial intelligence. But the ability to move that from conversations to impact to the average Nigerian, to different communities, to the academic circles, to even the government itself, and then the private sector organizations is what is most required at this point. Today's event is very significant. There can never be too much conversations around AI, and my major takeaway is the fact that there are that AI, first of all, has a sovereign aspect to it, and that as a country, we need to look at it beyond a digital or technology tool and look at it from also a sustainability point of view and our ability to continue to further our national interest by adopting AI for the different sectors of the economy.
The summit closed with one clear message. Nigeria must not only adapt AI, but also lead in shaping how it serves people, businesses, and communities. This is Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television.
Welcome to Triumph Against Odds. My name still remains Obediko Kafo, and with me today I have somebody who I would describe as the personification of resilience. If resilience was a human being, trust me, it will be him. But if you want to know more, then you just have to watch this. It's nice to have you on Triumph Against Odds. How are you doing?
Doing very well, Obi. Thanks. It's good to be here with you.
And yes, we're live in Abuja.
Yes.
And I'm hoping that this will mean maybe we can move Triumph Against Odds to Abuja sometime so that I can also talk to some of the amazing people in this side of town.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's, set the ball rolling. So in business, they've been described as a man who has, each time you fall, you get up. Each time you fall, you get up. So that resilience of each time you fall, you get up, what from your childhood or from your growing life, what has, been that thing that has driven that resilience?
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background. Which is a bit of a never say die background.
Okay.
Maybe that's responsible for it. So even before my own direct experience, I grew up in a military household. My father was a military man and served his entire life in the military as an officer. And so I grew up in a military household. And then personally also I went to Nigerian military school, Zaria, which there's a lot of sort of family heritage tied to the school. My father went there, my uncle went there, my brother went there. And NMS is a very tough institution. And it really, there are elements of resilience that came through in making it through NMS. It's very regimented, very disciplined, required a lot of stamina. You ran cross-country races, even at that age. spent time actually doing a bush camp in the bush, and so there was a lot of I guess elements that would have led to resilience. So that's the only thing I can really think of. Yeah.
So you've built companies across tech, advertising, and education. What's a small, almost trivial habit or quirk you have that actually fuels your leadership style?
I don't know if it's a quirk. I mean, I think it's there's a real desire there to see. I think primarily Nigeria, but secondarily, Africa, and I don't want to sound romantic or anything, but the black race and primarily Nigeria. There's a desire to really see this country move forward, and so. And I think it's not just unique to me. I think many entrepreneurs feel this also to various degrees. It's not just about financial independence, or there's a big part of it that or it's not even just about wanting your family to be proud of you or your community to be proud of you. There are many things that make somebody be an entrepreneur and do these things. But to some degree also is that we have to build this country. I think that's one of the things that really motivates me.
Okay, so with you, let's say, now thriving and Miva Open University launched, do you feel you are at a peak, or is this just another crossroads in your entrepreneurial journey?
So yes, Miva is doing incredibly well, and ULesson is growing nicely. So firstly, as a business, before I talk about personally, as a business, Miva is just really taking off. It's not even anywhere near its peak. I think that's many years away with the way it's performing. We've just passed we're approaching 20,000 students, which is, I think, the fastest growing tertiary institution in the history of this country. And but there are open universities. The Open University of China, I think, is about 2 million students. The Indira Gandhi Open University of India, I think, is about 3 million students. So Miva has a long way to go. We have aspirations to be a 1 million person institution. For me personally, I don't know, Obi, if it's that I'm peaking. I know my interests are changing.
Okay. So can we say that you're at the crossroads? Or?
Very much so. Very much so. The past year has been defined by a lot of thinking and a lot of meditating, a lot of praying and thinking, what next? Because Miva, and I'm so glad, just the privilege of working with the colleagues and all the people I've worked with, the incredible thing that we've built. But I personally have been CEO now of that company for 7.5 years. And this is actually my longest CEO-ship.
Wow.
Yes, Conga was about 5 years, 5.5. Emotion was about 5 years also. So this is 7.5. And so naturally you start to ask, what next?
What next? From alarina.com to iNollywood, you launched ahead of your time. Can you take us to a moment when it all seemed like the dream was slipping away? And how did you pull through?
So there are two instances that I can speak transparently about where it genuinely felt like that.
Okay.
The first I've talked about to some degree. The second, you'll be the first one I'll be talking to about it. So the first was of course Conga, where we were doing really well. Everybody was excited about the business, and then in 2015 we got hit with that devaluation, and Nigeria went through a macroeconomic earthquake. And many businesses didn't survive. I'm grateful that the Conga brand survives in some way in the custody of Leo Staneke. But it, to see it slip out of my hands, because that version that was run by me, funded by the investors I had, they didn't want to continue because of the macroeconomic earthquake. So that was hard. So the brand continued, and I think personally I took a couple of years to just kind of regroup, and that was a very important thing. And there's all kinds of strategies for regrouping and tactics for finding your balance again, and we can talk about that if you want. But then more recently, there was an instance where I felt like, it's happening again. So 2023, after this administration got sworn in, they put through a raft of reforms that we all know what the macroeconomic implications were. And to be completely honest, I support each and every one of those reforms. But I think this time, first of all, the business is a much more robust business. Education is it's the strangest thing will be, on the one hand, you have a lot of impact, and on the other hand, on the flip side, it's marked, and it's not just MIVA or ULESSON. This is primary, secondary schools, private brick and mortar universities. The gross margins are very good. The net margins are good. The demand is very strong. The demand is inelastic. It's a very strong businesses. And so we weathered it better. But our story was a bit peculiar. At the time that the reforms happened, we had ULESSON, which is primary and secondary school business. Yes. And so we had just come out of COVID. So the urgency around supplementary edtech, ULESSON is a child is in a school and then the parents buy it for use almost after. It's like a supplement after school. So because of COVID, the supplemental demand that we saw that was crazy, it cooled down. It cooled down. And then we got hit with the reforms. And so discretionary income, the amount of money a family has to spend on things that are not critical, went down. And so supplementary education. So those two were demand cool down. It was still growing, but there was a massive cool down. And so I thought, oh gosh, this is happening again. The same 2015 thing is happening again. But and I think this was a bit divine, that same year we received the license from the Nigerian Universities Commission to launch MIVA.
Oh, wow.
Yes. And so I think it was in anticipation of the impact of the reforms, and then of course our colleagues and flexible colleagues and investors that just really believed in us. And we're much more flexible, and I don't want to say pivoted because ULESSON is still around, but we added on MIVA.
Okay.
And that's how we made it through those periods where you feel like, oh gosh, this is happening again. The first time I wasn't so lucky. This time, good business model. We made it through, and that business is thriving. Now it's doing really well.
Okay. You've said many businesses fail not because of the model, but because of cost control.
Yes, I've said
Was
that.
there a personal belief about growth or execution you had to abandon to succeed?
Yes. And I think, so we've come from, if you look at kind of tech investing, we've come out of a period, and I think it's a good thing, this notion of grow at all costs, where profitability takes a backseat to growth, where companies are valued on the basis of their year-on-year growth. Of their top-line revenues, regardless of what's happening inside the income statement. Investors will just value a business on the basis of how many rides, whatever rideshare company is taking, or how much you're trading, or how much you're selling. And you could be doing all of that at a loss, and the company would still see high valuations. I think I firmly am in the camp of profitability first, not grow at all cost. This is something that has become part and parcel of, I think, myself and my colleagues individually and collectively as yes. So we are very mindful of costs. In fact, we've done this now, I think, for about 2 years, where every month the senior team, not just the CXOs, even the VPs, they will sit once a month, and we will audit all the expenses collectively, together, just transparently, openly. It's one of the quirks, actually, of ULESSON culture. And so it's giving everybody this sense that the business is mine.
Okay.
And so you get to question everything. Costs are very strange things. We found that if you don't do this sort of exercise I'm describing periodically, what happens is that strange costs get baked into the income statement, into the operating expenses, and they just become recurring.
Yeah.
and then after a while, it's very hard to address them. So in doing this, it's almost like we do weeding in a garden every month to ask, is that critical? Is that critical? And so what that has meant is that both, ULesson Group, which is comprised of ULesson and MIVA, we've managed to really grow while managing costs. In fact, for the most part now, the costs have just remained flat while we've just seen growth. So yeah, I think with experience has shown me that it's very, very important. It's not just about, revenue. And thankfully, investors are starting to see the world like that also.
So between Konga days and building ULesson and MIVA University, was there a point when you seriously considered walking away from entrepreneurship? What made you stay?
Yes, I did. I think that thought crosses a lot of entrepreneurs' minds.
So what made you stay?
I have a thesis, a belief that Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime. I firmly believe this. I believe that Nigeria will be ascendant, culturally, which we're seeing with the music, militarily even, but I think with regards to this conversation, economically. And so I refuse to not be a participant in that ascendant Nigeria. So in many ways, maybe many of us started earlier than we should have. Maybe the reforms should have come earlier. But you cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. We will do well, I think, over time. It just depends on whether we'll grow at an exceedingly fast rate or just slowly. But this remains one of the last great economic opportunities in the world.
Sure.
And so I wanted to participate in that. And then it's also one of the environments where you can do something commercial that provides, all of the, financial return, financial independence, all those things I spoke about before, but also really impact. And so, there was similar to, they didn't call it podcast back then, but I did this interview with a gentleman called Opeyemi Agbaje a long time ago when I was at Konga. And he asked me this question. He said, if you were not doing this, or maybe I'm paraphrasing, if you're not doing this, what would you be doing? And I said I would be doing an online university. And this was in, I think that interview was in 2012 or 13. And so it's something that I've held on to for a long time. I think wanting to impact my society, wanting to build something is just too strong a desire that even if, that whatever I was feeling in that break of saying, is this worth it? And should I just, move to another country, go join one of these large tech companies and be a senior executive or do something like that? I don't know, all kinds of thoughts cross your mind. And I don't judge people who do that at all. I know a lot of Nigerians have left and we've lost a lot of talent, and I understand it completely. But for me, this is the only path in life.
So, ULesson was founded just months before COVID. How did you adapt your business model to survive and even grow during that period? During
COVID? Yes. COVID was actually our tailwind. COVID fueled, and I didn't anticipate COVID. So, but we were building this company in 2018, and then, and we were building the library. I think we had finished SS1 and SS2, the full library of, this is what we started out with secondary school curriculum. This company now that spans, primary to university to professional training. We started out with SS1 and SS2, and then COVID struck. The operational challenge was, how do we continue building the library while we couldn't, the social distancing and all of that. And so we had to come up with some really interesting ways in Jos. So we rented houses across Jos. It's just an anecdote. and the team could stay there very comfortably, and then rooms were set up as studios so they could social distance, and the library kept being built. But on the demand side, because of COVID and schools closed, demand took off. This is what happened. And so we started building 2018, and of course COVID. 2019, and so we just launched into a wind that just lifted us. Totally, fortuitous, didn't plan it, luck, a divine, whatever you choose to call it.
So that's for your lesson.
Yes.
About Miva, or where the, challenges, or there are no challenges, everything just went smooth.
No, Miva came, so Miva was connected to COVID indirectly.
Okay.
I'll explain. So, in and of itself, building it was tough. It was difficult, but we had learned so much from lesson.
Yes.
That it made it a bit, easier than if we were a fresh player. But I think the reason that the regulator, which is a very conservative regulator, the National Universities Commission, which they should be, the reason they've been thinking about private open distance learning for a while, online universities. But I think, in fact, what they've told me is what tipped their opinion finally as a commission was the experience with COVID. Yeah, so when COVID happened and universities also had to go through this. Yes, the world shifted. And so that created the environment for us to receive this license. So indirectly, Miva benefited from that, the pandemic.
Yeah. Well, so still speaking about Miva, but starting, what were some of the challenges, or what were some of the drawbacks that you had to push through to be able to build Miva up to this point? Like you said, it's still growing.
Yes.
But what were some of those things that you had to push through to get to where you were, outside of it being, born during COVID, or giving birth during COVID?
Yes. So the learner can feel disconnected. But for us from the beginning, we thought we want to have a very strong sense of community in this. And so we were very deliberate about doing many things. Some of them are proprietary, but others, we have success advisors. Every student feels a connection. We encourage and foster a sense of community amongst the students themselves. So that was one thing. And then, of course, with you're trying to introduce a new product, a new brand in education, which requires a great deal of trust. To, picking a university is akin, I'm not saying it's exactly similar, but it's akin to getting married.
Sure.
It's not like a shirt that you buy, and if you don't like it, there are all kinds of implications to picking a university. And so that was also a very big challenge that required a lot of communication.
I think generally education, putting your child, even if it's not university, even if it's high school, even if it's primary school,
yes,
you have to, because if you don't put them in the right place, they won't get the kind of
the implications are huge.
Implications are huge.
Yes, it's not small implications. It's not like picking what you have for breakfast and then deciding. So there were a lot of operational challenges, but the team, like I said, we had gone through lesson already, and we're really geared for this. We're very excited about it. We received the license in April 2023, and we accepted students in September.
Wow.
Yes. We actually got this university off the ground in about 6 months or so. And I think that's instructive. If there's one message I think I want to pass to just, policymakers, is that these digital technologies, first internet, and of course the devices, the hardware side, and then increasingly generative AI, this galaxy of technologies, they're incredibly powerful, and they have huge implications for what we can do in education and healthcare, even healthcare. Some of the answers to questions that we think are so difficult, they are right there in front of us. In my personal experience, and in the experience of the the MIVA students and my colleagues, we've seen this. It works really well. Even the fact that we've able to launch so quickly and then grow so rapidly. I'm sure ultimately policymakers will pay attention. They already are, but I'm sure, but I think maybe it's when we pass 100,000 students or something that then, they really, really will pay attention.
So with your track record, I imagine there are pitches, hires, or expansion you've delayed, saying no to. What's one big no you've been postponing and why?
That's a very good question. The answer is steeped in strategy. One big one has been regional expansion.
Regional, okay.
Regional expansion, or leaving Nigeria to go elsewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, we tried with ULesson with the primary and secondary school segment a few times, where we just, put our toes in Ghana and did one or two things, but we never fully committed, and a lot of it was driven by the fact that ULesson itself was still finding its footing. It was going through those COVID changes and COVID on, COVID off situation. But MIVA just shows such strength and momentum, and it's given us so much confidence that finally we're not putting that off. We as a company, as a board, as a senior management team, we're committed to Nigeria +1. So we're going to go to one more country, hopefully before the end of this year. We're pursuing the licensing right now. I'm very excited about it. We're now 7 years old before we left Nigeria. Yeah, so we took our time.
Yes.
I look back, MIVA doesn't even, ULesson Group doesn't feel like 7 years old. It feels much young. But 7 years have gone by. And so we hopefully will be licensed in an additional African country for an online university. And that's going to open us up to all kinds of exciting new opportunities and challenges.
Sure.
A lot of challenges. But we're looking forward to it.
So when the numbers look bleak, how do you balance the optimism needed to inspire a team with the realism needed to make tough calls?
I definitely lean on the realism. I lean on the realism. I think if you are, as a leader, if numbers are bleak and you are trying to whitewash it, in effect be deceptive, I think your team members will see it. They will see it. They see beyond the words. And I think entrepreneurs and senior team members, certainly the ones I work with at ULesson Group, they are the most optimistic people. They are naturally optimistic. And so what they ask for is not somebody to whitewash. Instead, it's to be able to distill all the data and present it to them. And so that's what I spend a lot of my time doing. A lot. I mean, we knew, I had read and understood enough of the policy direction of the candidates leading into the last presidential elections to know what was going to happen. And then I broadly understood what the macroeconomic implications of what they were planning to do would be. Because other countries, India, Brazil, have gone through. Yeah, so you just kind of have to look at what others have gone through. And so I knew that we were going to see inflation. I wouldn't call it hyperinflation, but very high inflation. I knew discretionary income was going to go away, that there would be all kinds of pressure. And so we had to make some very, very tough decisions to kind of prepare ourselves for that. And underinvest on the primary school, secondary school side, and then, overinvest on the tertiary side. And so, but back to your question, I think to be able to come to a team then and say, okay, here's what I think will happen. And then it happens. It gives them some confidence in the leaders. You're not totally wrong. If you're wrong, it's a bit harder. But you don't have to sell. I didn't have to sell them on optimism. It's just to say, here's what will happen. Here are the numbers. Our primary school, secondary school segment is suffering right now. we have to find a way out. Here are the implications of that. We have to watch every expense. We have to stop hiring. We have to be much more efficient to get through this lean period. But I expect that by 2025, and I think I told my colleagues this will be out of the woods. The economy will start to recover. And that's what we're saying. So even the primary, secondary school segment is growing. Just naturally on its own.
And then MIVAT is...
that one is a rocket ship. But that period was tough. It was tough. I think I rely a lot on data, and I read voracious. Like I read a lot.
Very important.
Yes, and so that gives you. Nobody really has a crystal ball. Those just happen from just taking in the data, and so that helped us anticipate what will happen, make strategic decisions in preparation for it.
Mm-hmm.
And then even now, when folks are still holding back, in 2025, we're in Q3 yet? Yes, holding back. We're investing. Yes, now we are putting, we're stepping on the accelerator and investing, because again, we have a sense of where we think the country is going. Yeah.
So imagine the next 5 years of your life as a book chapter. What's the title and what's the story arc?
The next 5 years of my life is a book chapter.
Mm-hmm. What's the title and what's the story arc?
That's a good question. You know how you talked about the crossroads before, so there are two potential titles.
Okay.
I'll just speak transparently. I would expect that in the short term, somebody else will probably take the reins of this company, and I'll move to the board or something of ULesson Group, in some capacity on the board of directors. And I have team members that are incredibly capable, on many dimensions more capable than me. So what would I do next? The title of that chapter will either be Heavy Industry or Public Service. One of the two. I'm not sure. Or maybe both.
And what will the story arc be about?
Oh, you ask good questions. The story arc, first of all, it will be different from previous arcs in the sense that it will be even more long-term. Not technology, so this would be a departure from everything I've done for 20 years. Yes, at least not directly technology. So, there are other things to do, other adventures to be had, other ways to grow Nigeria. So not technology. Selfless on some level. I think there will be a service component. I think some of the greatest, public services, of course, very honorable, and somebody that I greatly respect, a public servant that served at the highest levels of government and known to most people, but I won't mention his name. Said, service to country is service to God.
Yeah, service to country, service.
Yes, and so it's. But even the industrialists, those that have built our biggest banks and our refineries, and the Dangote refineries, these are incredible acts of service also. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there'll be a component to that component to the arc. I think that Nigeria, and there are early indications to suggest inflation is trending down. The stock market is performing incredibly well.
Sure.
Again, I want to be very sensitive to say I know a lot of those macros don't mean a lot to man on the street, but if you follow sort of case studies of other countries that have gone through similar things, the stock markets and the corporations do well before the individuals do well. But ultimately, it sweeps through.
It sweeps down.
Yes. So, but I think we've gone through reforms very similar to what India went through.
Okay.
I think Nigeria is entering a period of sustained long-term economic growth. Okay. There are a few things that are still brakes on that. Like security is a big one.
I agree.
Yes, but in terms of the economic side of things, I think we've done pretty much the majority of what I think needs to be done. So I think that creates an incredible opportunity for import substitution, for industrialization, for using Nigeria's God-given gifts in energy, cheap energy, in solid minerals that, and not even the high value, the gypsum and the kaolin and the feldspar and the things needed to make all kinds of interesting things that we're importing right now. These are just gifts we have, many of which are just lying fallow. Opportunities in the on the industrial side, we've had some very large companies already born out of here, Olam and some of these corporations that are just incredible. But I think you're going to see even more incredible companies being born in the agricultures, on the agriculture side. I think all of these things are heavy industry. This is long-term investment, low margin, heavy stuff built for 1, 2, 3 years before you even produce your first product. Akin to what Dangote did with the refinery. I mean, that project, took a while. Yeah, it took a while. It's very similar kind of thing. So I think those would be kind of the arcs if God-given life and limb and health.
So on a lighter note, what hidden talent, something that you have that people don't really know about, I don't talk about, what hidden talent do you feel? Okay, people don't know that Sim Shagaya does this, like a hidden talent. I don't know what the talent is, you're the one that knows is you. And then what do you do when you are not being Sim Shagaya, when you are not, running Niva University or running lesson group or looking for the next entrepreneurial adventure? What do you do for fun? What do you do to relax? And then what is that hidden talent that you have? And this is on the lighter note before we end.
Okay. So it's not related to business or strategy?
No, not related to business. We've been talking serious. So before we end, at least we need to take it down a notch.
Yes. Okay, makes sense. Let's take it down a notch. So I'll take it way down. So it turns out that I'm actually a really good cook.
Oh, wow.
I'm a really, really good cook. And baking specifically. Cooking generally, I'm good. But baking
specifically.
I make some of the best cakes in Abuja. That's what I've been told. Not just by my wife. I think she has to say that. But friends who are more direct and more honest, more critical, have said that.
Yes. I agree with them. I totally agree. I think I've not tasted anything, but if your friends who are critical tell you something, trust me, they're being honest.
Yeah, it turns out that I'm actually, and I discovered this much later in life. So I enjoy cooking. I'm quite good at it. And what do I do to
when you're not?
I don't know if I think about. I want to be honest, because even when it's just the nature of my life and who I am. Even if I'm not working, I'm just reading and reading and reading, and it might be things completely unrelated to education, something completely off. Like right now, for example, another public figure also served highest levels of course, somebody I just have incredible respect for, served at the highest levels of this country. Was so kind. He sent me a whole stack of books. I can show them to you. Like about 9 books on Awolowo, and his story, his early story, his writings, and this was born out of a conversation we were having about federalism and all of that. So if I'm not working, I'm trying to get through that stack of books right now. So I really enjoy reading, and I don't play sports per se. I mean, my wife and I walk a lot and things like that.
Walking is beautiful.
Yes, it's good. And Abuja is a very walkable city. It makes it easy to build a hobby and habit of walking.
So, to wrap things up now, we have come to the end. I'm to ask the last question. And I always like this question because the question, when I've asked people this question, the kind of answers I get are quite interesting.
Okay.
So the question is, looking back at your early startups and where you are now, what's one piece of advice you wish somebody had whispered in your ear before you started? before you started any of them, what was one advice you wish that somebody had whispered earlier in here to avoid you making maybe some of the mistakes you made or some of the directions you should have taken?
I think do not second guess my instincts as much as I did as a younger person.
Do not second guess your instincts.
Yes, especially when, or rather, to not allow others cause me to second guess my instincts, especially when the others are not people that have the information you have. Take Conga, for example. It was a very powerful business, growing very fast, but we held a lot of the inventory ourselves, and we held a lot of the infrastructure. I'm being very simplistic here just for the sake of time, but there's another company in China called Alibaba.
Yes.
Other than digital infrastructure, the servers and computers and things like that, they own nothing. They don't own the bikes, they don't own the warehouses, they don't own the inventory, they don't own one phone in one warehouse. They own nothing. Their job was to build software. And so, again, I'm being simplistic, but I had this instinct very early that we should not have carried all that heavy infrastructure, that instead Nigerians had it and were ready. It will have taken them some time. God is good, gig logistics as it's called now. Now, delivering something from Lagos to Jos in 2025 in 24 hours is trivial. It's happening. It wasn't the case when we started Conga, but we should have given the logistics players time to develop.
Sure.
The fashion entrepreneur in Lekki probably would have been a better merchandiser of fashion and what to sell than the team at Conga ever could have been. And I can just go on and on and on. So there are all these players with latent skill. It was in the market. And what the market needed was a coordinator and an owner and manager of digital infrastructure. And I had this instinct, and I talked to the board about it, but I think I had so much respect and regard for their own experience, which was born of other countries, primarily Western markets, that I put my own instinct away. And I think if we had operated as an asset-light digital infrastructure platform, the story would have been very different. Very different. We would have weathered 2015 better, because the margins would have been better. The burn rate of resources was much lower with that kind of business, and it would have been a very, very different story. So that would be my piece of advice. I think that's the only thing that comes to mind, is that it's one thing to take advice from people who you genuinely believe have a depth of experience in something, but I think let me sum it up like this: be careful who you take advice from. Let me sum it up like that.
Okay. So at this juncture, I'd like to say that I'm happy to have met you in person.
Thank you.
And
that's very kind.
Meeting you has, for me, I learn a lot, especially when you listen to people who you admire and respect because of the kind of person they are.
Thank you.
And listening to you, I've learned so much. And you're one person that I always like to have a conversation with. Yeah. And if you leave
we should do it again.
If you leave
maybe when I'm 60, we'll see how those chapters turn.
And if you leave me, we can sit down here all day and just be talking. That's just the honest truth. But at this juncture, we will, draw the curtain. Maybe we can converse when the lights are off and cameras are off, and then we can continue our conversation.
No problem.
So, well, as you can see, we've come to the end. I would like to say thank you to Sim Shakaya for, having the, courtesy of having us here in his lovely home, and, welcoming us and bringing Triumph Against all the way to Abuja. So at this juncture, we would like to say, as we always say in Triumph Against Odds, be resilient, never give up. Thank you.
admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.